Yo everyone, it's me again, and these are the power rankings of the new GWA season, GWA Season 7. With me I have a good friend of mine, a special guest, Mr. Offline Nuzlocke, winner of the last season. Say hello, Offline.
Yo, what's poppin' on, guys? It's your boy Offline. Happy to be here.
Yeah, happy
Time
to
to
have
yap
you.
with Dries.
Oh, definitely. I think I did my intro quite well. I sound very professional. I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, I know. Like, it just went high down, high again. I think you caught it up really well.
Ah,
I
very
could see
nice.
the nervousness in your voice for 2
You
seconds.
can see the what?
The nervousness. You were
The
nervous.
nervous. Oh, I don't think I
Yeah.
was. It's fine. Alright, so we're going to yap about the GWA teams this season. Mr. Offline isn't playing, so I don't know why he's here. I think he just wants to
Yeah.
hate on everyone.
I really do. Before we get started, I think we should preface this. Take this with a grain of salt, because we'll be yapping about your teams, but that doesn't mean your team is bad or good. It's up to you as a player at the end of the day. Unless you have a samurai, then it's a different case. But you know,
And you have a Samurott, you
that's
have the
that's
best team in the league, everyone. I just hope you know that. So,
eh, yeah, that's up for debate. But
disclaimer on Offline's
yeah,
opinion. You have to take Offline's opinion with a grain of salt, and my opinion is fact. So, just so you know that.
yeah, I'm here to hate them all.
Alright, so up first we have Toch with the Michigan Minectrics. Toch, that one guy. It's hard for me to say it in English, like Toch. Like in Dutch you have the G, and we just say it. So when
Yeah.
I waffle, so. He had first overall, he has the Dragapult. I want the Dragapult, man.
Dude, if you're first pick and you don't pick Dragapult, what are you doing?
I know, right?
So
I know, right?
like it's a versatile Pokemon. It can build on any of the teams, so
Yeah,
definitely the right play.
yeah, and
Um,
especially with the mons that we allow, there are so many broken mons. Like if you take Dragapult round one with the first pick overall, when it comes back to you, there are still so many strong Pokemon around that you don't even really feel the lack of power, to say it like that. The Dragapult lacks a little bit. It's so versatile
yeah.
that it can do so much. It enables every style of team. Like it's probably the best mon in draft, although I do think that there are other mons that I like more,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't really go wrong. And then he has the Samurott, the second best Samurott. So
Second best Samurai? Are you real right now?
I am for
Bro,
real.
this is so much better than the actual Samurai. You get Dark type Stab. Imagine Stab knockoff and Spikes. This is clearly the better Samurai. I don't know what you're smoking, but
I
this is
have
better.
statistic proof that my Samurott, the Unova one, has more kills than the Sisuian one. So
Well,
that's all I'm going to say.
that just sounds like a skill issue, but
It really
pairing
doesn't.
Samurai with pairing Samurai with Dragapult, honestly top tier. Like my dream team is to pair Dragapult with Samurai. This core just works. I mean, sure you're gonna be weak to Fairy, but you can patch it up really easily, and we see him do that in this
Yeah, with
team,
Heatran
obviously with the
immediately,
Heatran.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's just a good Pokemon because you're setting up spikes. Hopefully you hit, and then you're getting chippies for Dragapult late game to come and sweep, or you can act like a pivot with Dragapult and just have fun, flip turn, U turn, whatever. It's just
Yeah.
a good Pokemon round two as well. So
Yeah,
pretty good
especially
pick.
because Dragapult forces so many switches as well. So when the spikes are up, like you said, four switches always
Yeah.
takes spikes damage. Or if the people run heavy duty boo, that means they aren't scarfed to outrun your Dragapult, or Rocky Helmet to hit your Samurott. So it's really good together.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
then, like we mentioned,
And
Heatran as third pick to cover its fairy weakness. It's a fairy destroyer. It's
yeah,
the fairy
and like
destroyer.
it is, and you get rocks here, so now you have spikes and rocks. Obviously, Dragapult is gonna love that because less damage for it to do, and you not having a crazy ghost type stab, you can just spam Dracos at this point. Once you have Heatran, because like Heatran can take out the fairies, and then you can spam Dracos or Dragon Darts or whatever you want to do with Dragapult. You can also run utility. with Heatran and Dragapult. So it's just a good starting core for the top three.
It
I
really
I
is.
think I think Heatran was pretty early, but looking at the draft the way it was going, I think it was a correct play to pick it up round three.
Yeah, I think so too. Like steals were going, and with all the respect, like Heatran is a mon you shouldn't wait on anymore. Like I've waited on it for way too long in the past. I've always wanted to try it, but I'm always like a little bit hesitant to take it because you have to rely on Magma Storm. So then
Hmm.
I always go like, yeah, I'll grab it like round 5, round 6. It always goes before that, so I've never used it before. And Meep had it in MMC, and he was incredible with it. Like I helped Meep prep every week, and every week it was like, yeah, Heatran is really good. Heatran is really good. So I think it's a correct play to take it this early because you have to remember with Talk being first overall. Like sure, this is the early round 3 pick, but if he didn't take it, it would have meant he had to take it late round 4, early round 5. I'm not sure it would have lasted that long.
Yeah, I don't think it would have lasted. Honestly, like this draft was unpredictable to start off with. So like I think
Yeah,
securing your fairy resistance, pretty good play. Um,
yeah,
and like
I
it
agree with
pairs up
that.
well with your other mons. So I think it was the correct play there.
Yeah. And then together with Heatran, fourth pick Rillaboom. I mean, you just weaken the EQs. It's so good together. It's
Yeah,
tried and tested this strategy. Like Samurott and Dragapult have been together a lot. Heatran and Rillaboom have been together a lot. They just work. And his Water Fire Grass core is insane.
yeah. I think the synergy for this team for the top four insane. Like you can just bring them every week and they'll put in
You know
work.
what's
You
even
can run
crazier?
them. What?
That Rillaboom was in free agency. That was a great pickup.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
That's insane. How did Rillaboom go undrafted?
I have
Like, were
no
people
idea.
sleeping or what?
I have no idea. Like some people told me it was too expensive at 15, and then I'm like, Rillaboom is not at 14, people. Come on now. 15 is a good price for it. I really
Yeah.
wanted it, but I couldn't afford it with my speed tier, so yeah.
Yeah, at that point, like, you gotta pick and choose, because you have your
Yeah.
priorities. But Rillaboom on this team is insanely good because now you have some synergy with your Fire Water Grass core, as you mentioned, and you weaken those Earthquakes for Heatran, and you can also enable your Unburdened Trico, which was the last pick. So I think that's probably
Exactly.
the top priority right there.
Yeah. But other than that, the grassy terrain recovery is also really nice for Dragapult. Like, Dragapult is a good leftovers mon. People sleep on it. Like, leftovers with grassy terrain, it heals quite a
Yeah.
fair bit each turn, so it's really nice. I
Yeah,
really rate it.
I think this season I've leaned away from leftovers, but I think if you run sub Dragapult with Thunderwave Willow Hacks with grassy terrain, run a bulky variant, that could do a lot of damage depending on like the teams you're facing.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
some teams might not have an answer to stop it if you're able to get some threats out of the way with your Samurott or Heatran. I've literally seen Scarf Heatran run against me because it looked decent in my matchup, and it does damage. You think Heatran's coming in, setting up rocks. Next thing you know, it clicks Scarf, Lava Plume, or Overheat or something like that. It's bye bye for you because your wall just died. So
Yeah,
it can do damage if you sleep on it.
remember my Palkia horse switching in on Caleb's Heatran and getting clarted by a Choice Specs Dragon Pulse? It was great.
Yeah, exactly. So like, you know, you can't sleep on it being it's gonna be a rocker. So
Yeah, it's really
and
good one.
Rillaboom enables that a little bit as well because now you have grassy terrain. You're giving recovery to your top three and the rest of the team. So
Yeah, exactly. And then with the fifth pick, he drafted Yanmega with Terra. I think it's a really good Pokemon. I'm glad people didn't ban it, so like sure it's
no,
really strong, but I like strong. Let's have some fun, people.
yeah, I was gonna say let the 11 points Terra too, but Yanmega comes
Hmm.
into a good Terra point territory here. There were some mons that were banned in this draft, and I'm like, come on, I thought we were having fun here,
Way too many
but
of them got banned. Like,
way too many. Like I
yeah,
thought we wanted that power level, and every single good power level Pokemon got banned.
Yeah, I think I told you, like, people voted for, yeah, let's do 10 points and below can Terra. Sure. And then these are the 10 pointers that we're going to vote on, and almost all of them got banned. And I was like, do we want 10 points to Terra or not?
Like let Galate Terra, let some of the other lower guys Terra. You're
Yeah,
letting Heracross and Yanmega in. Why not just have Sharpness Galate in as well?
yeah, like low kick shouldn't have been in. And I think Toxtricity was a bit too much as well. But all the others we
I
put up for
mean,
votes, I think they were fine. Even
I mean,
Revavroom. I think Revavroom should be able to Terra.
oh yeah, Rare Room sucks. It should be allowed to Terra. Last words. But honestly, like you have Yanmega. It's one of the most like powerful Terra captains you can pick from this draft pool. So it was definitely a good grab on Tog's part here.
Yeah, I
Because
definitely
you know
agree.
it gives you speed boost and it gives you synergy. You don't have to like force Scarfers because you can run protect speed boost, get a decent amount of speed, and then do a lot of damage with tinted lens or well not tinted lens, but you know, uh,
Yeah, I know what
do
you
a lot
mean.
of damage either way. Um, and
Yeah,
Terra
like,
Ground, I don't know if it's Terra Ground, but
yeah, it's Terra Ground, Terra Fairy, and Terra Flying. I have it on my PowerPoints. Look at me go, man.
oh I see it. I'm blind. But yeah, yeah, dude, it's great coverage because you have Terra Flying, so Flying Stab. There you go.
Yeah.
You don't have to run air slashes. You got Terra Ground, take care of the steel types and the fire types or whatever you want to. Pup utilized this well in GWA low tier. Now
Yeah, I
it's in high
remember
tier
that.
Terra.
That was
I
a
think
pain
you
to
have a
find.
lot of potential.
I
Yeah.
think I had to run like Shuka Berry on my Tinkaton and on my Dragouch to stand a chance.
Yeah, and like you can even run throat spray sets, I think. So
Yeah. Although
it's
I
a
had
really good
Thwacky and
Terra
Sceptile,
mod.
I was fine. I beat Puck twice. I was fine. Alright.
Yeah.
So his sixth pick was Klefki. I hate Klefki. I don't know what people see in it. I think it's a really bad Pokemon. But I guess for Tox's team it makes some sense.
I don't see the hate against Klefki. Klefki is your prankster Pokemon. It will do exactly it's decided to do. Thunder Wave spam, spike setup, and screen setup. You can run it offensively, but like prankster utility is so much out of Klefki, like you don't even have to worry about it. It is Steel Fairy, basically a Tinkaton type, you know. So it will live couple hits, do its job, and now you can pivot into your other Pokemon and start doing damage. You don't have to worry about taking hits or something like that. You get extra chip with spikes. I think it's a great pickup for Tog's team. It's
Yeah,
a
for
prankster
Tox's
mod.
team it works. Because
Yeah,
like you said, it's another spiker, so Samurott doesn't have to hit Ceaseless Edge every time, because we do know Ceaseless Edge is not 90% accurate. It's dual
exactly.
screens with Prankster, which is really nice. So it's a second screen setter as well with Dragapult, which is underrated. But my main thing with Klefki is I just don't like it. It's too passive for me. It's too easy to take advantage of. Sure, it's Tinkaton typing, but it's not bulky as a steel. And like as a fairy, if your fairy doesn't learn Moonblast, is it really a fairy?
I mean, it's a fairy that doesn't do a fairy's job or a steel type's job, but you know,
Yeah.
it does other utility stuff that might be useful. You can run Flower Play on it to stop setup
Yeah,
from
I
physical
remember
attackers.
that in our third season of Low Tier. I was going to abuse the Klefki with my Terra Electric Infernape, which was really funny. Like, I was going, yeah, sure, click T-Wave on me, all good. So I clicked Terra Electric SD, and then I got Foul Plate, and I was like, oh, yeah, there's that too. Hmm.
Yeah, I really want to see Tog run Psych Up Klefki and just bop something
Oh, that'd
with
be
it.
cool.
So
That'd be
that
cool.
would be interesting to see. But
Like,
up next, we got another Terra Captain in Cryogonal. What do you think about Cryogonal, dude?
Cryogonal is interesting to me. I think with Terra, it is really good. Like, I've seen Pop use it a lot with the Open Terra. So I've
Yep.
seen what it can do. But I think without Terra, it's really bad. So it kind of forces you to not run Terra on the Mega, which isn't the end of the world, in all honesty. But yeah, it's a rapid spinner, which he really needed for his team because he doesn't have hazard removal yet. And with a Mega, you really want hazard removal because you don't want to be running boots on that thing.
Yeah.
So it's a really good speed tier as well. Like 105 is really nice.
Yeah, I think Terra Cryogonal is good. I had regular Cryogonal in my first ever draft league. That mon is interesting because like you can wall Spadef mons, right? So special attackers you have no problems with, but you don't live any hits from physical attackers. So that's where it like lacks a little bit.
Although it
But
does get
again,
acid
like
armor though, I think. Like
it
it
does
can
get
set.
acid armor, but it you have to be a really good builder
I've
to
seen Top
utilize
use
it
it quite
well.
fine, so I think
Yeah,
Top could do it as well.
yeah, I think that's what I was about to say. I think in Tog's hand, this is probably a fine pick, especially like pairing with Yanmega, because I mean like I can see him just bringing one. Like you can choose either for a week and then bring your top four and some others, and you're gonna have a good time because you have your setup, you have your utility. I don't think like having Yanmega and Cryogonal hurts him that bad, but if he decides to bring both and has to Terra one, the other one's taking a bunch from hazards if they're
Yeah.
set up. So it kind of forces boots on his part, but now
Cryogonal has a
with
good moment
Dragapult,
boost though, so
yeah, with Dragapult and Samu, do you really care about running boots? Like you can easily spam boots on this team.
yeah, that's true. That's really true. I like. I find it funny you say he could run his first four, his top 4 months, and then his next pick is a Landorus Incarnate. Landorus Incarnate
Yeah.
has ninth pick overall, I think, or no, it's eight. I can't count. Eight pick overall.
Was
Eight
this
round pick.
free agency or
No, he just picked it
he
up.
actually how
And
did
I do
yeah.
remember that he won it, I think, in round 4 and 5 with his wheel pick, where he was like, should I take it already? And I was looking at teams and I knew like most people already had their ground types, and then I think Zero didn't have it yet. But insider information I had from Zero, he wasn't taking it, so I could say to Toch like, you do not have to fear Zero sniping you, so you could wait on it a little bit. And he waited on it quite a fair bit.
Yeah,
Uh,
honestly, like if I was picking up Landorus, I would not have waited. But like if you have information like that, obviously you can like leave your picks till last. Nobody's gonna pick it up because the
yeah.
other teams have already fulfilled that role. Dude, Lando like round what 8? Insane.
Yeah, this
That is
thing hits
mind blowing.
ridiculously hard. Although it is on Fraud Watch, I don't think I've seen anyone be nice with it. But
I was seeing a player do pretty well with it, but he just ran the sheer force. He broke with it, but it didn't do like insanely well. But again, like that player's playstyle is insanely different because like they had Terra low kicks in that season, and they just brought like Scarf Terra bug low kicks with tinted lens every single week, and then they cleaned it up. So
Landers,
Lando
yeah.
I with low kicks, I mean, in this team, we kind of see something similar to that.
With
You
the
have Lando
Omega,
I
yeah.
and Mega with tinted lens. It could work literally the same way. Um, and not to forget about our top four. So I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
going back to the top four, but
They're
yeah, I
really
think it's
crazy.
great.
They're really crazy. I think it's a
Yeah,
really good team. Like, it's very hyper offensive. That's all I'm going to say. And
yeah,
it's
I was gonna
something
say
new
that.
for Toch. Like, he is not a hyper offense player. But I do think if you really want to try out HO, this is the team to do it.
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, you have Dragapult. Why not just go HO? Like hyper offense. Sometimes with Dragapult works really well.
Yeah, I
You just
like
have to.
Bolt, Heater, and Rillaboom. They can all be bulky as well. So can
Yeah,
Salazzle, which is his next pick. I love Salazzle. I don't
dude,
know
I
about
hate
you.
Salazzle. I hate Salazzle with a passion, especially ones that tear into grass. It's not
Ah,
PTSD, but
ah, what do you mean?
yeah, I had to bring it up because you brought it up.
Yeah,
But
I love that battle, man. I think it's my favorite battle on YouTube, which isn't mine.
dude, I was salty for the first half, and then I accepted my fate. I'm like, bring it all down upon me.
The Terra Cross turn was incredible too, because like I was rewatching it a few days ago, and I was like, yeah, okay, why aren't you Terraing? Okay, so he isn't going to Terra, and then suddenly he does decide to click Terra on your EQ, and I'm like, okay, he really has you as well.
Dude, I was low key trying to bring it back. And like if you watch my side, like I was salting the first half first half, and then I'm like, you know what, I can still do it. And then I see the Salazzle go for toxic sub, and I'm like, it's over. I don't want to play this. I
Stalazzle, my
mean,
favorite. I've used
Salazzle
it.
can happen.
Stalazzle.
In
I've used
this
this
team,
thing so much in, I think it was Gen 8 OU. Like, I hit 2000 and a little bit on the OU ladder in Gen 8 with a Salazzle on my team, and I just ran the very degenerate Toxic Sub Protect set. It was really fun. People
and
are
it
not
can
prepared
happen
for
on
it.
this team.
It
It
can
can
really
happen on
happen on
this
this
team
team.
really, really easily because they're gonna prep for the hard hitters. Apparently, Salazzle comes in randomly, and you're shocked. There's nothing you can do if you're not prepared for it.
Exactly.
Trust me,
And it
it
also
will
hits really
happen.
hard. Like, Crep loves Salazzle offensively. I don't know why.
Hmm.
I don't know why you would run Nasty Plot when you can run Sub and Toxic, but sure, Crep. It hits
I mean,
hard. Like, it hits
yeah,
hard.
if you run like, let's say you have like Sash, a nasty plot lead, you outspeed like
It even gets
some
Dragon Dance,
Lucian.
is something I learned from Crep. So,
Wait, what?
yeah,
There's no way.
it really is.
Dra-
I think I've seen her run that a few times.
Salazzle gets Dragon Dance. There is no way. I'm looking this up right now. It
Yeah,
does get
Garchomp
Dragon
doesn't.
Dance. How does this mon with base 64 attack get Dragon Dance?
I mean, it's not broken, so why not?
Yeah, but like Garchomp doesn't get it. Why does this mon get it? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, but it's fun.
I
And it's a
mean,
nice
yeah, I
speed
think
tier in between Dragapult and Cryogonal. It's a grounded poison. It's a T-Spiker, so now he has two really good spikers in Klefki and Samurott. He has rocks in Heatran, and even in the Landers, I think Landers gets rocks as well. It should at
yeah,
least.
I think so.
So his hazard
I
game
know
is really good.
Land of Demons. Yeah, I mean, like if you're going up against this team, like I would definitely prep for hazards because they can come really easily.
Heavy duty
Um,
boots the team. Anyone? Yeah.
yeah, and like Salazzle fits really well, as you mentioned with the speed tier. It's something that he needed to cover up that speed gap between Dragapult and Cryogonal, and I think Salazzle is perfect for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Honestly, the next two picks, like goated.
I was going to say, man, if you were going to bash the Trico, I was just going to stop these PRs and do them on my own.
Dude, why would I bash a Trico, man? Like if you have the guts to pick Trico in a regular Paldex league, hats off to you. I'm not saying anything about it.
I'm
Samurai,
taking the credit for
completely
that.
different case.
I'm taking the
But
credit for that Trico. Like, he did some free agency changes. I think he dropped Breloom, and I think Electrode for Rillaboom, so he had 1 point left over. And I was like, just take up
yeah,
the
I
Trico.
remember that.
Just take the Trico. And I'm going to let it kill something on my team. Not Samurott, though. But it's going to kill something on my team.
Dude, Trico is gonna be fun. I mean, even if it just shows up to your game, it's still worth it. It still gets the kill.
It's definitely
And
worth it.
it's perfect. And
It's a
Glimmet,
team
I
mascot.
mean,
Glimmet is good.
it is. Yeah,
Glimmet's good. Like, it's
I've
not
never used
Glimora,
it.
obviously. I also never used it. But I've always wanted to try Glimora, but then when I look at it, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to lead this Pokemon with a Focus Sash, get up hazards, and die. And when that's what you want, Glimmet can do that as well. It's just exactly the same thing, so
Why does this mana have 105 special attack?
it's ridiculous. It hits harder than a Dragapult.
Yeah,
Not as hard as
dude,
Samurott, though.
it's literally insane, bro. I want to see a Trick Room Klefki with Glimmet sweep. Bring it, dog. I want to see it.
I really want to see it too. With an inverted Fico to throw my team, yeah. We're cooking something here.
Yeah, I think like Glimmet
You know
can
what?
it gets memento, it gets light screen, reflect. You can set up screens with it. Hazard stack, as you mentioned, toxic.
I mean,
Even
now you're
good.
just waffling for waffling's sake. This thing is going to collect Style Trucks, it's going to get T-Spikes up, it's going to die. That's what it's going to do. But
Yeah, it's
if that's what it does, it's going to be enough. Like, with an HO team, it's all you need.
Yeah, just run a focus sash, get up rocks, get your toxic spikes with toxic debris. There you go. You have a setup.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
perfect.
Do you know what I just realized? We forgot to mention the Cryogonal stereotypes. So Doc has ice, water, and electric on the cryo, so he has ice and electric, obviously. And then Terra Water is really good to be a bulky water type, so it's not only Samurot's job, which is nice. Like Samurot is not the bulky water you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's cryogonal. Like, I think it's pretty safe to go water, electric, and ice.
Yeah, I agree.
I was seeing like the same Terra types for a lot of cryogonal, so pretty
Yeah,
safe bet, and I think it's perfect because
yeah, I agree.
it's a mon that will like the electric Terra because you get bolt beam coverage. Ice is just obviously stab, and then water. You can play around with that too. So
Yeah, exactly. I think this is a really good team. I think Toch really used his first pick overall really well. Like,
yeah,
speed
I
twos
was
are
seeing
really
a
nice. Hazard game is really nice. His only removal being cryogonal isn't the best, but then again, like, you don't really need to remove Hazard if you're going to run HO, so it's fine.
just run boots. Honestly,
Exactly.
like I was seeing a lot of like pick one teams go straight down
Fumble.
after the
Yeah, I
first
agree.
first
This
two
is not
picks.
one of them. This is a good
This is
team.
not one of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good, I would say.
And only being weak to rocks from the type chart, it's standard.
Who cares about the type
Yeah.
chart?
I mean, I
I don't,
care
I
about the type
really
chart.
I really stopped caring about the type chart because you can do so much more. Like, yes, it's nice to have a fully green like type chart, but it's
One day,
realistically
man.
like
One day.
yeah, one day. But like honestly, like if you are solely focusing on the type chart and not focusing on team synergy, what are you doing, man?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
just look at team synergy more than the type chart. But yes, type chart is more helpful when you have like glaring weaknesses on your team, and I don't think we see any
No.
that's like just glaring out
But
there.
I
So
think the main thing with the type chart is like when you see like a red bar at fire, my brain
mhm.
automatically goes like, okay, eruption time, go. So so when
Yeah.
you don't see it, it's nice. But like weak to rocks, sure, who cares, man? You're not going to run Stone Edge or Rock Slide if you're a good player, because those moves are not worth running.
Yeah, and like I mean, if we want to focus on the type chart, right? We see a lot of weaknesses to fire, and then a lot of weaknesses to ground. He pairs that up really well with a lot of resistances and immunities. So,
Yeah.
brother has everything covered there.
Yeah. I really rate this team. It's a really good team. Toch usually
I
gets
like,
really good teams.
yeah,
Like
it's a
I've
solid
done a
team.
few power rankings and I'm always like, yeah, Toch has really good teams. I really like his teams most of the time.
Yeah, I love when players can actually draft competently.
Yeah. Although this is different for him, it's really offensive. Usually it's really bulky, so I'm intrigued to see how he does with it.
Yeah. I like players going out of their comfort zone and trying out new things, especially for now. Like, Scarlet and Violet has been out for forever now. So why not try something new out?
You're
So
going to
pretty
love
good.
my team. All right, second team. Our boy Pop.
Oh,
This is a really cool
it,
team.
it's your boy Pup right here.
It's your boy Pop
Um,
with the ogre pawn. Still mad about that.
you just skip right to pick number 7. We're
Exactly.
not we're not even gonna care about any of the mons on his team. Ogre Pawn is the only thing I see here.
It's the only thing that matters. I wanted that ogre pawn.
He wanted it so bad.
I really did, man. But now,
Hey,
second
even
pick overall, and he drops Tornado Styrian. I rate it. I really do.
you know why he drafted it? Because he told me about it, and I'm like, hey, I told Dries to move it up. He didn't do it. And I'm glad you didn't do it because you wouldn't have gotten gouging if you did.
Exactly.
Um, spoilers, but dude, like, look at the draft board and you know exactly what's a discount pick and you build around it with an annoying team. Yeah, props to you because like Tornadoes. When I saw it go pick number 2, round 1, I'm like, what is Pup doing? But after that, I'm like, yo, Pup, what are you doing, man? I want to know your plans. He lists out like 4 months. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But I mean, Tornadoes is never a bad pick, right? It's been there ever since it was introduced. It's been doing one thing consistently. and that's like pivoting around, being a bulky regenerator Pokemon, and has damage output with a great speed tier. Why not pick it as round 1? So,
Yeah,
pretty good.
exactly. Like,
Pretty
I
good
haven't really
Pokemon.
been the biggest Tornadus believer until I drafted myself in CDC. And I had a bad team, I think, in CDC, but I still won. And Tornadus was like one of the only Pokemon that really performed for me. Like, when you can
Hmm.
hit Bleak Windstorm, it's a really good Pokemon. Like, it's all you
Yeah.
need most of the times.
Or you go crazy and run Hurricane. Believe in
Nah.
the RNG.
I
Dude,
was I
I'm
was a Hurricane believer. I really was. But the season that Pup won GWA, I think that was season 4, he had Tornadus
Mhm.
Tyrion as well for the first 4 weeks, and then in Grace 2 he dropped it. And Spin, he really wanted Tornadus, so he picked it back up. And I think for Spin, that Tornadus hit one Hurricane in the entire season, and Spin made it to finals, where he lost to Pup. I mean, that thing is a double agent if I've ever seen one.
That was undercover for the whole time. That's the greatest timeline we've seen.
Yeah. So now it's back to its
Honestly,
true owner, so I'm excited to see it.
nah, I'm an air slash player here. I think air
No.
slash is pretty funny, especially with 121 speed. You're outspeeding a lot of months. Man, King's Rock air slash fun, but
I think King's
leagues
Rock is
ban
banned
that.
in GWA actually.
Yeah, I know every single league, the King's Rock is banned, and I'm like, you guys don't like having fun, but no, I get it because you can really para flinch anybody,
Yeah.
especially with status from like Thunderwave or something. You don't want it to become another Togekiss, so makes
Yeah.
sense.
But please don't on air slash people. I remember once when I had Talonflame, I think I had to fight the Sneasler, so I really wanted the Brave Bird Gale Wings. I really wanted Gale Wings. But I didn't want to be running Brave Bird, because then if he switches out, I lose my Gale Wings and eh. So I was like, yeah, sure. I could also run a special Talonflame. So I'm going to run Hurricane. No, I'm going to miss that. So I ran Air Slash. I missed my Air Slash and I died. So don't run Air Slash, people. Please
That
don't.
is comedy. At that
I,
point, just run Gust, man. You'll hit Gust. Don't worry about
I've done that. Ask
it.
Milk. Ask Milk and his mono fighting team in low tier. My Specs, Noivern, and Gust was incredible.
Oh, that is comedy.
It really
But
is.
pairing Tornadus or yeah, Tornadus
Yeah.
with freaking Iron Hands. Goated pick round 2.
Unpopular. I do not like Iron Hands.
Bro,
I
you're
really
just
don't.
hating, man. You're just hating on my boy now.
No, I've never really seen the hype with Iron Hands. Like, usually you just bring your ground type and it's fine.
I think Iron Hands does one thing consistently is that it's an AV abuser and it will
Yeah.
get chippies for you. And if you don't run AV, you're running an SD or belly drum set. Does this thing get belly drum?
Yeah, it does. It's
Yeah.
the Terror Raid monster.
Oh yeah, I
I
forget.
love going into Terror Raid with my shiny Samurott when people have 3 Iron Hands and being carried. I really do. I really do love being carried.
But yeah, honestly, Iron Hands is pretty good. It
I
does
think
one
it will
thing
work
well.
for his team though. Like,
Yeah,
my main issue
and
with
it
it is that
sponges hits.
it doesn't get Okos. When it gets a lot of chip damage, it's hard to switch in on, and when you have a Tornadus, that might be all you need. Like,
I
bulky,
mean,
get some chip damage, go into Tornadus, pick something off, repeat, and yeah, I think it could work for him.
like, why do you need Okos when you have like some of the best cleaners late game?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I
I'm
I
looking
think
at
the
you, round
idea
4
with
Pokemon. Yeah.
I think the idea with Iron Hands is pretty clear. It's there to sponge hits,
Exactly.
like a little bit
Together
of
with
hits,
Tornadus,
like
it's really
super.
bulky.
Exactly,
And then his
and it's
third
just
pick
like
being Screamtail. I
Scream
mean,
Tail. At this point, I have associated Screamtail with Pup. Like
me
it's a
too,
Pup
man.
Pokemon.
Me too.
And
That
something crazy about it is he hated drafting Screamtail the season I forget what season he drafted the Rain team with the Okidogi. I was
Oh,
like,
that was
just
season
take
5, yeah.
Screamtail. Yeah, and he didn't want to do it because he's like, I don't like that Mon. And now look at it. He's
Yeah,
just picking up
it's
Screamtail in
crazy.
every single one of his drafts.
Yeah, like, but I think it's only the third time he picked it. Like, I remember him picking it in his latest YouTube leak, which is a few weeks ago now. And I'm like, once again, Screamtail, you really love that thing. He was like, it's the second time I'm picking it. And I'm like, okay. And now he picks it again, so. I mean,
Yeah, I think
if you like it, you should put a ring on it, pup. I mean,
I don't think his partner is gonna be happy with that, but dude,
you have to
dude,
make decisions sometimes. But no, yeah.
Screamtail, dude, it's another sponge. Like this is basically becoming a bulky offense. I mean, we can see it on the screen, but
Exactly,
dude,
yeah.
it's
Wish
just an
bastard for
annoying
Iron Hands.
one. That too. I forgot about that. That's
Yeah.
one thing that it does really freaking well. You know why? I didn't think about it. It's because all I can think about Screamtail doing is setting up rocks, spamming Thunderwave and Encores, and then doing very minimal damage with Dazzling Gleam and switching out.
Look, all I remember
That's all
about
I can think of.
Screamtail is that I always bully it with Gliscor until I saw Crep bullying Who with a Psychic Noise, a Screamtail against Gliscor, and then Skill Swap. And since then, I've never looked at Screamtail the same.
You got PTSD from a Screamtail, man.
It wasn't even against me. I got PTSD from watching someone else get bullied by it.
That's even worse.
Yeah. But no, I
But
think it will work really well with Tornadus, with Iron Hands, and with his other picks as well. It's a Stealth Rocker, it's
yeah.
a Wish Buster, it's really fast. And it can set up as well. Like, it's a good Calm Mind, bulk up, stored power user.
Oh yeah, definitely.
People
I
sleep on
think it's
it.
gonna be fun to see him. Yeah. And
Yeah.
especially like if you can cook, it's a great mon. Especially when you pair it with King Gambit,
Yeah.
that mon.
King Gambit. My beloved King Gambit. I really want to
Everybody
try
loves
this thing in draft
Pokemon.
once. I really want to. It's DOU King.
I mean, I mean, you saw what I did with King Gambit certain games.
Oh yeah, I did.
It's
Yeah.
it's like the best cleaner you can have.
Man, I have Bishop in a low tier league. And just using Bishop, I'm like, I really want to use King Gambit. Like,
Dude,
this
King
thing,
Gambit.
it doesn't have a move pool. It has its Cockdown Cleave, it has Iron Head, it has Low Kick, it has Sucker Punch, it gets Swords Dance, and it gets Stealth Rock, and that's all it needs to be a good Pokemon.
It even gets Thunder Wave, I think. But
We do not
you
speak
know,
about Thunder Wave. We wanted to ban that.
dude, you don't need anything else. Like you're gonna be down, 5 months. King Gambit comes in and gets you the win. Like Supreme Overlord is busted, obviously, but this Pokemon can take on teams itself. Like if they're not prepared for it. Obviously, it's
Exactly.
quad weak to fighting, but if you run a Choppleberry or usually just run max HP, you're definitely living a hit. It's not like every single mon can threaten a KO with a fighting move.
Look,
It's bulky enough to live some.
you're
Yeah.
saying that, but he has a Tornado Styrian and a Screamtail. He is fine against fighting types.
No, I'm saying like a 1v6 situation when he only
Yeah,
has
yeah,
King
I know.
Gambit, but I guess
I,
that can't happen with the team he drafted.
it's a really troll team. Like Tornadus, Iron Hands, Screamtail. They're so difficult to kill, and when you finally kill them, you just boost up his King Gambit. It's really fun. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I mean, it's King Gambit. Like, what else is there to yap about it?
Yeah. I think we've done quite well on yapping about King Gambit. Everyone knows what it does. And I think we still put 2 or 3 minutes into it, so that's nice from us.
Yeah,
Yeah. Fifth pick,
but
Inteleon, his Terra Captain. It's a good pick. I like it. What do you think
I love
about it?
Inteleon,
Yeah,
especially when you can just Terra Water and click Snipe Shot. Choice specs, sure.
exactly.
Like,
And
what
Terra
else do you
Electric
want?
works really well with it. Like, I have Inteleon in a low tier league once again. And I usually really want to bring it, but it doesn't touch water types. Just run Terra Electric,
Mhm.
and you're fine. It's a
Yeah,
really fun
and like
Pokemon.
what you can also forget about Inteleon is you have Bolt Beam coverage from this now because it gets Ice Beam
Oh
naturally.
yeah,
Terra
sure.
Blast Electric. Like you can just run Life Orb some weeks and just claim Pokemon
Yeah,
with your Terramon. So it's really fun. I really like using Inteleon because it's that fast Pokemon that you just want to come in, do massive amount of damage, and get out of there. Inteleon does that quite well. And looking at his team, he needed a mon like that. And I think
agree.
Inteleon is like the perfect Pokemon for like a Terra Captain that can
Yeah,
like come in, claim
it's one of
something from like a
the
pivot.
it's one of the
Yeah.
only really low tiers. Like it's one of the months 10 points and below that's really fast, but still hits really hard. Like This thing, I think it's 120 speed and 125 special attack for a low tier Pokemon. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, the fun thing about this is I love when the Inteleon you're expecting is not special and becomes physical
Yeah,
because that
it
catches
has the
people
move
off
pool
guard.
for it. Yeah, I've looked at that
Yeah,
set before.
and then you just click Fell Stinger on a Mon that is like chipped down, and now you have insanely set up Pokemon that you can just sweep with. So you know
Yeah,
it's great there. It also gets Sucker Punch, so uh,
really needs Sucker Punch
Harvey
with its
provide.
120 base speed. It really does.
It really does. I mean,
Terra Flying is
the
interesting for it. I assume for the grass types that water and electric can't hit.
you got Ice Beam, but sure.
Yeah,
I think Terrifying is probably to patch up his a little bit of a ground weakness as we see from the chart, but hey, you never
yeah,
know.
yeah, could be. I mean, it's going to be good for them. Like, you can't really go wrong with a Terra Blast flying. So,
Yeah, yeah, it's really good into the
most
fighting
teams.
types in the metagame.
Most teams have a
Yeah.
flying weakness. So, I mean, my teams usually have a flying weakness.
I don't know if
His
my team has ever had a flying weakness,
I
but
usually don't draft rock or electric type, so that explains why.
see, that's the
Yeah,
thing. I really want to like a fast electric type. If I don't get it, it's a bulky uh
yeah,
electric. But
yeah. His second Terra Captain being Avalok. I really rate Avalok. I'm a bit more of a fan of the Hisuian one, but he didn't want it because with his regular Avalok, he's not quad weak to fighting or to steel, so he doesn't need to Terra it every time. Although I think if you are bringing Avalok, just Terra it, because it just renders all physical attackers useless. It's so bulky. It's ridiculous.
it's Everlook, and I agree with I agree with Pup on this one. I think the Hisuian doesn't really fit his team. Looking at the other mons, Ice is or the regular is probably way better, especially when your Terra types is Varian Ghost
Yeah,
afterwards too. Like it's like you were gonna come in, you're probably gonna click Terra, and now you wall a lot of things. So
yeah.
it
For me,
really
the
doesn't
only
matter.
thing that the Hisuian has that the regular one doesn't is Stealth Rocks, and I really do like having Stealth Rocks, so. But you don't really need it when you have King Gambit, when you have Screamtail, and he still picks up Sambakona and Cargo as we can see, so he does have nice Stealth Rockers anyway. He doesn't need
Yeah.
Hisuian. So. And Fairy and Ghost are really nice for it, like, with Screamtail and Avalok being his bulky Fairy types, you're not really breaking through this team. And Terra Ghost as a spin blocker and to be immune to fighting is really nice.
Yeah, I think spin blocking is like one of the greatest thing Avalok can do this generation. It's just
Yeah, exactly,
great at
because,
like setting up hazards and stopping the spins. So,
yeah, although this one isn't going to set up hazards, but he has enough hazard
well,
setters.
yeah, yeah,
Speaking of hazard setters, mob number 7.
the greatest hazards, the greatest spiker of all time.
Oh, I wanted this thing, man. I really did.
It looks
But
so good on your team.
yeah. And it annoys me that he has two 110 speed mods. Like, Superior would have fitted his as well. I mean, I'm coping. This Ogerpon is a really good pick for him.
Yeah, I think it gets the chip that you mentioned about Iron Hands not KOing all the mons. I
Mm-hmm.
think his hazard chip is enough to get Iron Hands the kills it needs. So
Yeah. My main
it's a
issue with
great mon.
Ogerpon is that it can't touch Corviknight and Skarmory, like it really can't. But if you U-turn out on two Iron Hands, you're kind of into a really great position, so I can see why he wanted it. It's a fast spiker, it's a fast U-turner, but it's still bulky. It destroys the ground types, which he is really weak to. It's also why I wanted it myself.
You just
So
run Leech Seed, Spiky Shield, Ogre Pawn. Corviknight ain't
yeah,
doing anything.
just steal who his sets from when he won the BBR Summer Scramble.
I did not watch any of that. This is something I came up right now.
Oh,
Just an
I
FYI.
think he had Terra Ogre on grass. He won the entire thing with it, and I think he used Stall Ogre every single time except for finals. It was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, like this mon can stall literally. Like now you have the option to run items. Like why won't you? You know,
Yeah,
it's
like
like
we are
one of the
joking
greatest things
about
it
it,
can do.
but Pup really could bring a stall team. Like every single mon except for Italian can fit on a stall team so far.
Even Inteleon fits on the stall teams. Stall teams run Meowscarada all the time.
Yeah, but
Inteleon is his
Italian is
Meowscarada
not
this
the
generation.
Meowscarada. Let's be real now.
It still gets U-turn. You just switch out, claim one and switch. But
Yeah,
honestly, like Ogerpon is a great pivot mon for him, especially paired with Tornadus and Inteleon. I think
exactly.
it just works really well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Up next is Sandaconda. Let's talk about the snake.
I like Sandakona. It's a really good Pokemon. Like, it's a Stealth Rocker, it gets Glare, it gets EQ because it's a ground type. With Shetkin, it's really annoying, so you can't really status it. It can easily recover itself with Rest, it can Coil. It's a really annoying Pokemon to kill. I like it.
Yo, Pup is low-key like setting up a sand team in disguise. Pseudo sand, I would say.
With the
With that
Macargo.
king, yeah, with the King Gambit and the Macargo, bro. Sandaconda with the sand spit gives them this left boost that they need.
Break his own
The
Focus Edge on Inteleon.
Macargo is gonna go
Really
fast.
good plan.
Bro, Inteleon doesn't need a focus sash. You just run specs.
Now,
I
with
think,
Sandakona, it's going to work
yeah,
well for him.
it's another rock setter. Like he doesn't have to pick Jigglypuff or
Screamtail,
Kingambit.
ER, exactly. It's just a really
It's
nice
emo
pickup.
Jigglypuff.
It's a really nice pickup for him.
Yeah, does this mon get spikes? I don't think so,
No, it
right?
doesn't. I
Thank God
drafted
it
it in
doesn't.
low tier season 2, thinking like I'm going to spike stack my opponents, and then it didn't get it. So I just had to go the offensive route, which was still fine. But he
I
doesn't
mean,
need spikes. Like his Overpon has spikes, so
it's a glare mon. You can run loaded dice, scale shot, rock blast sets.
yeah, with
You
Coil, that's
can,
really cool. Like you boost your
yeah.
attack and your accuracy, so you can't miss scale shot and your defense, but then you lower your defense with scale shot again, so you get a net
I
positive
mean,
with attack and speed, but you don't lose
yeah,
your defense.
or you can run coil rest with shed skin and then run
Yeah.
body press. It's
Shout
all
out to
you
my
need.
Gliscor. Shout out to my Gliscor taunting Steve's Sandaconda for 16 minutes.
I still need to watch that, by the way.
I've
Um,
uploaded that like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's been a while. You probably watched
oh
my
wait,
pre-OV.
I've probably seen it. I saw Steve
Yeah,
like put it in self promo, so that's what I gotta watch. I
yeah,
probably watched your video a while
yeah,
ago
you
and I
probably
forgot
did.
about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sandaconda is a great pickup. It can fit on teams really easily because it has other abilities besides Sand Spit that work. So, I mean, decent for Pup's team.
It's a good
It's a
budget
slower
pick.
mon. Yeah,
It's going to work
but
exactly how
cargo
he wants it
next.
to. And Macargo.
Yeah,
I remember talking with
Terramacar.
Puff when I wanted his Ogre I was like, I really want his Ogre And he was like, yeah, maybe I drop it. Depends on what else you're going to get. And I said to him, yeah, I'm going to get Bronze, I'm going to get Braviary, and then I'm going to get a really fun Pokemon, implying to my Samurott. And he was like, oh, a
Yeah,
really fun Pokemon. That sounds like something I'm going to get. And I'm like, trust me, bro, you're not going to get my Pokemon that I want. And then he was like, yeah, I want Macargo. And then I told him, you were worried about me sniping a Macargo? Really? So he really wanted this thing. I mean, I get it.
he
2 points
did.
for the Shell
I
slash
mean,
Terra Captain. I get it.
I was talking to him. He's like, bro, I'm gonna pick up this Macargo and I hopefully get a sweep with it. I'm like, bro, it's a Macargo. You're really gonna set up a sweep with this? And then he told me about his bulky offense. I'm like, okay, hold up. It might be possible. Like,
I
there's
really
enough
want to
threats to
know.
worry about.
I really want to know how fast a +2 Macargo gets. Like, does it outrun a Garchomp? I really don't think it does.
Probably not, but like, who cares? Who
But when he
cares? It's a
faces
Macargo.
Garchomp.
Dude, you could literally just run acid armor in Trick Room and do a lot of damage.
Oh, true. I think he does have
It
Trick Room.
doesn't
Like,
have to run.
Screamtail probably gets Trick Room.
I know. I think Volbeat gets Trick Room. Probably not. No, I'm
Springtail
selling.
probably
I'm
gets it.
selling. Screamtail probably gets it. I'm looking it up right now.
Have a
But
look. Iron Hands and King Gambit. Honestly, it's not bad.
honestly, yo, you should pick up an actual Trick Room as his budget pick.
I mean, we're
And this
saying
team
that
would
now, but when he wants to run an offensive Macargo, he has to click Shell Smash, and then his Trick Room is useless. So
that too. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how his Shell Smash works. I'm quite hesitant. I have not seen Macargo do Macargo things. But also,
neither have I.
you were saying he has to click Shell Smash. No, it can click Curse. Better in Trick Room.
Oh,
Yo,
that's
Curse.
really threatening. Wow. I
it's
can hate on this Macargo. I don't
it's a
face Crep in
Macargo.
regular season. I can hate on this thing all I want.
Bro, why does this thing get Memento, man?
That's probably its best usage. Click Memento, go into King Gambit, and win. Shell Smash
That
Memento to get a fast Memento. That's the play, man.
that is the play. No,
I'm letting you
it's
talk about Macargo. I don't know enough about it. I really don't.
bro. You think I know about it? I have Showdown open to look at what this thing does, and it doesn't do much.
I want to
I
make
mean,
a
like,
bet with Toch that his Chico is getting more kills than Puff's Macargo.
okay, hold up. We might be selling here. It gets magma armor. This mon cannot be frozen, man.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm definitely clicking Ice Beam on this Macargo instead of surfing it to death.
Hey, you never know. He's Terra Grass and Dragon. Sometimes you might have to click Ice Beam, and he can't get frozen from it.
That's a really good. Yeah. Trico is getting more kills than this thing. I'm
Dude,
saying it
okay.
now.
Okay, we're selling, but this thing actually gets flame body and weak armor, so he could actually set
weak
up
armor
a-
is actually quite cool with Curse. I'm not going to lie, that's quite cool.
yeah. So he could set up a pretty good a cargo sweep, especially with his team synergy. It is quite possible. So
No,
hey,
it is
coaches,
not. It is not.
coaches, if you're listening right now, be scared of this Macargo.
If
But
you
don't
get swept by
overprep for it.
Macargo, you are going to get memed on for the entirety of GWA. I hope you know that.
I mean,
But Pup, if you're listening to this, as you should, respect Samurott and get a sweep with Macargo. That's all I'm going to say.
and Pup, if you're listening to this, I better see a blunder policy Inferno Macargo in one of the weeks.
Oh yeah, 100%. Speaking of Macargo, it's never going to come to a game because he drafted Iron Moth next.
I was gonna say a better Macargo there.
Yeah, it's really funny how Pup took Iron Moth around 10 and he sniped Patrick with it, who was asleep because he was drunk the night before. That's
Dude,
so sad.
it was so funny. Cause like I saw him put it in the chat like an hour later or something like that. He's like, man, I was drunk. I should have picked this up like last round. And I'm like, rip.
You're going to know Patrick as the drunk. In MMC, we can just add him at the drunk, the server drunk. We don't even have to go at Patrick. It's really nice.
We should add that here.
I mean, we have some rivalries there. Like, I think Maki qualifies, Steve qualifies.
Oh no.
We have some drunks here. It's nice.
We can add all of them to that role, so they all get pinged.
That's cool. Instead of season 7 coach, server drunks plus Dries.
Yeah, and me.
and you. But you don't play, so we don't have to add you. Anyway, Iron Moth. 110 base speed, 145 special attack, I think. It's really strong. I've never used it before, but everyone tells me that I should draft it, so I'm intrigued to see how Pup does with it. I've only seen Zero use it, so...
Pup is using it right now with his Terramon.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. He's using it defensively. So, that's cool.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, he's using. I mean, it's Terra, so it's a little bit different. But like, you can genuinely run like defensive Iron Moth, and it works.
Morning Sun and Toxic,
well. Yeah,
I can see it.
I mean, Pup has experience using this, and honestly, like, he knows how to work with Iron Moth, and if you set it up right, it can definitely do a lot of damage. So it is a pretty good pick. Obviously, you don't have that offensive fire after Macargo, so it's a good pick to pick up a grounded poison and Macargo.
Yeah,
Better. than
better
Macargo.
Macargo. Exactly.
Yeah.
Second to last pick, Gudra. It's really nice to get through Gudra this late in the draft. Spadef Wall, Dragon typing. Hits really hard as well. It's really impossible to switch in on this thing. Like, I'm never comfortable throwing something out because it gets coverage for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, with the Scream Tail, it's really nice to just wish pause into it. So I rate the pickup. It's not my favorite Pokemon, but it will be doing a job.
I mean, I drafted Gudra Season 5, and it was brought basically every single week because I found a role for it, and it's
Yeah.
the same thing. Like, it does a lot of different things. It has a respectable attack stat and a special attack stat, so you can't really like prep for one or the other. You gotta prep for both, and especially with like the Spadef of 150, like this mon is going to sit there and take hits, so it's a really
Exactly,
good
yeah.
sponge.
And I think it gets Toxic and Knockoff now, so it's a really annoying Pokemon.
I knew it got knockoff. I didn't know it got toxic. That's
Yeah, I
good to
think
know.
it does get Toxic.
Yeah, it does, and especially it also gets Sab Sipper, so that's
Yeah.
kind of fun. And Gooey. Gooey is a lot more worse than Sab Sipper because imagine you're a pivoting team and you bring Goodra in. There goes all your speed.
True.
If you,
True.
that's
I'm
probably
glad
like
Pup
the
has
worst
Gudra and
example.
it's not on Caleb's 9-pointer team. Like, I was talking to Caleb about Gudra and he was like, no, I don't want this. I'm like, okay, sure. And then Pup took it and I'm like, yeah, I'm really surprised you really didn't take the Gudra. Like, hydration with his rain team. Could run some rest sets. Could run Toxic Stall. I'm happy it's not with Caleb. That being said, Pup also has a stall team, or like the possibility of a stall team. So who knows? It might be worse in Pup's hands than in Caleb's.
Hey, Wolby gets Rain Dance. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Speaking of
We got
Volbeat,
manual.
it's going to
I
click
love that
Encore.
Pokemon.
It's all it's going to do. It's going to click Fast Encore.
There's a lot. There's a lot of things Wolby can do, buddy. Trust me.
Yeah,
I
but
love
there's
this
not a lot
Pokemon.
of things Volbeat can do well.
Well, you click Thunder Wave, you turn out. You know,
It's
you
definitely an offline move.
click Encore.
I'm going to agree with that. It gets so much annoying stuff. It's like a budget whimsicott.
Literally, it is. It is
Yeah.
actually a budget whimsicott. Because that's what it does. Like you taunt Thunder Wave, Encore, and then you turn. Like there you go. Like you're pivoting around really easily
Yeah.
on something that's threatening your team. Surprisingly, you could run a Choice Bandit set if you really want to. Don't do that.
Yeah, please don't do that. I
But-
think this is a really interesting team. Like, if you told me, like, draft a team for Pup, I would not have drafted this, but I do rate it. Like, it
Yeah,
has a lot of things that's going to be really annoying to fight. I don't mind not fighting him this season, is all I'm going to say.
I mean it's a scary team, bulky offense. Like it's not easy to do with.
It's hard to find a way to beat this thing immediately, I think.
Yeah,
I,
and he
I,
could.
I don't look at this team and I'm like, yeah, sure, he's weak to ground according to the type chart. But you're not going to beat this team with EQ when he has a Tornado Styrian, an Ogerpon, and an Avalok, so
Yeah,
I
was
think
gonna
this
say
team is
that.
going to be
Like,
really hard to beat.
yeah, and like the crazy thing about this is like he has probably like insane potential for manual weather setup because he has mons that work in like weather nicely if he ever so desires to run weather. Like he
Yeah.
doesn't have to obviously with his team.
Thorn and Gudra
but-
can be really nice in rain.
Yeah.
Macargo and
Inteleon,
Sun.
Gudra, and
Don't
then-
sleep on Macargo and Sun.
Yeah, and Iron Moth, bring them both.
Solar Blade Ogerpon. Would be cool.
Oh, that would be fun. So yeah, really good bulky offense. I mean,
Yeah.
round 2 team. It's great.
Yeah, I like it. So, third team, we are going to get Steve, my favorite waffler in the league, together with myself. I like Steve a lot. I like his team a lot too. Palafin round 1. I thought it was going to go early. In MMC, Palafin is not allowed, so I really thought one of the MMC people would take it, so first one that could, did. I mean, we all know what Palafin does. It's really strong. Choice bandit sets, bulk up sets. Even choice scarf is quite nice sometimes if you don't want to be relying on jet punch, but most of the times you really rather have choice bandit or bulk up. I've
Mm-hmm.
seen some mirror her sets as well. I remember when Spin used to mirror her Falafin on my Swords Dancing Sneezer, that was cool. And then I got 6
Elephant
outs.
is a,
That's not so cool.
I mean, people think they can prep for it, but because you can trap it, but you really can't.
Yeah, like it can flip turn out. Like
Dude,
usually you don't run flip turn on Palafin because it really likes the coverage moves it gets. But you can run Palafin with flip turn, so
yeah,
like
you know
it's
what else you can run? Throat spray, boom burst.
I was going to say that I have done that before, but I haven't. I did run like a Boombird Crossnot set to beat a Navalok. That was cool. Like I ran, I think Bulk Up, Jet Punch, Boombird Crossnot, and I 6 out someone. That was really nice.
I remember us building, like me and Pup building a special Palafin because I think he was fighting a ground type and Grass Knot looked really good into it. So it was a
All I'm
special
going to
build, but yeah,
say,
like
I remember Pup having Palafin, and if I won my quarterfinal game, I would have fought Pup, and I had a really nice set into his Palafin. But then I lost, so I have never had to show that Palafin set. And I'm not going to say it now because I don't want to ruin Steve's dreams. But man, I really hope someone picks it up as well. It's a really
yeah,
fun set. I can tell you after the recording.
sure. I think Palafin, like, it does things well that it generally does, and it has extra. Because, like, people prep for, like, let's say a banded, like, Wave Crash, Jet Punch set, right?
Yeah,
But it has a lot of utility as well. Or you can run something else, like Encore Palafin or something like that. And it just catches people off guard because you don't think a Palafin would run, like, Encore or
yeah, true.
Taunt. And you just catch something off guard, then you set up on their face and then sweep. It can
Exactly.
happen really easily with Palafin because like you don't need a lot of moves with Palafin, especially you have stab jet punch, run bulk up or something, and then just go to town with it.
One of the most underrated things about Palafin, like, it's base 100 speed. It's one of its weaknesses. Like, I know Steve mentioned it a few times that he doesn't love it at its base 100. But one of the things I really like about it is, like, the slower Pokemon you don't really need to outrun anyway. So you can just invest in max HP, max attack, because you're going to be running Jet Punch anyway. And with
Yeah,
max HP, this thing is impossible to kill.
yeah, it's crazy bulky. For some
Yeah,
reason, they decided to make it bulky too. I
like,
mean, it's just a broken mon, man.
yeah, its ability is bad, but then again, you just lead off with it and you switch out. Sure, you lose momentum, but do you really care? Like, we all know how important lead matchups are, and if you lead Palafin, you basically throw away your lead matchup. But then again, if you swap out into, like, spoiler alert, the Sylveon or like the Iron Threads, it's not the end of the world. And then you can pivot from there, and you suddenly have a box art legendary. For what it's worth. Palafin is basically a box art
Yeah,
legendary.
it
So
basically is. Yeah, I
you
think
can't
I
go
think
wrong with it.
you can go wrong with it, but you know, you have a lot of pieces to just soak hits. Might as well take
Yeah.
care of Palafin with
It's
that.
not my favorite mon to use, but the 2 times I did draft it, it was really nice for me. I think I made finals twice, won once, so it's not that difficult to use. It's really strong, so I think Steve's going to
Yeah,
enjoy it. Second pick,
yeah,
Iron Threads.
it's
I think
Iron
it's
Threads.
early for Iron Threads, but then again, it's a really good spinner.
When did Tusk go? Tusk went round
Round
one,
one,
right?
yeah, with Crep.
Yeah, so I think round two Iron Hands is totally fine.
Iron Threads,
It
yeah.
was not it was not lasting round three, so
Yeah,
if
probably
Steve
wasn't.
knew he wanted to draft it, so
Yeah,
I think it's probably a good pick.
yeah, it's a really good pick. I didn't love it as hazard removal when I had it, but it's really annoying to switch in on, I've learned. Like, when I had to fight Iron Threads, it gets so much coverage moves, and it hits really hard too. Like, if you run it offensively, it's really annoying. So,
Oh yeah. And you
It's
can
not
scarf it really easily too to
exactly.
outspeed some of the faster Pokemon. And someone might be expecting a bulky build. Now they're caught off guard with a Scarf Iron Threads that is actually doing a lot of damage because it
Even
has the
choice bands.
capability.
Even
Yeah,
choice bands. It's really fun.
or specs.
Yeah, let's not
It,
cook too much.
bro, I've seen specs Iron Hands or Iron Threads put in work.
I mean, so
Dude,
have I, but
you
then it
can
dies after 2 steel beams, so it's a bit of a
you can run
waste.
Flash Cannon.
No, you cannot. Go now.
you just you just Volt Switch with specs Iron Hands,
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
then you get Earth Power. It's it's there. I'm just throwing out random heat sets because why not? But yeah, it does its job really well. It has that bulk to go for it, and then it can be a really good Scarfer or offensive Pokemon, which is good for Palafin because now you have a sponge if you really need it, or
True.
if you have a different Pokemon that is filling the role for a sponge, you have Iron Threads to help Palafin get some chip damage before it can come in and clean. So it
Yeah,
is a
or you
perfect
just full
pairing
switch
with.
out into the Balafin and you break from there. It's really nice. Get Stealth Rocks too. Like, sure, Iron Trance doesn't love to run Stealth Rocks, but it can. So it fits a
Yeah,
lot of roles that in one Pokemon that Steve is going to use very nicely.
yeah. And then it also gets knockoff. So if you want to knock off spam,
Through
that's fun too.
one of my best friends, he used Iron Threads a lot in OU in early Gen 9. He doesn't want to play draft, but he had a disgusting Iron Thread set. I remember he had Rapid Spin, Stealth Rock, Knockoff, Volt Switch. What a disgraceful man. And it put in work. It put in work.
I mean, like, what else you need? You have pivot. You set up hazards.
You
You
might
knock
need
off
EQ
items.
on
Like
your
it has done
112
its job.
attack Pokemon, but like, okay. But it gets so much coverage. It gets a lot of utility. You can't really go wrong with it if you're a good builder, which Steve is, so he'll do fine
Yeah.
with it. Latios
Up
next.
next.
Intrigued to see what you think
Yeah.
about that.
I like Latios. I mean, I've seen it like every time someone picks it up, I'm a little bit hesitant. I'm like, why are you picking up Latios? But the one thing that I didn't realize is like it gets flip turn. There you have
Yeah,
momentum, and it has insane damage output too. Like you just run like Scarf or Specs Latios, or even like set up variants.
yeah, the
It
Soldu
can
set.
do a lot of Soldu. I forgot about that. It does a lot of damage. So I like Latios. I've never like thought about it too much to pick it up, but I think it's a mon that works with Steve's team, especially with Iron Threads. Like you can pair it up with a really nice Pokemon like that, and it's gonna pivot. It will do damage, and go. Like it's fine. Luster Purge is a
It's
great
nice to
move.
have, yeah.
So
I don't
I
know
think
about
it's a really
Latios. Like, I remember when the Latios came back to Gen 9, everyone put them up really high. I think Latios went for 19 points and Latios for 18, which was a war crime, so high. But now they're quite underrated, me being a part of that, so I think it's quite a skill Pokemon, probably. If you're not a good
it
battler, you
probably
probably won't
is.
like it. If you're a good battler, you might like it. I never used it myself. I remember using Latios and didn't love it, so maybe Latios is better, I don't know. I'm
I
intrigued
mean,
to see
it
how
depends
Steve
on
does with
your
it.
it depends on what kind of playstyle you have, right? I think Latios is like more of an offensive playstyle, whereas like
Yeah,
Latios is inclined to like setup or bulky playstyles.
yeah.
But I've used Latios on ladder, and I like being quite annoying with it, especially with Terra Electric bulky builds. But I think Latios is that kind of mon that just comes in, puts some pressure on, and then pivots out. So
Yeah, I agree.
it's an interesting one to say the least. I have never looked into drafting it. I don't know if I want to draft it, but it can work.
It's
So
not the mon I like because it's a dragon type without dragon dance. So I mean, it does get dragon dance, I guess, but it's a special attacker, so
yeah,
it's not its mega anymore. But I think it would be fine on Steve's team. Like, it doesn't need a physical attacker. He really needed some special breaker with Palafin and Iron Threats already being there. So I guess it fits the role, and it's a really nice speed tier to have. So
yeah. I think it's a fine pickup.
I think so too.
Up next is Weavile. What do you think about Weavile?
I love Weavile. Choice Bandit knockoff. Choice Bandit triple axle if you hit it. It's really strong. It doesn't like to run boots, so it's really nice if you have iron sweats to rapid spin. Yeah, it's just a delete button reval. I love the thing. I never used it in draft too.
Yeah. I I think Weavile is interesting for this team because it pairs so well with Latios. I think like that is something that's gonna be nice for Steve is that now you have a Weavile switching. Like every time Weavile is threatened, you could pivot out into Latios and then do
Exactly.
heavy damage. Or you go out in one of your Sponge Terror captains. But
Yeah.
I think I think it's a nice pairing, especially because like now you have breakers to pair with Palafin. You don't care
True.
about hazards because you have threads and colossal and driftbloom. So honestly, Weavile works really well on this team because you're not that worried about hazards, and if they do go up, you can pivot out and get rid of them really easily.
Exactly, yeah. I like same thing as with Mikey, but we're going to talk about in a few. Like if Palafin or Latios doesn't break something in half immediately and it's like it lives in red HP, you can easily clean it up with like a Choice Bandit Ice Shard from Weavile, so it works as a
Yeah,
breaker, it works as a sweeper, it works as a cleaner. It's going to do damage. I really like it.
yeah.
Don't think we have
This
to
is
say much more about Weavile.
Yeah, it's one of the other Pokemons that really like doesn't catch an eye when drafting, but when you do actually draft it, it puts in a lot of work if opponents are not prepped for it.
Exactly. And most teams are weak to Weavile, so no
That
teams
too.
like switching in on knockoff, and most teams are weak to ice, so it's a really nice matchup fish.
Yeah.
Up next, Raikou. I think Raikou is really cool. I've been losing to it a few times now, so yeah, I hope Steve doesn't beat me with it. But it's a fast electric type, which is still bulky. It can set up with Calm Mind. It gets the coverage moves as well. Like usually electric types have a hard time with coverage moves. But this thing gets Scald, it gets Shadow Ball and Extra Sensory. I think it gets Scorching Sands, but I may be wrong about that. I'm probably wrong about that.
I don't see Scorching Sands.
Does it
It's
get a grass move?
I don't think so. I mean, it gets no, it doesn't get any grass moves. It gets Scald though, which picks up
Yeah,
ground types that you're worried about.
exactly.
Y- And surprisingly, this one gets extreme speed for no reason. So if you want a priority,
Yeah.
oh, it gets Trailblaze. That's a
It
grass move.
gets a grass move.
It
Not the one I
gets a
meant.
grass move,
Not the one I
but
meant.
not that you want to run.
No, not really. But no,
I
this
think
thing
this
is really
is
nice.
this is a great specs user. I think like he specs this mod and it's gonna do
I think
great
it's
job
really good
doing
with Calm Minds.
damage.
I
That
think it's a
too.
better Calm Mind user than a Specs user. So
I
it's
mean, it
bulky
has the
enough.
bulk for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a bulk for it. So there's there's that heat. I mean, Combine is pretty usual on Raikou. I've seen it run like a lot more like specs or Scarf this metagame because like things are speedier now. But honestly, like bulky Combine can put in a lot of work as
Yeah,
well,
because
depending
like
on the match.
you're mainly not OKOing a Raikou instead unless you're running like a ground type. But ground types do want to switch in on a Scald. And most ground
They
types
really
also
don't.
don't outspeed Raikou, so if you get the Calm Mind up when when the ground type switches in and then you click a +1 Scald, I mean you're going to do some damage, and if you get the burn, it's GG's. So
Yeah, and
I
it
think it's a
gets
really nice
roar,
Pokemon.
so
Oh yeah,
yeah,
true. We love some roar.
you can phase things out. You can run screens Raikou as well if you really want to some weeks.
Yeah, you can run support. It's really cool. I
Yeah.
think Steve has a
I
really interesting team. Like Latios, Weavile, and Raikou are three months you don't always see. So to see them together on the same team is cool. I like it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And honestly, like on paper, you look at this team and you're like, all right, where's the synergy? But you have so many dimensions of building this team. Like you'll get lost in predicting on what's gonna show up.
Yeah, exactly like that. And then you
So
ask where's the synergy? He picked up Sylveon. That's the synergy Pokemon. So
You're right. that's the that's the hey, I wish for more health, please. There comes a baton pass. Oh, a baton.
My
I am
team
full health
definitely
now.
needs to be glued together. Oh, let me get Sylvio.
It's such a cool mod, man.
Originally, he
Very
wanted
nice.
Klefki, and I talked him out of that. Like, I was like, you should really draft Sylveon, Steve, instead of the Klefki. Because Sylveon is a lot better than it. And he needed some convincing, but then he still went for Sylveon. So, I think it will do really well with him. It's a Wish
Yeah, just
Passer. It gets Yawn to kind of phase, but if you want to directly phase, I think it still gets Roar too. Don't quote me on that.
oh yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. Calm Mind
Alluring,
sets.
alluring voice is nice for setup.
True. Although at
So
that point, I'd rather run a Hyper Voice, so.
I mean, yeah, you're right.
Alluring voice, I don't know about it, man. Like, I've seen people use it to get the confusion, but then I'm like, do you really want to risk something on like that 25% confusion chance?
I mean, it's more of a bait to let them switch out, more than
Oh,
like get the
I
confusion.
I know myself. If I'm clicking Source Dance, for example, and you click Alluring Voice, you get the confusion. Sure, but I'm attacking you. I'm not switching out. I'm attacking. I don't care.
That's that's you. Some people see the confusion. They're like, all right, I think I should probably switch out.
See, that's the
But
difference between me and them. If I hit myself
yeah,
in confusion, I blame hacks. So I have an excuse ready. It's fine.
we blame Max for everything.
It's not my fault, so. But yeah,
Yeah,
Sylveon, it gets so much. Like, I can run some Psyshock sets as well for the physical walls, and for the poison types that otherwise wall it. Pixelate Quick Attack is fun. I've seen it used before.
yeah. Bandit Sylveon on
Unironically,
extreme.
I've seen that
Actually,
used before.
yeah, I've seen that too. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah,
But honestly, like it's not a bad mon.
yeah, it's just
Um,
going to help Palafin and Iron Threads.
yeah, it's your sponge that will or pivot, I guess. It's more of a pivot than
Yeah.
sponge, even though it sponges as well. It will let things come in and do its job.
Also
So
gets
I
screens.
think and screens, yeah, I was about to mention that.
Yeah.
Detect is not at all useful on this Pokemon, I feel like, but
I mean,
hey, if
it's
you're
not. It's
clicking,
never bad to click Detect or Protect when you have a Wish Passer. So
well, that too. At
yeah.
that point, just run protect.
I mean, Detect to work against the anti-imprison sets. People run that
Ooh,
still, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot
Oh
about
man,
that.
funny story. I remember when I was first starting to play competitive. I think in Gen 4 it was, and I had the nastiest Sceptile set. I really wanted to run Synthesis with Leech Seed, Protect, and Detect. To click Leech Seed and then Detect, and then Protect, and then Detect, and then Protect. But that didn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. You found out the hard way, huh?
12-year-old Dries was a menace. It still is. Yeah.
You've been nasty like that
Yeah,
since the
man.
beginning.
Since the beginning. But now, Sylveon is going to work. And what's really underrated, like, you don't look at his team and think, yeah, pivots. But Palafin, Iron Thread, Latios, Raikou, and Sylveon, they can all pivot around, so
Yeah,
it's always a surprise what's going to be happening this game with Steve.
I think it's a good mon.
I think so too. I think it's probably the best fairy. I mean, the most
Yeah,
all-round fairy. It's not the best fairy. That's Primarina probably, but like, it's the most all-round fairy.
I think it works really well for his team. It's a good fairy for his team
Exactly.
specifically.
Around 6 Sylvan is always really nice. Like, usually it goes earlier, I think.
Yeah, and if you don't want Selvion as your fairy, why not get Arbaliva as your fairy? Why not?
Exactly. Exactly. It's one of the Terra captains. Grass, fairy, poison. I mean, we've seen what Arboliva does in YouTube leaks. We've seen what it does in leaks with Crep. Crep lost this thing.
Yeah,
It's a really good Pokemon.
this. I mean, Terra Poison is kind of new for me. I've not seen
Really? I've seen
many
poison
Terra.
quite a few
I have
times.
not seen. I have not seen many Terra Poison Arbalizas, but it looks really good.
Yeah, it works well with his Seed Sower ability to block the Earthquakes. And not block the
Oh
Earthquakes, but
yeah,
weaken the
I
Earthquakes. So it's
forgot
only
about that.
weak to Psychic. I like, if you're weak to Psychic, are you really weak to anything? such a bad typing now.
Yeah,
It blocks
unfortunately, it's nerfed to
the
the ground.
it blocks the toxic. So if you want to be an annoying Calm Mind strength subset, which you really can be, poison is really nice for it too.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the most fun things with Dark Believer, in my opinion, is to be able to run Terra Blast when you don't have to
And
when you
get
aren't
stabbed
Terra
both
stylized
times.
yet. Yeah, yeah, it's really fun that.
I
It
think
gets Encore
Arbaliva is
too.
a
Did you
fun
know
one.
that?
I think so, yeah. It gets
Yeah.
Encore, it gets Lead Seed,
My
Protect, it
Lilligant
can
has
do
been
all the
anchored by
annoying
an
stuff.
Arbaliva before, which was tragic. So yeah.
Bro, this thing is insane. It has screens, it has all the annoying capabilities that you want in a Pokemon, and
Yeah.
it's bulky.
And it's really strong too. Like this thing hits hard. I don't know the exact special attack, but I think it's like in the 120s.
It's 125 special attack.
See? Like it's the same special attack as Weevil
Like,
has attack. How crazy is
yeah,
that? More
bro,
special
this thing
attack than
is
Raikou.
insane.
Like,
I want to see Steve cook up with Terrain Pulse Arbaliva.
yeah. I know Steve loves Arbaliva. He's used it before. I don't think I have seen him use it before, but I know he has used it before, and it's like one of his comfort mods. So
Yeah.
we're going to see some
Honestly,
nice Arbaliva sets.
I think this is a good mon, especially like pairing it with Palafine, Latios,
Yeah,
Iron
true.
Threads,
Like Palafin doesn't
Raikou.
like bulky waters, but like Raikou and Arboliva just beat bulky waters alive. So
Yeah. You know, Threads and Raikou don't like Earthquake. Arbaliva eats it
Arboliva,
up for days.
exactly. It's going to work really well for him.
Yeah. Pairing that up with Colossal.
I love
Another
Colossal.
Pokemon that hates Earthquake, but
Yeah,
Arbaliva,
I really
it
like
doesn't kill.
Colossal. Fire Mother
I
and
do
Ghost is
too.
interesting on it. I really like
I want
Fairy.
to draft. I want to draft Colossal now. I really
Yeah,
do. It's
yeah.
like it's the greatest hazard setter you can get. It gets spin. It gets body press. You can do damage with any of its moves. I think it's a great Pokemon.
It's annoying to switch in on. I remember when we were prepping for CDC finals, Zero and I was like, my opponent does not like switching on with Colossal. And he was laughing about it, like, who does switch in on Colossal? Well, I won 4-0 and Colossal got 4 kills, so
Yeah, I
suck
remember
on that
that. I
Zero.
remember the match.
Did I
You-
show you the screenshots? I was
I
like,
think you did. I think you did. Yeah, I remember that because like I remember you explaining your plan with the final Gambit
yeah,
copycat,
yeah,
and then you're like, yeah, I have the Terra Fairy Colossal too that can take on anything. And I'm like, bro, Colossal ain't built that way. And then I saw the battle. I'm like, okay, Colossal is that guy.
yeah. So Zero saw the results and he was like, don't tell me who made you win the game, but I think it's going to be Iron Threats, are going to be Tornadoes, are going to be Palafin. And then he mentioned like, if it's Colossal, I will do something crazy. I will commission you a Colossal draft logo. Well, I still haven't got that logo.
I remember this in the chat as
Yeah,
well.
it's great.
That was
Nah, Colossal is really
crazy.
nice. Like you said, Stealth Rock Spikes, Rapid Spin. But it gets Will-O-Wisp too, if you don't want to be running Flame Body. It's nice
I
that it
think
has the same attack as special attack, so you can actually run Power Gem instead of having to rely on stupid Rock Slide or Stone Edge. You can run some Meteor Beam sets, which is really cool.
you can also run curse sets if you really want to.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good
But I
Pokemon.
think
Iron Defense, Body Press. Can't really go wrong with it.
I think this is a better Avalugg, man. Like it gets
Mm,
rocks. Hear me out. It gets rock spikes, right? It gets better offense, and you still have that Terra Ghost capability for Steve's team.
I
So
mean,
it's
I
like a
get what you're
better.
trying to say, but it lacks recover. So,
Who cares about recover when you got a Sylveon that's gonna wish pass into you?
I guess. I guess. Eh,
You really don't care
no,
when
you're
you're
wrong
Colossal.
about this. But no, I like Colossal. The main issue with it is that it really likes to be your Terra captain. So, and
Oh
so does
yeah.
Arboliva. And both of
Yeah,
them
that's
are defensive centerpieces of Steve's team. Like I think most weeks he will be bringing one of them, if not both.
I
So
agree with that. I think it's
so
like I agree with this because like even if you're Arbaliva or Colossal, you really want that Terra
yeah,
because you want to like predict that opponent and Terra to take less. And if you don't have that capability, your wall is a little bit weaker in
true.
that sense. Obviously, you have your Selvion, but that can only do that much. It can't
Yeah.
do too much.
Although
And
if you
then
do
if
play
you
them right, it's still fine. Like their natural typing, how weird they are, they do wall quite a fair bit of mons. Like Arboliva walls of special attackers being grass and normal, and Colossal walls of physical attackers being fire and rock. So if you play them right, they don't have to be terastallized. But with Terra, they are just a lot more blanket checks, if you know what I mean. They're just
yeah,
easier
it's
to throw
it's
out.
better with Terra.
Yeah,
Yeah, they sponge a lot more when they're Terra.
yeah,
It's obviously like it also depends on Steve as a player, right? Because like he can make them work really nicely here.
true,
So
true.
I think
I like the
it
pickup.
will end up being yeah.
Yeah. Second to last month, Drivlin. It works really well with Arboliva. Gets you in burden in the terrain. I know he was talking about some really cool sets. I don't know if I'm going to mention them here, but he had some really nice set tech. I think Patrick knows already too. But Drivlin, it's
I
another
mean,
strength up user. It's another Calm Knight user. Gets store powered as well. It's a
you know what
defogger,
Driftlim does.
which people forget. I know what Drivlin does, yes. It beats Dragonite apparently.
I, I just love this mon. I mean, like you can cook so easily with this Pokemon. So
Yeah,
it's a versatile Pokemon. You put this under terrain with your Arboliva, and now it's just so much better.
yeah.
Um,
One of my favorite Drivlim sets is to run a resist berry with Unburden. That's really cool.
exactly. Or run a Keyberry. Did you have to look it up, by the way?
I think I did after the game because I knocked you off, so it didn't matter what it was. I was just like, okay, I don't
I
care.
really thought it would pop. I never tested it, but I'm like, it should pop, right? It didn't. It didn't act like a Colbert or any other berries, but it was pretty
Good,
funny.
good.
Um, Terra Driftbloom is really nice.
Yeah, but
Um,
sadly, it doesn't
especially in
have
terrain.
the capability to Terra here. It's only Colossal and
Exactly.
Arboliva. But then again, it
Exactly.
doesn't need it though. Like, it likes Terra mostly for the offensive capabilities. Like, defensively, Ghost and Flying is really good.
You're right. Yeah, if Steve is utilizing it for its defensive capabilities, I think he has every single piece that he needs for
Yeah,
Driftbloom.
exactly.
Um, I mean, it can be an annoying mon. It has an insane HP stat, so you don't even have to invest in like HP. You just go like max defense and special defense. You don't care about your speed. Now you have a really bulky Pokemon that can wall either sides pretty well.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
I think it's a pretty good Pokemon, especially with Strength Sap. It takes it to a whole other level.
Yeah. And it's a spin blocker for him, which works well with Colossal if he doesn't want to run Terra Ghost. If he wants Terra Water, for example, so it's nice to have.
Yeah.
And then his last pick, Revavroom. I rate it. It fits the speed tier that he needed. It's a grounded poison type that he still needed. Gets parting shot to
Hmm.
get out of there. And sure, it's quad weak to ground, but it has filters, so it's only 3 times weak, I think. And with Arboliva and its terrain, it helps. So I think it will
Yeah.
be fine. Revavroom. It's not the best Pokemon, but it's something you have to respect in prep. Like it can shift gear as well, so I think
I'll be
always
right back.
when you have
Keep
a
talking.
Palafin on your team, it's always nice to have Pokemon that other people have to respect in prep. Like Arboliva has to be respected, Drivlin has to be respected, Revavroom has to be respected, and if you have to respect all three of those, you have a lot less tools to deal with Palafin. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Hello? Hello. Ah, BRB, keep talking. Whoopsie daisy, professional YouTuber. So I have to be on my own for a few minutes. I can waffle on my own, it's fine. So yeah, I was talking about Revel Room, right? What did I mention? It's a grounded poison type, so it can T-spikes and Spartan shots. And yeah, I think it fits well on Steve's team. His speeches are looking really nice. Like, look at this 125, 115, 110, 106, 100, 90, 80. Sure, then it goes down to 60, but that's where your bulky Pokemon come in, so all good. And if you look at the type chart, he's weak to fire, he's weak to ground, and he's weak to rock. With all three typings of those, if you want to bring your fire, ground, and rocks, you're going to get clapped by Palafin, which I really like. Like, sure, people bring your fire, ground, and rock types against Steve. I get swept by Palafin. And then sure, he's weak to fighting, but are you really weak to fighting when you have a Sylvan and a Latios? I don't think so. And two of his weaknesses of fighting are his Terra captains, so if they Terra out of their typings, they suddenly aren't weak to fighting anymore, so yeah. I really like this team. It's an interesting one. I think Steve mentioned it as well that he wanted to use mods he hasn't tried before, so yeah, it's something new for him. I think they're a really nice and niche combo. I haven't seen those mods together before, so I'm excited for it, and I hope Steve does well with it. I'm going to move on to the next team, though. Offline can wait a little bit. Up next is Caleb. Oh, he's back. Hi,
Yeah, sorry about that.
All good.
I DM'd you, but I don't know if you saw it or not.
I saw it, but I did waffle a little bit on my own, so it's fine. It's not like I'm professional anyway. I moved on to Caleb.
Yeah, I saw.
So,
Caleb, man. My
one thing
eternal
we have
rival.
to say about Caleb, you don't see it here, but his entire team is 9-pointers. It's awesome, man.
Yeah. I really did DM him, and I'm like, "Are you actually just going for 9-point months?" And
When did
man
you do
says, I forget. I think it was like 1 or 2 days into the draft.
I
And
cropped
then-
on it immediately after the Blissey. I knew. I knew.
No, I know, because like I'm like, okay, so he's like going with like lower tier picks first, because I know like Caleb likes to do funny things like that. So after like a bunch of like picks go by, I'm like, is this man actually just picking up 9 points and below? I DM them, and then they say, yeah, inflation hit pretty hard, so can't go with the 8-pointers. I have to go to the 9-pointers now.
I rate it so hard, man. I mean, he won with his 8-pointers, so I guess he should win with his 9-pointers as well.
Yeah,
He doesn't have an excuse if he doesn't win this season, is all I'm going to say.
dude.
I
This
don't have my
freaking
Terra Dragonite
Flygon?
to beat him, so yeah.
Flygon pick 1, insane.
I
was
really
like,
like
goated
it.
pick.
I really like
Goated
it.
pick round 1.
I
Like,
know
you
a
don't
few
see
of
that
you have
every
seen people hate on Flygon, so I hope Caleb proves them wrong.
I think he can really easily prove them wrong.
Yeah, me too. It's sad that he didn't decide to Terra it though. Like, I really would like Flygon with Terra.
I would like Flygon with Terra, but looking at his Terra captains on this team, I like it less.
I guess. Braviary doesn't really need the Terra when he has rain, but I mean, it appreciates when he doesn't bring the rain, so I can see why.
Yeah. I just like Wochian with Terra. I've been like debating on Wochian Terra every single time, and I decided not to. But it's a mon that is annoying, especially if you're playing stall. And
Caleb,
guess what we have
playing
here?
stall. No, no, he would never. He would never.
I'm so glad I'm not playing this season.
I am so happy I have him week 2. I love me some good Star Wars. Oh. When he had his 8-pointers, we had the 60-minute battle, and I think it finished 6-5 after 60 minutes. It was awesome.
Oh,
he
that's
killed
funny.
my Bostif because my Bostif couldn't Doko with Cyclizar. I mean, are we surprised that I couldn't kill a Cyclizar? I'm really
No.
not. I'm really not. So yeah.
I'm surprised Cyclizar didn't get drafted this time around.
I put it at 11 points so he couldn't pick it.
I remember you doing that, and that's just like, that is just hurtful.
You know, if I put it at 10 points, he would only have drafted 10 pointers. I'm so
Yeah.
certain of it.
Yeah.
So it's at
And then
11
you wouldn't
points.
have your hair cross.
No, I would still have got my Heracles. He wouldn't have drafted
No,
it.
it would have been drafted. There's no
Nah.
way.
Caleb has some respect for me. He won't admit it, but he does have some respect for me. But no. Yeah, the Flygon is really nice. It gets U-turn, it gets Stealth Rocks, Earthquake, Dragon Dance. But it can also be a special set with Boom Burst and Bug Buzz, although that is not a stab move. Sadly.
It's a bug type. Let's be honest.
Yeah. But it does appreciate the grunt. Like, people really want it to be Bug Dragon. But then I'm like, do you really want stab Bug Buzz over stab Earthquake? Like, I don't. I'd rather have Earthquake.
Yeah. I mean, you get a dragon that resists bug, but like, is that any good to you? You know.
No. And you become Rocks weak instead of resisting Stealth Rocks, so
Exactly.
it's fine not being a bug.
Dude, did you know this thing got vacuum wave?
No. And I even have this mod myself and I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah. The
It's
first
cool.
thing I look at is vacuum wave.
You know what
That
else
is
gets
a great
Vacuum Wave?
No.
The best water type in existence. But that's for
Alright.
that's for the second team.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
talk about that when we get there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but Flygon is really cool. I'm excited to have it, to see Caleb use it.
I
I
think
don't know which
mixed
stall sets he's
Flygon is
going to be
really nice,
using,
too.
but he will find a way to bring a stall Flygon.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean, it has the potential. Like it has 80 across the board besides the attack and speed,
Yeah,
so
true.
it can actually run stall if it
I
wanted.
don't think it gets Roost anymore, but it doesn't need Roost. Caleb lost his rest sets, so
Well, I've never faced them, but I can see it. I mean, get rest sleep talk if you really wanted to.
I'm going to spoil something. Because his next pick is Blissey. And I drafted Blissey in MMC, and I thought about that with Caleb, and I was like, I really, really want to try a full rest team, and then just heal belt them with Blissey. And he loved that idea. So I
Oh,
wouldn't be
no.
surprised to see a full rest team, and then he heal belts them all off. I wouldn't be surprised. I never did it in
I mean,
MMC.
It's
I never
funny.
found a way.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, like, you don't even have to fully rely on heal bell, right? Because like you have sleep talk with some of the mons. You have
Everyone has sleep
natural.
talk, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you have natural cure with Shaman.
Shaman, true. Yeah,
And-
it's just nice to have heal bell. Like you can't win the
Yeah.
stall war with toxic stalling him, which I did try. I did try to toxic stall the Cyclozar and he got heal belt, so that was sad. But Blissey, it's the special wall. People are not
It
going
is
to win with
the
a special attacker against Caleb.
Yeah, especially with like pairing that with Tinkaton, you are never beating a special.
No, exactly.
Beating Caleb with a special Pokemon. Like he
Yeah.
has two.
Yeah, and it doesn't end there, sadly.
It doesn't end there. You're right.
Yeah, but Blissey, it also gets Stealth Rocks. And that's some really cool sets. Like, I had fun with it in MMC. I remember building, but you're going to see that in the video Steve put out. But I had a Choppleberry Max Fizzdeath Blissey to live a Choice Bandit close combat from an Adamant Sneezer, which was awesome. Not that it happened in the game, but you can build some really fun sets with Blissey. It gets a big move pool, like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Psychic, Alluring Voice. It gets a lot. I think when he had it in LCL, he swept some people with the Calm Mind Blissey.
I mean, it gets stored power, so that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Like, if you get rid of all the physical attackers and you run Calm Mind on your Blissey, what's killing it? Nothing. Yeah. Like...
I really want to see this interaction of Strength Sap on Blissey with a Copycat.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, nobody is clicking Strength Sap on the Blissey.
No,
but
you're better off clicking Leech Seed. You're honestly better off clicking Leech Seed. You're going to get a way more HP back.
That's true. I think Blissey has a lot of potential. I mean, it's a Stallmon, obviously, but
I disagree.
You know,
I'm on your side, Caleb. It's not a Stallmon. There are a
It's
lot
it's.
more. There are a lot bigger Stalmons than the Blissey.
I think it's a utility Pokemon. Let's put it
Yes,
that
yes,
way.
yes. To all the
It
MMC
does.
people watching this, this is not a Stalm. Let's respect Blissey.
I mean, yeah, we cover up the stall with the utility word right here.
Exactly,
Um,
exactly. It also gets
and,
T-Wave, which we didn't ban. I'm going to mention that with every Pokemon gets T-Wave. Like this next one,
oh, we should, yeah.
Tinkaton.
Tinkerton, the
I
best
love,
T-Wave abuser.
I love this thing. I really do.
Oh,
It's
me
so
too,
good.
buddy. It's
94
so
base speed. It's being
so
this
good.
bulky with this natural typing. Stealth Rock's knockoff T-Wave. And sure, it's weak, but when you have Gigaton Hammer, are you really weak?
No, you just bonk things. There's a reason people call it bonk. It takes its hammer
I
and
call it
bonks
bonk as well. I have my loot tier championship team. It was bonk. I love this thing.
it. It's a great mon. I mean, you get knockoff Thunderwave as you mentioned, rocks. You get screens if you really want to, but let's be honest, SD sets are where it's at. You encore
Yeah,
somebody into setting
but you have
up
some nice coverage
SD
as well.
yourself, and then
You get Ice Hammer
yeah.
for Gliscor, which I did experience firsthand a few times. You have Bulldoze to beat Iron Moth, which I have used before myself.
Yeah.
I remember. I think it was
I mean,
his 8-pointer season. He also had Tinkaton, and Zero had Iron Moth, and I helped Zero prep for finals, and I suggested to run Sugarberry on his Iron Moth because I knew Caleb would be running a Okaberry Bulldoze set on his Tinkaton, and he genuinely brought that set. Not that it
that's
mattered.
funny.
Caleb still won because the stall was too big for Zero's offense.
Guess what? Tinkaton also gets rest.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we're gonna see a trend with Caleb's team here.
For the people who aren't prepared for Caleb, please bring electric terrain against him. It's going to work. It's going to help you a lot because he can't rest then.
yeah, I'm gonna bring electric terrain versus a Jolteon. It's such a good idea.
Unironically though, I really look at the electric terrain when I fight Caleb. I really don't want him to rest again against me. I really don't. It's happened too many times.
I mean, it's not the utility that we have to worry about. Up next, he drafted Overquill, and with Politoed and stuff, it's a Raincore that we also have to worry about.
Yeah.
That is
But
scary.
even without Politoed, it's one of his stall Pokemon. Spikes, T-Spikes, Intimidate, Barbarage. We love Barbarage. It's such a stupid move.
It
I don't think I
definitely
have
is.
ever clicked Barbarage and not seen it be poisoning. All the time people click Barbarage against the poison. Every time.
I've seen it not poison, but again, if you don't get poisoned, what else? You're still living anyways, and then
Yeah.
you get a poison next turn.
It's a really good Destiny Bond Pokemon as well.
Yeah, it's surprisingly good at what it does. It's just
Yeah.
like it does its job. Like it's here to intimidate. It is gonna take some physical hits, and then it's out.
True. I
But it
really
also
like
gets
it.
taunt. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. And with 85 base speed, it's not a bad taunter. Like it's not something passive
No.
that's going to get outsped. So yeah, it's a really good Pokemon. Only being weak to ground. And yeah, when you have a Flygon, you don't really care about ground, especially when you have also the Braviary and the Raincore that's coming up next. So it's going to be really hard to kill with the Overkill. It also gets rest. Just saying.
Hey, did you know? Not that Caleb's gonna use this move. It gets
Foul Stinger.
scale shot.
Scale Shot. Damn. I thought you were going to say Foul Stinger again.
Nah. I saw it, but I'm like, scale shot is better.
Yeah, I did not know he got Scale Shot, but I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it too.
Scale Shot to explode after could be fun. I mean, it's self-destruct,
Ooh.
right? It's not explosion, I think.
I don't think it's explosion. It's definitely self-destruct, but again, not that bad.
Caleb is never clicking self-destruct. You can't stall someone when you blow yourself up, so.
Yeah, it would be funny to see like a stockpile set with like spit up or something. Especially
Yeah.
like if you're running a stall overkill, you can run spite and then just PP stall them too.
True. True.
So be careful,
Yeah.
coaches.
Oh, my week 2 game him is going to be so fun.
I'm excited to watch every single one of his game.
Oh man, me too. Sadly, he doesn't upload.
I know.
His 5th pick, Braviary Hisui. It's the first Terra captain. It's one of the best Terra captains, I think.
Yeah.
Like, this
It's
thing has
even
no
very,
switch
very.
ins. I mean, it does have one
It's
switch in. Blissey can switch in on it. But that's not happening, because he has Blissey as well.
well, there goes your switching.
Yeah. Like, I mentioned that he doesn't need to Terra flying because he has a rain team, so he doesn't have to rely on Hurricane.
But it's good to
But
have.
yeah, like he can run Super Step, Sheer Force boosted Hurricane and Rain. I
Ooh,
mean, I
that's
don't
gonna
know
do some
what
damage.
I don't know what I'm going to switch in on that. So, but yeah, it also
I
can be
mean,
Terra
not a,
Fairy and Terra Fighting. Terra Fairy is obvious, and Terra Fighting
yeah.
to kill the steals, which otherwise are annoying. So you don't have to run Heatwave on your rain team. I can see it. And for the
And he
dark types as
doesn't
well.
have. He doesn't have to rely on rain when
No,
you're just stalling
exactly.
mons out. So
Yeah.
it's like,
And you
who
also can't
cares?
really think like, sure, I will just outstall him as well, because his Braviary is a really good stall breaker. Like you have to
True.
fear the Sheer Force sets, but you also have to fear the Tinted Lens sets with Esperwing. It's really unbroken. So I think this Braviary is going to put in a lot of work. I wouldn't be surprised to see it up there at Kill Leader in the end of the season.
I'm glad this thing does not get stored power. I was looking and looking. I'm glad it doesn't get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it
It's a
gets
really
Calm
good
Mind
weakness
and bulk
policy
up.
Pokemon, this thing.
Oh, wait. Never mind. Never mind. It does get stored power. I just
Oh
zoomed past it.
wow. Oh wow.
Okay. Well, bulky Braviary. Because this thing gets Hone Claws, bulk up, Calm Mind. It just agility.
It's a
There's so
really
much
good
setup.
weakness policy Pokemon because it's bulky. And with Terra, like you lose your psychic typing, sure, because you lose a lot of you lose a lot of your moves that you will activate the weakness policy on.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like imagine coming in on a knockoff. You take 50% because you're bulky, you activate your weakness policy, and then you Terra into Fairy, click Roost, and suddenly you are at +2/+2 or a Fairy type at full. Yeah,
Yep. Then you click agility, become faster than them,
and the game's
and
over.
then
Yeah,
you start. Yeah.
yeah.
It's a mon that can do a lot, and you really can't prep too well for it.
Yeah. It's a mod I have wanted to try myself for quite a few times now. But its speed tier kind of puts me off, as well as it being a flying typing. Psychic type of the flying type, sure. But I
Hey,
think it will be
you,
really good. And we are forgetting that it can defog as well.
yeah, you know what? This thing can also learn future sight.
We do not talk about flying types with future sight. We do not.
I had to reawaken that part.
Man. Oh,
Sure, sure. Galarian Articuno didn't get picked, but
good. Good.
we have Terra Galarian Articuno.
I mean, I'd rather lose to a Braviary than an Articuno. Braviary is a cooler Pokemon, so.
Yeah, it is. It is more cool than Articuno, sure.
Exactly. His next pick is Politoed, so he has his Rain Setter now, which helps his Overcurl with the Swift Gem set. It also helps the Braviary with the Hurricanes being 100% accurate. And Politoed in itself is quite a good Pokemon in my opinion. It gets Encore. It can also be a Water Absorb Pokemon if he wants to fight Palafin, which could be cool.
Ooh.
Um,
Politoed is good.
I think it gets
It is
Whirlpool
like
Perish Song still, so that's nice. He will be
Perish
running
Trap.
that if he gets it, yeah.
Let me check actually. I see Whirlpool. Let's see.
He will be
Perish
running
Storm.
Perish Tongue if he can.
Yep, it does still get Perish Trap.
Yeah.
So that's funny. Hey, you know what else it gets? Belly Drum.
Ooh, another move he's never going to click.
Yeah. Honestly, like this. What?
Does it get Aqua Jet? Because that'd be cool. But I throw Aqua Jet in the rain.
Let me see. I don't think so.
I
No.
don't think so either. Nice. Okay.
But it is good because this is like a Hazemon. So
Oh,
if something is setting up on him, right, and he doesn't want to click Encore, he can just click Haze and still be fine. So
Yeah.
it's a mon that like stops your setup against you. Gets rest again, so another rest mon. But yeah, I think this is probably more of his utility where
Yeah.
he's probably gonna switch in on it, switch out.
Yeah. But you can also use it as a wall. Like, it's a bulky water type. Like, people forget
too.
about it. It doesn't have to be Drizzle each week. This thing can easily run Water Absorb.
Yeah. I mean, like, if it doesn't want to run Drizzle, I think Water Absorb is a really good ability for it. You
Yeah.
can even run Damp if you want to, if something's gonna explode. But I don't think any, like, crazy explosion mons got picked up.
Not really, I think.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is fine.
It's a good Pokemon. Like 9 points for a range setter. It's nice. Especially when you have
Yeah.
Overquill, Braviary, Basculegion, Jolteon. Yeah.
It's a good supporting piece that he could use pretty well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Up next is Shaman, Little Hedgehog.
This thing is going to be so annoying to kill. I can already see it. Going to be clicking Leech Feet and then pivot into Tinkaton. Clicking Seed Flare for Spadaf drops and then going to Braviary to kill something. Yeah. It's not going to be nice. Natural Cure Rest, as we talked about.
Sub Leech Seed, Shaman coming into town.
But like, it's a base 100 across the board mon, so it can also be run offensively. It's not bad.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's going to have it gets Healing Wish as well, which he will be using. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Healing Wish is something that you could click if you're like a little bit behind. If you want your slower mons to outspeed in the metagame, you can run Tailwind on this.
Yeah, Healing Wish to heal your Basculegion back up after it clicked Wave Crash 3 times. That's going to be nasty.
That is pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, Synthesis kind of gets not really useful, but you also don't want to click Synthesis on this mon when you're just clicking Elite Seed and Protect.
Yeah, and you also don't need it when you click Rest and then switch out, so...
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Rest mon.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think
also
this is...
Like, we are mentioning Synthesis isn't that good in Rain, sorry. But he doesn't have to bring Rain each time. Like, he has a Rain mode, but he also has a non-Rain mode. Like, he can easily run no Rain and still be fine, so... I really like it so far.
The other thing, this thing gets Baton Pass. So you can bait out those special attackers if any show up, and then you fast Baton Pass into Blissey, soak that hit up, and then pivot around.
Exactly.
So I think it's a pretty nice. Good
yeah. I don't think you can do much wrong with Shaman. I'm a Shaman believer, so especially in the hands of a capable player like Caleb, so I think it's going to be really good for him. Up next, Bascule. Oh, sorry. I interrupted you.
No, you're good. I think he'll cook with it. I think like every single mon that we have mentioned so far, he can pretty well cook with it.
Yeah, like Shaman definitely gets some other stuff that we haven't even mentioned that he is going to run somehow, so. Good to go for the next one?
Yep, go for it.
Up next, Basculegion. The male one, so he only has access to the physical attacker, which in my opinion is the worst one, because you don't really have a reliable ghost move. But then again, you can also just click Bandit Wave Flash in the range, so who does need a physical ghost move when you can just Wave Flash everything?
Yeah.
This thing does damage. It really does. Adaptability as well when you don't have to when you don't want to bring rain, you can just be a ridiculously strong physical nuke. And I think it gets Mold Breaker.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that. Like this thing gets Mold Breaker. This is a really good Mold Breaker Pokemon, especially if you bring Rain. Like you don't have to bring Swim.
Yeah, like water absorbers. They are not a switch in if you bring Mold Breaker, so I
Dude,
think
this
that's
thing
how
is
it works.
physical.
Yeah, it's
I
really strong.
I I forget which ones are physical and which ones are special.
My female
But
one is a special attacker, so
okay.
that's why I always draft it because I can spam Shadow Ball.
I mean, like this mod can just flip turn around and it's still gonna do a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
damage
true.
on you.
Choice Bandit Flip
Like,
Turn and Rain with adaptability could be insane.
yeah, like especially like if you're going up against like screens and let's say you're not choiced, you use Psychic Fangs,
Sci-Fangs,
break,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
break screens and just pivot around. So
Like this thing is
this
basically a slower but stronger Barraskewda.
it is, yeah.
One
Which
really nice thing about Basque Legion, both forms, but especially this one, it's really bulky and it's a ghost type, so you can easily switch it in as a spin blocker. You don't have to be afraid to get
true.
one shot. Like you will be taking hits. I think it gets like 120 HP.
Yeah,
Yeah. Look at me go, man. Knowing my stats on the top of my head.
yeah. I was gonna be like, there's like 1,000 Pokemon. Imagine being a biggest like draft league nerd, knowing every single stat possible.
Basque Legion is one of my original goats, man. I have to. I also know it gets
Bro, this thing gets
78 base
Aqua Jet.
speed.
Yeah, why does this thing get Aqua Jet, man? Like it's already strong.
I mean, it would be sad if it doesn't get Aqua Jet. So,
Yeah, nerf it a little bit. Bro,
nah.
I wanna see Head Smash being clicked once. Please.
I think he might.
I love that move.
It's one of the moves that
It's
he might do that.
it's so good. Like you never expect it. It comes out of the left field every time.
Yeah,
But
true.
I think it's a
Sorry.
great Pokemon.
It's a really good one. It's really good. And it fits well because his team does kind of lack a physical nuke. Like
Hmm.
Flygon and Overqwil, and Tinkaton are physical attackers, but they aren't really that hard hitting immediately, at least. So
Yeah.
Basque Legion being exactly that is really nice for him.
Yeah, like this is like a good choice Scarf user or a choice any choice band something user.
Yeah,
It just hits.
yeah.
Excuse me. Um, but yeah. Up next is Tandem Mouse.
No.
Mousehold.
Yes.
There you go. Hey, same thing, man. They look all the same.
Imagine Caleb drafting a 9-point tandem house. That'd be great.
Still has the same attack as Mousehold. It really doesn't, but dude, I always mix them up. But Mousehold is pretty cool. I like
I,
that Pokemon.
I am not a Mousehold believer. I really am not.
Hey,
You
at least
just
it's
bring
not
Rocky.
Terra.
You bring Rocky Helmet on it. It dies. And okay, I know that you can play around Rocky Helmets. And I know that it forces Rocky Helmet on stuff, so you basically know something is not going to be running like Boots or Scarf, something like that. But still, one wrong click on the Rocky Helmet Pokemon, and you just kill yourself.
Bro, I know Mousehold is meant to do that. Like just click Pop Bomb after Tidy Up. But I feel like there's so many other Mousehold sets that you could run.
Super Fang is definitely going to
Nobody
be ran.
does.
Super Fang and
That's what I'm
Taunt.
saying. Like
Yeah.
Super Fang is good, Switcheroo sets, Thunder Wave, like there is a lot of pivoting and support options with Mousehold that you can run,
Yeah, I
but
do
nobody
remember
runs it.
seeing Playmore beat the Skarmory 1v1 because I think they used Switcheroo Sticky Bark and then Encore on the Iron Defense. That was great.
Oh yeah, they did do that.
Yeah.
They did do that. That was pretty funny.
I mean,
But
if you're a competent Skarmory player, that shouldn't have happened anyway, but it was good that it was cool that it worked. I don't think it should have worked against me, but okay. Still different, I guess.
it also gets baton pass, man.
I mean, it gets
Another
U-turn too, no?
yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
really need baton pass then.
I mean, like if they're helmet, why not click baton pass? If you know their helmet.
I mean, I guess. I can see it.
But this is another pivot to let like something like Blissey Sponge, right?
Yeah.
So I think Caleb has a really like intricate team in terms of like he is going to let something come in, pivot around,
What I
sponge
remember
hit, do damage.
from his 8 pointers a few seasons ago is that it was really annoying to prep for, unironically, because every single mon on the team could come. Like usually we have teams, and then yeah, like Steve's team, for example, has the Palafin and then the Revavroom. Like Revavroom, I think it was 9 points, so it's the same pricing as Caleb's entire team. But you, for example, with Steve's team, you know Revavroom is like a rare pick, while Palafin is going to come most weeks. With Caleb's team, you have no idea what's going to come, because every
Yeah,
single mon has the same value. Every single mon can do a lot of things, so it's really nice to build with. Like I mocked with quite a few people when they had to fight Caleb, so I had to use Caleb's 8 pointers. It was really fun to use. So
yeah. There are so many dimensions to that where
yeah,
you can build whatever you want.
exactly.
Up next is Jolteon. That has a lot of dimensions, right?
No, but I have to respect Jolteon. I lost to
Uh,
it. I lost to it before, so
I think Jolteon does Jolteon things really well. It's a
I'm
speedy
glad.
volt switcher.
I am glad that it's not a Stera Captain though.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, that would have
I
been
know why it's not a Stera Captain, because his other mons are better Terra Caps. But I really did not want to
yeah,
fight a Terra Electric, Terra Ice Jolteon. I really did not.
true. But I think like this kind of solves his speed issue, right?
It really
Because like
does, yeah.
you don't have anything about 111 after Mousehold, right? So this thing puts you at the higher speed tiers. And it's not a bad Pokemon. Like you can bring this every week if you really wanted to. Not that he's going to, but
Yeah. One of the nice things
like
about it is like, sure, you don't Terra Ice anymore, so ground types do kind of wall you. But are people really going to bring their ground types against rain? I don't know.
yeah. Even if you bring a ground type, who cares? Like you're just gonna switch out.
Yeah. Like you have Politoed, you have Basculegion, you have Shaman, you have Braviary, you have Flygon, you have Wochen. You have so much to deal with ground types.
Also, why do you need Terra Ice when you can just click Weather Ball and Rain?
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that.
Like you have Rain, why not just utilize that with Jolteon anyways?
Yeah.
So it's not like it's gonna become like worse. And this one gets a wish for some reason. I mean it's an
It's an Eevee, yeah.
evolution. So but I think this is a good grab, especially like if you want to run screens. Not draft related, but I ran screens Jolteon in a Radical Red Hardcore Nuzlocke, which was very funny because I brought it to the Elite Four, and all it did was Volt Switch and set up screens for my other mons to do
I mean,
damage.
I can kind of
So
see it. Fast screens.
yeah,
Yeah. It's basically like Dragon Balls, but then very, very, very budget.
yeah, very budget,
Yeah.
exactly. But it's a good speed here. I think this is a good value mon, especially when you're only picking up 9 pointers.
Yeah. My only wish for Caleb to do is to click Wish with Jolton into his Blissey and see how much it heals. That'd be cool.
That would be so funny.
Uh,
Oh, wish into a Blissey.
I'm
Up
genuinely
next,
don't think it's going to heal
Bisharp.
25%. Yeah, Bishop, sorry.
No, Bisharp. You know Bisharp.
I love this
You
thing.
you're using one.
Yeah. It's the same set every week. It's Swords Dance, it's Sucker Punch, it's Iron Hat, and then it's Staltrox or it's Throat Chop or Low Kick. It's really good each week. With Eviolite, it's nearly unkillable. Unless you kill it, unless you click a fighting type move, of course. But you
This
neutralize
is
the fire weakness with being a rain team. And like we mentioned
true.
with Jolteon, you're weak to ground, but like, are you really bringing your ground types against this team? I don't know.
Dude, this thing is Caleb's budget in Gambit. Like, sure, you lose Supreme Overlord, but it's
I think
still good.
Defiant works really well on it. Like Supreme Overlord and Caleb don't match. That means Caleb
Yeah, true.
has to sack Pokemon. He doesn't do that.
True.
So
He likes to beat teams with the highest differential, and Bisharp will do that.
that's not really true. He just doesn't like losing mons.
Same thing. Like, it's the
Is
same strategy.
I mean, in a way, in a way,
Yeah, if you don't like losing Pokemon and winning, and just winning with a higher
his team
differential,
is really
what's
fat, so it's hard to kill. So the Supreme Overlord wouldn't have made a difference if you can't kill anything. So might as well run
yeah,
Defiant.
I think Defiant is great here,
I
especially
really
now
do
you have
too.
a rocker
Yeah,
besides Tinkaton and Blissey.
yeah, a Flygle. He has a lot of rockers.
Yeah. Not that
And
you're gonna click rocks with this Pokemon.
I think it's really good to click rocks. Like I've clicked rocks, I think each time with Bryshark. Because people
Yeah,
like they are scared to switch in on it. So they
true.
go into the defensive Pokemon to take a hit, and then I click Stealth Rocks. And it's nice. Like last week, I clicked it on the Hatterene because obviously the Hatterene is not coming in on me, and it's switching out because it's scared of Iron Head, so I can easily click Stealth Rocks on it. It's really nice to do.
I mean, yeah,
I
but like especially like when you have something like Tinkaton, which is a faster rocker, I don't think like you're gonna
oh yeah, sure,
use
and
Bisharp more for rocks here.
yeah, true. With Tinkaton, you probably don't. You also can
Yeah.
defog on Bishop without giving it the free Swords Dance, so that's also something.
Yeah. And also this mon gets Metal Burst, so that's funny.
That could be cool.
I think it's a pretty good mon.
It's a
This
very good
has
Pokemon. I do not
yeah,
know why it fell off so badly in Gen 9. Like, sure, King Gambit exists now, but in a vacuum like Draft League is, isn't it better with King Gambit around? Because now you can run Eviolite. There's only one person with King Gambit. So,
yeah.
I think Bisharp got better in Gen 9. That being said, I refuse to put it in higher tiers, so have fun with your 9-point Bisharp. Because it's really underrated, in my opinion.
I think it's a pretty good value at 9 point. I
I have
think
it in
it
that low tier league, and I don't even try to win it, and it got 7 kills in 3 weeks. So, yeah. And I
it
brought it
does
as
its
Stealth
job.
Rockers. I mean,
I think like low tier, it has a completely different role than what we're gonna see in
yeah, probably.
this
But that being said,
age.
Caleb's team is a low tier team, though. Like, it's 9 pointers.
True,
So,
true. That yeah, I was gonna say that being said, it's a 9 point team, so you can actually do anything you want.
yeah. It's a really good
But
9-point team. Like, we
yeah,
haven't done the tier list yet, but I'm not sure I want to put this team in last. I really like it.
oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah. And then his last pick
I,
is the Wo-Chen, his second Terra
yeah,
captain. Being Crossfire and Poison. It's his second piece of his Stalker with Blissey. Blissey and Wo-Chen together, have fun with it.
yeah, it's like more than half of the stall core. It's the
Yeah.
whole stall core.
Terra Poison,
This
Wo-Chen, and then Blissey. What's killing this?
nothing. Like you can't even close combat spam in this team. It's just not happening. Um,
Try me.
this okay. This thing is really nice. It gets knockoff, so you get rid of the items. So
Does
you can
Wo-Chen
knock off
get
with
knockoff?
this.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
that's like one of the reasons why you want to pick it up, because you knock lead seed, setup, ruin your opponent's day, stall for 60 minutes, and go your merry way.
That's a good one. Ruinate your opponent's day. I like it.
It's a good mon.
Yeah.
Really nice. I don't know what else to say about it. It gets bite. So keep you stalling.
No. I have
Yeah.
spikes. Okay. I thought you said spikes, and I was like, no, 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 no.
No,
It
no, no,
does not
no.
get
It's spike.
Okay, okay.
No, no. Imagine it got spikes. That is a
Yeah.
whole
Why
different
is this
beast.
thing 9 points? I was like, it gets knockoff and it gets spikes. No, no, no. What did I do? Spite is fine. I
No.
can deal with spite.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. I
Caleb's
think
team, I really like it. I know it's nine
it's
pointers, but like he's going to cook this thing with this team. And if you underestimate it, I'd say have fun, but you're not going to have fun if you underestimate this 9 point team.
yeah. I was gonna say like for inflation hitting hard. I think my guy cooked.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
All right, up to the next one.
I think
We've
this is
been
the best
yapping
team
too
in the
much.
league.
The best team in the league,
Yep.
bro. Oh, this one.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I can't even like deny it because I kind of like healthy cook with it. So,
You tried to get the
I'm-
Samrot off. I don't know what you're
oh,
talking about. You deserve no credit for this team.
I tried so hard to get that samurai out of here. I mean, like,
Never.
samurai, it's not bad, all right. It's not bad, but it's not good,
It's
like you say it is.
really good.
Bro, why is my gouging so blurry right there?
I don't know.
Like,
It's annoying. I can't fix it. It's a prep dog's
you're
fault.
you're using the worst docs. I'll send you a better doc afterwards.
Yeah, but I'm really lazy, man. I know how this doc works. Like Zero has also sent me a newer doc, which I think it even shows
The Terra
the
Captains. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I was gonna send you.
and the points on the doc as well. Like now I
Yeah.
have to manually say Gaudy Fire was 18 points, stuff like that. So that new doc probably said it as well, but I couldn't figure it out. I'm used to this one now, so I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
It's fine.
I mainly use it for the speed tiers and for the type chart anyway, so it's cool.
Yeah. Round one gouging fire. What's
I'm
wrong
happy,
about it?
man. I'm really
Dude.
happy.
It's crazy that it fell to you. It shouldn't have.
Really? Fifth pick overall?
But dude, gouging needs to go early, man.
I don't know if I
This-
agree.
Bro,
You know what? Like me,
this one
Weston
works.
playing when he is the owner of MMC. He was like, yeah, gouging fire is a fraud without sun. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, it likes sun to delete Pokemon, but it doesn't need sun. Like,
It really doesn't. Like my first ever week one for gouging fire on my team, the video was named "Why Gouging Fire Doesn't Need Sun" because it really doesn't. Like if you pair it well, like if you build around gouging fire, it really doesn't need sun.
yeah.
But yeah, dude, gouging fire is not like it's just good. I like the bulk. And it has a crazy attack stat, so it's a really fun mon.
It's quite min-max this thing. Like, every stat is useful except for the special attack, which you don't need, so.
Yeah. Unless you want a meme and you run freaking overheat eject pack.
Yeah, I was going to say Draco Meteor, but it's the same thing.
Yeah. I think it's a good round one pick, especially like you're trying to cook. It's
Yeah.
a good mon that will
And it's
get
a
you
one that I know
damage
that
when
I
you
love,
need it.
so. Yeah. I'm going to let you talk about my team. I already did my draft analysis, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's I guess we can talk about like the overall team,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a good team. I think there is bulk there. You have speed if you really need it. Not that you really do. But yeah,
The things I'm mostly worried
I
about
think it's a fun.
are the superior not being an Ogerpon. Like, I know I'm joking. I know I'm joking about it, but I really would have liked an Ogerpon because superior does need to click Leaf Storm twice to actually do damage instead of being really strong on the first hit immediately. And I'm kind of worried about Greninja, but it could be really good as well. Like,
okay, here's the thing, right? You don't want superior to do like just click Leaf Storm. Even like if you have to, you still have damage with Serp. But the only thing like that's Serp gonna do well is being annoying. And it
Yeah.
does that really well. So like sure you don't have your ogre role, but you have something that like does it differently. Like it's not pivoting for you, but it's gonna be annoying to stop your opponent to pivot or something like that.
Yeah.
So it will still enable your plays, but it's not ogre.
Something it
So
does
you're
better
gonna
than the ogre is like gouging fire does not really like bulky waters. Although I am
yep,
convinced that I can beat it 1v1 with gouging fire anyway. But
sure.
superior is like the bulky water destroyer.
Yeah.
If you swap in your water type on my gouging fire and I double it to superior, I basically get 2 leaf storms. So that's really scary for my opponents.
Yeah, and like you have screens with it if you really want to. You can
I
be
have a lot
annoying
of
with glare
utility,
and
yeah.
stuff.
Like I
Yeah.
have screens on Serp, on Bronzong. I also think Fast get Bellybot gets screens, and I think Fast gets light screen as well. So
hmm
I have
I
quite
think
a
I
few
like your
things.
team. It's
I think
it's
so too.
different. It's different than a normal like build for something like gouging fire or Ursa Luna, but I think it will be interesting to see how it
Yeah,
plays out.
my team that I had planned for gouging fire ended up with Dino. So
Hey, that's good because now we get to see something else.
yeah, that's true. But like these ones, I know all of them except for Greninja and Bellybot. I've used all of them before, so
I've
I
used
think
both
I will.
Greninja and Bellybolt, and I think they will do exactly what you told me that you wanted them
Yeah,
to do.
I mean, these mons are all mons that I have used before and that I like, or that I've mostly used before. So I think it shouldn't be too hard to pilot my team and be successful with them.
Yeah.
One of the things that I am lacking is a bit of hazards. Like Bronzong is my only rocker, and Heracross and Greninja are my spikers, and Gren is my T-spiker. So my hazard game isn't that strong this season. But then again, if I want to be clicking buttons with Gouging and Blood Moon, am I really going to click Stealth Rocks that often? I don't think I am.
I was gonna say that. Like you have the delete button for like to your opponent's team. Do you really want to click escape? Like
Exactly.
yeah, you don't want to like
Exactly.
yeah.
And we
If you
also
want
don't
chips,
get. Sorry.
yeah, if you want chip damage, like there might be some weeks where you just lead Sash Greninja with hazards, But I
Yeah.
don't think you're gonna need that much hazards, especially like how bulky and like offensive your team is. I think you'll just like click buttons.
Yeah, like that's one of the things that I really like Gouging, Blood Moon, Heracross, Scissor, Braviary. They're all really strong, but they're all quite bulky in their own way. So they're not easy
Yeah.
to OHKO, except for like a super effective move, of course.
hmm
But like my Heracross is not dying to a Draco Meteor most of the time.
True. I forgot that. AV Heracross does exist.
It does exist. It's not as good as for Salt Heracross, but like okay.
Yeah. I think this team has hidden synergy that will be like explored as you play.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what it is.
And it doesn't have exploitable weaknesses as far as I can see. Like I don't look at teams and go like, oh, I get smacked by this Pokemon. I think I have ways out against most things.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason for that is because you have pivots. Like you have
Yeah,
really good pivot in like Greninja, Pheasantipity, Scizor, even
Valuable as
Braviary
well.
pivots, Samu pivots. Yeah, Bellybolt. You have fast and slow pivots. You can
Yeah,
build this however you want,
that's a
and depending on the
requirement.
game.
I always want at least 50% of my team to be able to pivot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not
So
comfortable with them. So,
yeah,
and
only if there
Samurott is
was
going to prove why it's the best
Whimsicott.
Pokemon in the draft.
You know what this should have been? Samu and Superior. Instead of those two, it should have been Whimsicott. I've been telling you this since day one.
No, man. Why? Like, genuinely, Whimsicott is less bulky than Superior. It does less damage than Superior. It doesn't even have the hazards that Ogerpon has that Superior is lacking. I don't see what Whimsicott provides that Superior doesn't. I really don't.
Only the Whimsicott believers will know what it provides.
I have Whimsicott in another league and I like it, but it's not Superior.
I never said it was superior. It's just a good Pokemon.
It is a good Pokemon,
It
but
would fit in this team, but it's okay.
I don't think it would. I think Superior is a better fit than Whimsical, in all honesty.
I mean, I can see that. Yeah, sure.
It looks cool,
I guess
especially with
yeah.
Samurots.
With Glare, I would say Serp is good here, but like you still have a belly bolt. So with Sprat,
I'm going to paralyze everything and win with this with my choice bandit Samurots. I'm just going to say it now. T-Wave Belly Bolt, Glare on Superior, Body Slam on my Terra Normal Heracross. And then Samurots can go in and sweep.
I just want to see Samurai get killed every single week. That would be really funny. But I think you'll bring it to 2 games max. So we'll see.
I definitely will only be bringing it to 2 games twice. I am so scared to fuck up its records, man. It sits so pretty at It sits so pretty at 14-1 for me. It's nice. I'm happy with it.
I know you're not gonna bring it. That's why I'm telling you to drop it. That's why I told you to drop it.
No, I actually am going to bring it to games. Like, I have so many Samurott sets because I have been a Samurott lover since Gen 5, and I have always wanted to try it out. So I have so many stupid Samurott sets that people don't even know about because I had to run them. It's nice.
I mean, sure, but still.
Like, I beat Pup and Low-tier finals with a Choice Packs Vacuum Wave Samurott. I mean, who runs that?
I mean, it's a good set.
Yeah. So it's Sword has upper hand. And he gets that as well.
Someone ran that. Dude, I even before that game, I was like, if I click upper hand, I'm gonna click it twice. Just so he gets scared.
Nah, you don't know
but
me
then
enough.
I didn't do it.
Then
I didn't do it.
I did not respect it in the slightest.
Hey, it did what it needed to do. Break that multi-skill.
Yeah, that was annoying. I agree with that.
Yeah. Alright, I think we can move to the next team.
We definitely can. So we're back after like 2 days, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
let's just punch that 4th wall right away.
Exactly. Exactly.
16 they're gonna
Elliot.
know.
Yeah, of course they are, yeah. 6 team Elliot and the San Francisco Superiors. I don't know if you realize that. Like, he doesn't have the art in the logo.
No.
He's too lazy to fix
that logo. Do better.
I think he said he got it like when he started playing draft. I think in Gen 6. It's crazy. My guy is old.
And you haven't rebranded since Gen 6. Insane.
I wouldn't have either, though. Like, the logo I have, someone made for me when I joined my first ever league because they loved the name. And I didn't even want to... I think I was just going to roll with his Feel emblem, just took from the internet, like I have my thumbnail. So, but no, he actually made me a logo for free, which is crazy. So, yeah.
Dude, in my first draft league, I made every single team that didn't have a logo a free logo, and all of them were fire.
Wow.
Like, I actually tried. Yeah.
Like, I talked about it with Zero a bit. Like, he really wanted me to rebrand it to a Samurott logo, which would have been really cool. But I'm quite attached to my Spiel, in all honesty.
Spiel is just built different, man.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
All right. So, Elliot, I think this is the best team in the league. Just saying.
Oh, what? Bro,
I really do think this is the best team in the league.
Iron Valiant falling to round 5. What days are we living in?
6. I was 5th. 6. Yeah.
6.
Yeah. That's insane.
Good lord. That is insane. Nobody cares about this mod anymore.
I mean, I get why I don't like it either. Like, I like Dragapult going first is okay, and then Palafin going before Valiant is fine as well.
Yeah.
He also got helped out by the fact that I don't like Iron Valiant, so I drafted Gouging Fire, and Caleb was before him, and Iron Valiant is a little bit more expensive than 9 points, so...
Dude, that's like extra inflation right there.
Yeah. My guy got lucky, like, Iron Valiant. I mean, I don't like it, but I can still see the appeal in it. It's a really fast attacker, it can be mixed, it's really good physically, it's really good specially. I like the Swords and sets.
I think I don't know. Like I drafted Iron Valiant, but that was the season where I dropped that league week 1, right? So I didn't play with the team.
I don't know if I
But
remember that.
remember the Garchomp Goldango Iron Valiant team that we built?
No, but it looks
Oh
like
my
it
god.
sounds like a good team. I actually
Oh, it
found like a
was a
good team.
fire team. We had
How do
like
you
Tentacruel, Garchomp, a
how do you get
Goldango,
Valiant, Garchomp, and Goldango? That's like the craziest Dragon Fairy steal I've ever heard. Like, what on earth?
Hisuian Samu on top of that. Remember?
Nah. Why did you
Dude,
drop that? Oh yeah, I think I do remember
I
that. Yeah.
I hated the coaches in that. Like that
Okay, that's
server
fair.
was so dead. I hated like every single interaction. So I
Sure, that's
dropped it.
fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Anyways, I think I like Iron Valiant in the sense of if you build around it and have it take the lowest amount of priority as a role on the team, I think that mon is really good. So by that I mean it doesn't have to be the focus on your team. If
Yeah.
it's your focus on the team, I hate it. But if it's like a guy you can slip under the rugs, even though it's Iron Valiant, I like the mod
Yeah, I like when
because
you
it.
look at the other ones on his team, it's not the most important thing on his team. Like he has a lot of offense, so
Yeah,
it might be fine.
yeah. And if you have something like that, I do genuinely like Iron Valiant in that role because it will come in, either do damage or clean for you. So if it's filling a role, something like that, like if you're not putting everything on its shoulder, it's fine. And
Yeah.
looking at this team, I think it will fill the role really well.
I also
So
feel like he has used it before, like in an MMC season, and he won with it. So I might be wrong though.
okay,
Like I
so
know there
it's
was an
true.
Iron Valiant Roaring Moon team, and I think it was Elliot's. So, but that's
Mhm.
like 2 seasons ago in national deck, so very different. But I think he's used it before. So, and Iron Valiant
Okay,
and Pal decks or net decks, it's the same thing. Like it's only
I
started
mean
in Gen 9.
it's a little bit better, right?
No, it's the same thing genuinely.
At
Like
least,
it doesn't.
really.
Yeah, because it's a Gen 9 one. It hasn't got any other experience from national decks. Like it doesn't miss anything
Yeah.
or gain
Yeah,
anything.
but
So
I feel like any other mon not in Peldex might be able to stand up to it a little bit. I
oh
could be
yeah,
wrong.
so it might be better here then. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because like the first thing I think of to counter Iron Valiant, crazy enough, is Drapion, even though it's not at
Oh
all a counter.
man, I miss Drapion. I miss
I
Drapion
love that
so
mon.
bad.
I love that
Man,
mon. It's like an insane knockoff user.
it's really
Bro, I love that
fast,
mon.
it's
And
bulky, it's strong. I love that thing. I want it
yeah,
back.
me
Anyway,
too.
yeah. Iron Valiant. I think it will do work for Elliot. I don't think we'll see it quite high up in the kill leader list, but like, hey, I might be wrong.
It shouldn't be. Use your other mons, man. They're straight up fire.
Yeah. Corviknight round 2. I also
I
think
hate
that's
that mon.
quite crazy. I think it's quite crazy.
Fraud.
Corviknight made it all the way back to 6th pick overall in round 2. But I guess I can
Such
see
a
why.
fraud bird. Fraud bird.
I
Right there.
disagree. Even though I played it badly in MMC, I still love the
I
thing.
drafted it. You drafted it. We both know the stats. I don't like the bird.
Oh,
You can
I've had it
predict
before
around
in
it so well.
GWA with my crazy Chen Power to win a Blood Moon team. And it was good there. There it was good.
Yeah,
Because I
I mean,
didn't. I,
it's like a hit or miss, right? Because like if teams have answer to it, it's not gonna do much. But you can pivot around with it really well. So I'm
yeah.
not saying like it's a bad mon. I just don't like that bird.
Oh, I
Also,
love
I
the
have a
thing.
little bit. I have a little bit of a hate history with it. So like
Yeah.
I might be a little bit
Biased.
you
Yeah.
know biased towards that, but yeah, I mean
It's a really good
it'll be
defogger.
fine. Yeah.
It's probably the best defogger, although it's not my favorite one. But it's probably the best one.
I don't like clicking defog with Corviknight. I
Neither
think
do
like
I. Like,
even
usually you want 4 other moves on it. Me at least, I want
even
4
when
other moves on it.
I think even when you told me like you were convincing me to pick Corviknight for defog,
Yeah.
you told me that like it's the best defogger. I disagree. I feel like there's so many other defoggers that do it well.
Yeah,
But
there are
I
definitely
think
others. Like, I like Mandibus more as a defogger than Corviknight.
I agree because it fits defog every single time. Whereas
Yeah,
Corviknight, I
Corviknight
feel
doesn't
like you
always
get the
want to
boost
use it.
syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's true, I guess.
Yeah.
But
'Cause,
when
like,
you
you
have to
wanna
click defog on it, like it's really easy to do so. Sure, you
I
lose
mean,
like
like
U-turn, or you lose body press, or you
or
lose something
roost.
else.
Even
Nah, you never lose roost.
roost, yeah, you
You
gotta
never lose roost.
yeah,
Let's be
like,
honest.
roost is taking up one of your slots, so you were
Yeah.
sacrificing
But
either
on
your
Manibus
pivoting
as
option.
well, though. Like,
I don't know, Manibus, you can easily click, like, roost and defog on the same
I think with
moveset.
Corviknight you can do as well. It just loses a little bit of what makes Corviknight so good. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's a bit of
I
a
don't know.
skill one. I really like it. It's a really good steel type to pair with his Iron Valiant. Because like the things that Iron Valiant can't really touch, they can touch Corviknight, so and you can
Yeah,
pivot out with Corviknight back into Iron Valiant, so it will work well with it for him. I'm quite convinced. It's also an Elliot
I
one,
mean,
like he plays bulky
yeah,
balance, so he'll like this
I
Corviknight.
I hate no doubt about it. I hate going up against Corviknights, right? It's a good mon. It's just I don't like playing. I don't like using it, but yeah, it's if in right hands, it's gonna do in a lot of work. So
Yeah,
I believe the round two Corviknight.
yeah. You know what's even crazier? My guy got
Yeah,
Darkrai round 3, and before the draft, he told me that he wanted to use Darkrai. And I was like, yeah, in GWA, we don't really rate Darkrai. Like, you're probably going to get it round 1, maybe even round 2. And then he got 6-pick overall, and he told me, I'm not getting Darkrai, I'm getting something else. Round 3, Darkrai is still up there, somehow. So he just decided to take Darkrai as well. That's insane. Darkrai and Iron Valley on the same team. That's really, really insane.
yeah. How did Darkrai end up at round three?
This
This
is
draft was weird, man.
This is 6th overall as well. It's not like he has close to a wheel pick. He has a middle pick. What is this team?
Yeah, like, dude. Honestly, this draft was super weird. I've been
Yeah.
saying it all the PRs, like
Yeah,
straight up,
true.
dude. This thing, like, falling into an Iron Valiant team, I feel like it's gonna cook.
I still think it's a fraud.
Dude, it's
But
gonna
it's
get those damage rolls, right? It's gonna get that 80% health on the mons that you need to chip down for Iron Valiant.
yeah,
Then you
that's
can
the
just
main
clean with
thing.
Valiant.
That's the main thing. Like both Valiant and Darkrai, they are missing one shots. Like they are going to do 60, 70%, and then they die. But if
Yeah, but
Iron
then the
Valiant
other
does
can clean.
60%, then Darkrai can come in. Or if Darkrai does 60%, like you said, then Valiant can clean. So they will complement each other really well. Could be funny to
Yeah.
use the Hypnosis Iron Valiant with Batteries Darkrai. Could be cool.
Oh, dude, that's funny. Actually, hold up. That's actually crazy because looking at the other mons on the team, sleep with like other mons and going for bad dreams is kind of nutty. I actually
Yeah,
rate that pick.
yeah. Caleb is not flicking
I,
rest on this team. That's for sure.
definitely not. No.
I don't know if they play. I'd be really excited to see them play, but I don't think they play. But yeah,
I can
Darkrai, it's
see like
really. Sorry,
I
you
can
go.
I can see Caleb just bringing all chest of berries into this team.
That'd be great. That'd be great. But yeah, Darkrai, it's really fast. It's really strong, although its moves lack in power. Like, we do not have complex bans on it, so you can click Hypnosis with Darkrai, you can click Nasty Plot with Darkrai. I think in MMC, it definitely couldn't click Sleep moves. I'm not sure it could click Nasty Plot. It probably could have.
I
But yeah,
don't understand complex bands.
I
Just
disagree
nerfs
with
them
him.
on.
I disagree with him as well. But like, we are both a little bit crazy, so
I like mons at their full potential. Let
me
let
too.
Miraidon in.
No. Okay.
That's too far. That's
it,
too far.
it's a bike. We do not like bikes. And but Darkrai will be really fine. It also enables the Iron Valiant to be a physical attacker. Like, you have a physical
Yeah.
breaker, you have a special breaker, but it doesn't mean like even Darkrai can be a physical attacker. It doesn't have bad physical attack. I think it has Sword Dance, it has knockoff. Like, I've seen Patrick learn it physically sometimes.
I mean, that's like a 90 base attack, so that's not that
It's not the
bad.
end. It's not the end of the world. No.
I like support Darkrai like sets too. I think it has a lot of support moves that it can use, but usually we'll see like a mix support offensive
Yeah.
variant. So it's not that bad. I rate it.
I think
I li-
Elliot will put in some work with it, but I don't think he's going to beat the fraud allegations with it.
I
I'm
mean,
thinking like
let's be
7
honest.
kills this season. 7 kills. That's my bet.
I mean, like, why do you want to beat the fraud allegations though? It's gonna put in normal amount of work, but I don't think it's gonna be super good. Same with
Yeah.
Valiant, right? I don't
Yeah.
know,
Both of them together is funny. Although if they both get
dude.
7 or 8 kills, he gets 16 kills, that's fine, like.
I mean, like the top three. I'm just looking at it. It's like trying to beat the fraud allegations on all three of them.
Nah, I disagree. Corviknight
He's
is not a fraud.
he's onto some.
Corviknight is not a fraud.
He's onto something.
Nah. Sandy Shock's fourth. That's a funny pick. Like, I was thinking about grabbing Sandy Shocks as my fourth overall when I was still planning the Roaring Moon Torkoal stuff. But then both of them went, so I just threw it out of the window. Apparently, even if I got Roaring Moon and Torkoal, I wasn't getting the Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, you were never got. It was never making it back to you.
This is a rough snipe for Dino, though. Like, Dino really wanted this.
Yeah, this. Wait, wasn't it past Dino though? Didn't it go? Didn't Elliot pick after Dino?
Oh yeah, he did. But I think Dino went, he drafted Gloking and Zapdos, I think, around 3 and 4. So I can see why you would pass up on Sandy Shocks, especially when you're the only Sun team. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But Sandy Shocks, it's a really good Pokemon. Like, I really wanted to try it, even though I wanted it on Sun. It doesn't need Sun. Like, it's a good speed tier. It gets Spikes, it gets Stealth Rocks. The only thing is, like, you can't kill a Gliscor. You physically cannot kill a Gliscor. Yeah, Terra Eyes, sure. That's why we went for 10 points in below and not like 12 points in below like you wanted to. We were not letting the Sandy Shocks Terra. No.
It would be fun.
It would not be fun. It would be fun for Elliot though. I can agree with that.
I'm basically trying to see if I can kill a Gliscor with this thing.
No.
I don't think it's possible. I really don't think it's possible.
I mean, you could get the Tri-Attack freeze and then freeze it for 77 turns, so I guess there is a way.
But that's a lot of.
Although I do think it gets gravity. I think I looked at that, at the gravity shit.
I mean,
I think
what is gravity?
Earth power. Earth power.
Hold up. I'm trying to cook here.
Weakness policy, gravity, Earth power. Who knows?
Alright, we're gonna go Uber's defensive Gliscor, alright?
Well, you can waffle a little bit about Sandy Shocks. It's a really strong attacker as well. Like, a special attacker, I mean. T-balls and Earth powers from this thing, they hit really hard. And yeah, sure, Volt Switch isn't that strong, but like, I think it's 121 special attack. Might be a little bit more, but I think it's 121. You pivot out. Same with Corviknight, you can pivot out, go into Darkness, go into Iron Valiant. And you have the chip damage you need. Fast Spikes, fast Stealth Rocks. This Pokemon will put in work for Elliot. And it's a really good counter bring if he plays the Sun team, so.
Alright, so let's say Protosynthesis is not active, right?
Yeah.
Modest, Normal Gem, Hyper Beam. It misses a KO on Gliscor. But if we get a special attack boost, we can get a KO on Gliscor.
How does the gravity weakness policy set work with Earth power? Like if it's a +2 special attack?
That is nutty, hold up.
I can cook up calcs to kill a Gliscor. I don't have Gliscor myself this time, so I can cook up some sets. God, I hope it does like 80% max, that'd be great.
How do I say gravity's on? Is that
just make Gliscor Terra Ground or something like that. Just get rid of the flying typing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it destroys it. If it's only HP, if it's only HP invested and barely nothing in special defense, it guarantee kills.
How much does Earthquake do to Sandy Shocks? Does it kill? It does, right?
Max.
See, I actually have this calc. That's insane.
Wow.
I really can cook up sets in like under a minute. That's crazy.
But this guy has every single stat of the Pokemon memorized and can cook at the same time.
But I brought.
Someone should draft you.
I was helping Crep cook up a team for her BBR game. She's playing a Dondozo with her Blaziken. And I was like, yeah, you just like
Bro,
you bring Fire Spin, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Weakness Policy. I think I did it in 12 seconds and it actually works. It's crazy.
Dozo is such Bozo is just such a weird player, man. He brought 3 Scarfers into my team.
No, no,
I'm
no,
still
no.
upset.
I don't mean the player. I actually mean the mom, Dombozo. Dondozo.
Oh, never mind.
I mean the Pokemon. Yeah.
The Pokemon, never mind. That's a different story.
Yeah.
All right. I like
Anyway,
Shocks. I think
I like Shucks
the
too.
speed tier is great. I like the utility it brings. It can do damage too. It's not gonna get kills, obviously. Sometimes it will. But
I still think
I
I got.
genuinely
I still think Sandy Shocks is the one that handled me the most. Like Zero in the first season of our GWA we played, I got handled by Sandy Shocks, man. He clicked Earth Power every time on my Clotsire, and when I went into my Galarian Weezing, he clicked Volt Switch. He had me every time, and even if I stayed in predicting him to switch up his moves, then he doesn't. It was ridiculous. That game is still a
yeah.
trauma for me, and I think it was like season 3, so this is season 7. It's been a while.
You're still not over it.
I'm still not over it.
I mean, we all have games like those where you just get absolutely body bagged and you will never forget it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
I
Up
mean,
next,
Sandy Shocks. It's literally a mon that will bring trauma to you. So I
Yeah.
rate the pick.
I like it too. It's really good.
All right. Up next, Ogre Pawn. Another one.
Another Ogerpon. I almost forgot how triggered I am when I see an Ogerpon. Like, I was like, oh, good pick. And then I was like, oh yeah, I wanted this as well. Crazy.
This doesn't fit on your team.
It doesn't.
Really doesn't.
But then again, like, I asked Elliot if he wanted my superior. He said no. He has a superior in his logo. I mean, that's betrayal from the highest order. If he offered me a Sphere, I
That
would
is
have traded.
crazy.
But yeah.
That is crazy. Ogre Pawn is a good pick in this team, honestly, because
Yeah.
now you have another spiker, so you're not forced to run hazards on
Sandy
shots if
Shocks.
you really
Yeah.
don't want to.
Really good speed tier
Ogre's
once
nice.
again.
Yeah, speed tier is nice. You have more of that breaking potential for something like Darkrai and Valiant to come in and sweep, hopefully, or clean up Revenge. You have pivoting options with Shocks, Corby. So
Ogre as well.
really
yeah.
got really great mon there.
This thing is
Sturdy
also
nice.
really, really strong. Like, we're talking about Valiant and Darkrai as cleaners. This Ogerpon can be a breaker. This thing hits hard. Like, the 100 base power Ivy Cudgel being a rock type move. Have fun switching that in, man.
Yeah, this is like the mon that gets the good rock type move everybody has been asking for. So definitely not something to sleep on.
No.
Man, I'm imagining like this thing can probably stall a few teams.
It definitely can.
Like, this is the Ogre Pawn you want to do it with, because like it has 96 def, 80 HP, 84 defense, right?
I mean, do it all have
Right?
do all Ogerpons have that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Anyways, but like a good like EV set, this could probably do it well.
Yeah. I still think the regular grass one is the best stall Ogerpon though. But
Probably, yeah. This one has better damage output.
yeah, this
I
thing
mean,
looks
they all
really
do.
offensive to me. Like, I wanted something to destroy the ground types. I like, sure, it doesn't resist the ground types, but it destroys them though. This thing hits hard.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
looks
like
cool.
your best move is what? Wood Hammer? No, Power Whip.
Yeah, Power Whip, yeah. Or Solar Blade in the Sun. Like,
Okay,
I'm
we're not bringing Solar Bladed Sun.
I mean, I'm laughing about it. He has a Sandy Shocks, he has an Ogerpon, and like his next Pokemon, his Terra Captain, also really likes the Sun, so why not?
Yeah, but he doesn't have a really reliable Sunsetter on his team.
Corviknight gets Sunny Day.
I know it does. Galarian Slowbro probably gets Sunny Day too.
It's less reliable than Corviknight. Nah, this Ogerpon, it looks really good in his team. I still think it would have looked better on my team. But it's okay.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I think Sun Potential is definitely a hidden potential.
Yeah,
but
true.
Good pick.
Yeah. As Terra Captain, I think this is the best Terra Captain. Unironically.
Yeah, other than Heracross, probably.
I think it is better than Heracross, but I didn't want it because I've used it before in the low tier season. And I have a Gouging Fire, so I mean, I still think if
I
Gouging
mean,
Fire got sniped, I would have maybe gone for this Arcanine.
even like with gouging fire, I feel like this mon can still cook. You
Oh
have
yeah, sure you
Terra
can.
Extreme. You have Terra Extreme Speed. What else do you want? You could probably
Yeah.
run some Terra Fairy sets too.
It's really sad it doesn't get the burn up anymore. Like Terra Fire burn up would have been incredible, but it doesn't get it.
Wow. Yeah, I think this is like very powerful. We banned Gallade, but we let Arcanine click Extreme Speed with Terra. Crazy the world that we live in.
I mean, it would have been really funny if I Terra banned the Arcanine after I won season 2 of low tier with it. And I was like, yeah, I've used this in low tier, but you are not allowed to use it in high tier. So have fun with that, people. I needed some
no,
really
I
good Pokemon to be allowed, so people would let Heracross go to me. So I'm fine being, I
yeah,
think I'm fine having it allowed.
I think it has crazy abilities in Intimidate and Flashfire. Even Justified could be
Even
useful in
justified, like,
certain
yeah,
yeah,
like he asked
certain
me like,
scenarios.
what should I pick for my third Terra type? Like he knew he wanted fire and normal, and I was like, Ghost could be
Hmm.
really cool with justified, but then again, like, might as well run Terra Water or Terra Grass, for example. Like I suggested
Yeah,
Ghost for the justified stuff and Grass for the Flash Fire boost. But I think Water is really nice, so it's another bulky Water with
I think
recovery this time. Like a Water type with Morning Sun is funny,
I think water is fine. I
but it
feel like
also
grass.
works against other fire or ground types that want to deal with Arcanine. Like Arcanine's weaknesses are water, ground, and rock, so Grass would have worked, but Water also works really well.
Yeah, water works well. The only reason why I bring up grass is gives you a little bit of a ground immunity.
Yeah,
But
but he
water
has a
is perfectly
Corviknight
fine.
though, and like he has a Rotom Wash later on. He'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you definitely want to like if you Terra water, right? Like let's say Rotom is not doing your water damage that you want.
Mhm.
Arcanine can fill that role. It's bulky enough to count as a bulky water. So
It's really bulky. Like
yeah,
I drafted it in the Lugia season because I wanted it to be versatile. But then I started seeing normal Terra normal bandit E-speed damage, and I just brought that every time. It
yeah,
can be really bulky with Intimidate and then Morningstar Will-O-Wisp stuff. It can do a lot. I really like this thing. Plus, it's
yeah. It has
Arcanine. Who dislikes
yeah, it
Arcanine?
has decent coverage too. So I rate the
Yeah,
pick.
me too. I really love this thing.
I mean, as a Terra captain, I'm surprised that it lasted till round 6, but
I actually think he picked
it
it
is
up
a
in
fun mod.
Grace. I'm not sure though, but I think he might have picked it up in Grace.
What? This
Yeah,
mon got
I really
dude,
don't
that's
think
insane.
I don't remember what he drafted instead, but I'm not sure that he drafted this thing. I think he went for something else.
Let me see. Oh yeah, this was picked up in Grace,
Yeah,
bro. That
I
is insane.
yeah. People are sleeping on Arcanine. I kind of want to know
Okay,
what he
I need
drafted
this mon to
before
put in
then.
work. Also, you
I can't
could
remember.
bring this as a mixed
I'll look it up.
attacker if you really wanted to, like bring extreme speed, but then have a special Arcanine that's just blowing things out of the water. If you want priority still,
Yeah,
this thing is insane because it has good attack and special attack. I like this pick, and it's fast enough.
it has everything that you wanted to have. So, except for Burnip,
This
sadly.
this
Yeah,
is basically Terra Lucario, but a little bit weaker.
yeah, but a lot more versatile, a lot more bulky. So,
Oh yeah, with
oh,
more
yeah,
bulk. I would
I found it. He drafted the
say that.
Dunsparce
Yeah,
as a Stara captain, which is also a really good one. But then, yeah, Arcanine is better, I think.
yeah.
So he dropped
I
the
like Arcanine
Dunsparce.
better,
Yeah, me too. Especially on this team as well.
definitely.
Like
All right, up
it's another
next.
greenish. Up next, Hitmonchan. I think
Yeah,
this is a bad Pokemon.
he can cook. I think it's was this free
Also
agency as
agreed.
well
Yeah,
or
also he dropped the History and Avalanche
okay?
for it, even though I told him like 7 times he shouldn't.
I don't know if I like Hitmonchan more than Hisuian Avalok, to be
Yeah,
honest.
like his
And,
reasoning for it was that Hisui and
but
Avalok is a Terra Hawk. Like you need to Terra Hisui and Avalok. Well, Hitmonchan you don't really need to. But then again, like if you Terra your Hisui and Avalok, it's really hard to kill. Like sure, people know that it will Terrastalize out of its typing, but does it really matter that that people know that? I don't think so.
I don't know what the plan is with this guy, honestly.
It's a rapid spinner. He needed more
I
removal,
mean,
so
like,
it's not only Corviknight.
I can see the spin, but what else?
I
Because
mean,
Hisuian Avalok,
Elliot really likes his fighting types. And
sure.
I think Mike told him that this thing was a budget scissor. Like technician bullet punch Terra Steel, technician Mach punch Terra Fighting. It's a
There is there is no technician. This guy gets Iron Fist, but
oh, it's a really, really, really budget scissor then.
yeah, I was gonna say like this thing doesn't get technician. It's not bulky enough. It's not. Let me check Scissors attack
So what
stat.
else does it get then? It gets Iron Fist. And what does it get? It doesn't get
Okay,
Intimidate either, right? Or does it?
no, it's Iron Fist, Keen Eye, and Inner Focus.
Oh,
So
Keen
you're
Eye.
running.
We are
Yeah,
not running Mudsap on this Hitmonchan. Oh no.
yeah. So like you're gonna run Inner Focus if you're facing Intimidate, sure. But you're running Iron Fist with 105 base stat attack,
I mean, it's
which
not bad.
it is
It's
literally
not bad.
it's literally budget Scissor. But
Yeah.
the only issue I have with this Terra Captain is that he dropped it for Hisuian Avalok first, which
Yeah.
sure, but I feel like Hitmonchan goes into the same problem. It wants to Terra.
I don't know about that. Like it can run Terra.
I,
It can just run regular fighting type.
yeah, but it's not bulky enough, bro. It
Yeah.
really not.
Although
Or
I've seen
fast
Milk
enough.
use some assault vest sets with it before, so
I can see Assault List stats because it has a respectable special defense stat. So I guess
yeah.
I can see a bulky variant that way.
I don't really know
I'm
about the Terra Ghost on it. Like I see the vision because it's a spin blocker, and
yeah.
sure, I would have really liked seeing like Terra Ice or Terra Electric to get the stab Thunder Punch and the stab Ice Punch.
Yeah, with the Iron Fist.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. Even Terra Dark on this mon.
yeah, for knockoff.
Stab
Yeah,
knockoff,
yeah.
that would do some damage.
I mean, I
But
think we're in agreement that this thing is a bad Pokemon. But Elliot is a good player, and he is a bit similar like me that he just draws things to prove people wrong. So when I told him I
yeah,
disliked this Pokemon, he was like, "Yeah, I'm definitely keeping it this time." So just to
wait,
prove you
hold
wrong.
up. I need to look at one more thing. But you keep yapping.
I keep yeah, I keep yapping about the Hitmonchan. Like
No,
I'm a
you
good
can move on.
yapper.
It's fine.
Okay, sure. His next pick is Rotom Wash. I hate this thing. I really did. I've
I
tried
love
so hard.
Rotom Wash.
I tried so hard for to convince Elliot he shouldn't get it. Like he was torn between this thing and Slowking, the regular one. I had Slowking in MMC and I disliked it, but I was like, yeah, I dislike Slowking, but I also really dislike Rotom Wash. So
I like
I think I convinced him out of it as well. But then he picked a different Grace. And he was like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. And I'm like, yeah, you're definitely not sorry. Fucking Rotom Wash.
dude, I like Rotom Wash more than Slowking. Crazy to say.
I
Crazy
mean,
to say. But
I think I can see it because I didn't like Slowking at all. And my main dislike for Rotom Wash is that it's such an annoying Pokemon. Like, you can't switch in your ground types to absorb the Volt switches because you get Hydro Pumped. And you can't even switch in your Spadef ground types because then you get Will-O-Wisp and you lose your physical attack. I hate this thing
yeah.
with a passion. It also looks stupid. I'm not a Rotom enjoyer. I just like
I,
all
I
Rotoms.
I love the thing it does.
Yeah,
It's a great pivot, mon. It can soak up a hit if you wanted to, but it's annoying to say the least.
it's very
So
annoying.
I really like this Pokemon, and especially on this team, I enjoyed even more because its levitate is really useful in this case because
Exactly.
you are bringing Rotom most of the time, and your opponent has to think twice before they want to go for that ground move on something like Shocks or Ogerpon.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you have that rotom in the back, and it will status you. Like,
Yeah, like Sandy Shocks is like a little bit similar to Regieleki that people really like to bring their ground type against the Sandy Shocks team. But with a Rotom Wash, it's a little bit annoying to bring your ground type because you get Hydro Pumps and stuff like that. And if you want to
hmm
bring a grass type to counter Rotom Wash or Sandy Shocks, yeah, have fun against Corviknight and Arcanine, man.
yeah, exactly,
I still
bro.
hate the thing. I hope he drops it in grades 2, but he definitely won't.
No,
So.
don't do that. Don't do that. I'm telling you, keep the rotom. It's a good mod.
Last season I had
Um,
to fight it 3 times. How ridiculous is that?
yeah, you were sad about it fighting it twice. It ended up being
Man.
thrice.
Oh, it's always
And
the
it
same with
annoyed you.
Rotom.
It annoyed you every single time too.
It definitely did.
Which was insane.
It definitely did. I hate this thing. So have you found the thing you were looking for with Hitmonchan now?
Yeah, I did find it. I found the perfect replacement for Hitmonchan. Crazy enough, but it's a defogger instead of spinner. I don't know how
Shiftry.
much that matters. No, actually.
Girder.
Girder, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Still gets Iron Fist if you want to. Bulkier. It's slower than Hitmonchan, sure, but
I
you
like
get the
Girder
bulk
more
from it,
as
and
well.
you
I,
like,
I like Girder more as well.
yeah, and you get Guts if you really want to.
Yeah.
You still get, Mach Punch. It can be a good Terra Captain. I've seen people run it as a Terra Captain. I like it. It gets taunt too.
Ooh,
I
that's
don't know
cool.
if it gets knocked.
I
I
think it
think you
does.
might. No, it does
Conkeldurr
get.
gets
Yeah,
knocked, so yeah.
yeah. I like Girder more, but
I
it's
like
there.
Girder more too, but I also like Hisuian Avalok more, so.
I mean, yeah, Hisuian Avalok, but like this, like if he drafts Girder, right? Girder doesn't want to Terra every
I
week,
think he
whereas
he
Hisuian
probably
Avalok,
went for
I can see
the
the piece.
yeah, I think he probably went for the Hitmonchan to fix his speed tiers. Although I don't
Mhm.
rate speed tiers that much, so like dropping from Rotom Wash to Corviknight is fine in my opinion. But Elliot has a bit of
Yeah,
Elliot has a bit of
it's
an
a jump,
interesting side,
but
so yeah.
I really don't care if I'm like base 70 or 60.
Yeah,
Like
like
at that speed tier, it really doesn't matter because
I do
the
not know if
mon.
I have a base 80 mon. Let me check. Let me check. Do I have a base 80 speed mon? Yeah, my Braviary, for example. I am not going to speed creep my Braviary to outrun this Hitmonchan. I do not care. I
Yeah,
really don't care.
you would rather invest in bulk.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
so yeah, I think like even like let's say you want to keep your Hitmonchan, I would straight up like just give a little Nachi the Terra Captain.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That would be fun too.
Lil Nachi.
But
I lowered Lil Nachi to
yeah,
2 points. even though I think
what?
it's a 3 pointer. Because then people could have gone 10 plus 3 plus 2.
Oh, I
Uh,
see.
I definitely lowered some ones on purpose. So yeah.
I mean, little
Lil
Nachi is
Nachi.
fine.
I think it's better than Gark.
It's better than Garg.
Yeah, I mean, it's not better than Gark, like, we know that, but I think in draft it's better, because when people see Gark on the opposing side's team, they're always going to prep for Gark. When people see a little Nachi, they'll laugh. They might not respect it, and when you don't respect a little Nachi and it comes, it's going to be really annoying.
Dude, every time I see this on an opposing team, I'm prepping for it the most.
Yeah,
Dude,
I'm not prepping for it the most. I'm just slapping a cover cloak on something and I'm fine. But I
well, yeah,
respect it. I respect it though.
no, like you will think about a counter for this though. Like if you sleep on it, it's gonna destroy you. It's
Yeah.
gonna annoy you, not
It's
destroy
funny
you. It's
that it's
gonna
on the
annoy
same
you.
team as the Darkrai again. Like Patrick had this in MMC, Darkrai and the Lil Nachi. And I ran Cover Cloak against him because then Darkrai couldn't get the Dark Pulse flinches either, so it's funny that they're together again.
I think it's a great mon. Stealth rocks are nice
Yeah.
on this.
Just a really
It
nice
has- it
fist
has
step wall.
use.
And it's a ghost resistance again, so I mean he's not weak to ghosts. But it's always nice to
Yeah.
have.
Oh, and this thing paired with like Darkrai and Valiant and the other mons, it's
Yeah.
a status sponger.
True.
It's
True.
it's a great mon in that regards because you now don't care about like the opposing team spamming like Thunderwave or Willow because you can
Yeah, you
just
get
bring this in and
T-spiked.
annoy them.
Like, if I bring T-Spikes against this team, can Lil Nachi get poisoned by T-Spikes or not? I don't know
I
about
have
that.
no idea.
Yeah. I don't fight him, so I don't have to
Uh,
know immediately, but it'd be interesting if it could.
I'll search it up.
Yeah. Lil Nachi, it's a second stealth rocker, so it frees up Sandy Shocks a little bit. I think it will be good in the games that he does decide to bring it. So I rate the pickup, especially for the 3 points that I put it at. While you look it up, I'll talk a little bit about Spiritomb. I mean, Spiritomb, it's bulky. I've always looked at Spiritomb as a budget pick, but then I usually go over the opposing players' teams, like all the other coaches. Like, yeah, I'm never bringing Spiritomb in a game, so I never picked it up, but it's a good spin blocker, I guess. It gets Will-O-Wisp, it gets Toxic, it gets T-Wave, so it gets all the status moves you want it to. It gets Space Split too now. I think it gets dual screens, so this thing could be annoying if he does decide to bring it. He doesn't have the craziest hazard stacking team to spin block, but then again, it's always a nice option to have. And being only weak to Fairy when you have a Corviknight and an Arcanine, it's never a bad thing.
All right, so I looked it up. T-Spikes come in as a status condition, but I have no clue. Bulbapedia is kind of iffy about this. So I don't know. We'll have to test in showdown or
Yeah.
his opponent again, I guess.
Yeah.
But fun mon. Spiritomb, on the other hand, I love that pick too, because this thing can be annoying, man.
Yeah,
I
it can
picked it
definitely
up
be annoying.
I picked it up in season 5, I think. I loved using that mon. It was so annoying when I brought it, and I usually ended up with a set that I was really happy with. You can run it a bunch of different ways, utility or offensive if you really want to.
Yeah, I think it has the same attack and special attack, like, so it's not
Yeah,
easy
I
to
think so
switch in
too.
on.
It is not literally. Like it can do a lot of annoying stuff. It's 92 attack and special attack. That's pretty fun. Also, funny enough, the defenses are the same too.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can run it physically or
If
specially.
if
The
only
HP
this thing had
stat is
HP.
low.
If only this thing had
Yeah,
HP. I
but
mean,
again,
it works with Pain Split, I guess.
yeah, exactly. When you click paint split, you're recovering almost all of it. So that's
Yeah.
pretty funny on this spawn. And you have Destiny bond sets. You can set up Trick Room if you really want to.
Trick Room
Trigger
with an
Punch
Iron
reverse,
Valiant and Dark Writing is really funny.
skill swap, skill swap, freaking Gliscor counter. Gets Ice Beam, I think.
Ooh. People hating on Gliscor. I don't appreciate it.
I love Gliscor. Gliscor is such a
Man,
fun mod.
Gliscor,
It's
I
annoying
love
though.
it. Yeah. I mean, the Spiritomb. If it comes
I
to a
like
game, it will probably do some work. I'm not sure it will come to games. Like, this team,
Um,
the top 6 is
I-
ridiculous. The Rotom Watch is really good too. And then his other
yeah,
4 picks are mons that could come to a game, so. But usually you're going to see the top 6 plus Rotom Watch, I think.
yeah, I agree. I feel like this team, in my opinion, I feel like this team could have like one mon job then picked up like a powerhouse. Like you can pick up a powerhouse in this team. Like a little bit of higher point value mon that
Yeah, like
can do a
Rotom
little bit
Wash
more.
and Galarian Slowbro together are, I think, like 25 points, maybe 24. So
Mm-hmm.
there's definitely a way. So, I mean, you don't even need 11 monsters. He could drop both of them and then drop like a Chi-Yu. Not that it fits on the Steam, but he could have points wise he could do that.
I like the Rotom Wash on this team, crazy enough. I feel like he could probably drop like Spiritomb plus Little Nachi or Hitmonchan.
Yeah.
Like, let's say, like theoretically, you could drop Hitmonchan and Spiritomb, probably get a better spinner or defogger if there is any, which I don't know on the draft board right now.
Yeah.
It is possible,
Yeah. I mean,
but
Galarian Slowbro. I don't know about it. It's sad it doesn't get T-Spikes.
wait, really?
Yeah, it doesn't get T-Spikes. I don't know why, like, Galarian Slow King gets it, but Galarian Slow Bro doesn't. I'm pretty sure at least it doesn't get it.
Toxic Spikes? No, it does not.
This thing
I
is
mean,
a really good fighting switch in. It's a regenerated Pokemon, so you'll never be bad with it, I guess. It's
I
just
I
a really
like
bad cloaking.
Bro.
No
It
chain
is.
reception, no
It
T
is.
spikes.
Wait, this thing doesn't get chili reception? That's crazy.
No, it's the less funny, brother.
I think it's because like they try to make it more offensive, but I think they failed horribly with this.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
And in
It's like
GWA, oh, sorry. You go.
sure you can run it like you know, as a physically defensive mon, but the attack stat and special attack stat do nothing for it.
Yeah. I mean, there are some fun value drum sets with quick claw, quick draw, but we did ban quick claw, so
Yeah,
I mean, he
exactly.
could rely on quick draw. I'm not even sure we allowed quick draw. I'm
Hey,
not sure.
trick room
Yeah,
belly drum.
trick room value drum, I
The
guess.
next team, the next meta.
Trick room value drum and two offensive moves: step poison, step psychic. Gets walled by the guard by a ghost type. Gets walled by a steel type. Tragic.
It can get some coverage or something. There's
Yeah, but if you're a
probably a
trick room
stab.
and value drum, you are not getting cover throughs.
No, no.
But the shell side
Unfortunately.
R move is cool. Shell side R move is cool.
Hey, how about trick room spirit tomb and then bring a belly drum slow, bro?
Yeah, then you lose a turn.
Sure, you
I
lose 2 turns. You lose 2 turns. There's the
turns.
trick room gone. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's a nice option
Or
to have.
sorry.
It's not a bad Pokemon. Like when you look at his first 6 months, only Corviknight is really a defensive Pokemon. So Lil Nachi, Spiritomb, Rotom-Wash, Glowbro,
And
they fit the bulk. It's a really good team. I think this is the best team in the
I
league.
like it. I like the bulk options because like you don't have to focus in on one, right?
Yeah.
But
Like,
I feel like tweaks could be made to this team, and
don't tell him
this
that
will be
though.
a broken.
Don't tell him to make tweaks. Elliot
I can
loves to make
personally,
transactions. He loves it. Like, I think he was in my DMs already before the draft even ended. When is Grace going to start? And then he spent like the entire Grace day. I think he made his transactions the final 2 minutes of Grace. And even now, he already DM'd me like, I'm going to make transactions in Grace too. It's 1 month and a half away, man. Take it chill, man.
Dude, okay, hold up. So 7 points, right? Let me see what 7 pointers I can work with. I mean, bro, he could straight up change this team and make it better. I'm not gonna say it though. This team is already too threatening.
This team is really good. Like, one of the
Yeah.
best things about this team is that if you have to fight it, it's not like, oh, I'm going to lose to this one. Like, there are so many there are so many ways
There's
to
a lot.
win. Yeah. It's not like my team where you look at Gouging Fire and think, uh-oh, Gouging Fire. I mean, I still have Blood Moon and Greninja as well, I guess, but like, this team has so many ways to win. It can even be run stally, so I really like it. I really like it.
I like the team. I like the team, but I feel like it could be better. I don't know why.
Yeah, it would have been better with Hisui and Avalik and with Slowking. Is all I'm going to say.
Hisui and Avalok and Slowking.
Like, okay, so he drops the Hitmonchan for Hisui and Avalik. He drops the Rotom Wash for Slowking. And then he drops the Glowbro for Dragalge and he has his Dragon type. Isn't that better?
I lost you when you said drop the Rotom Wash because I really do like Rotom Wash and Corona on the same team. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, he could just drop Glowbro for Dragalge and Hitmonchan for Hisui and Avalik. But I
Sure.
want to get rid of the Rotom Wash as well.
Now I think like this team could benefit from 2 water types, straight up.
Yeah, Arcanine can be a water type though, so.
Sure. I'll say sure to that.
I don't think it's too bad.
No, I don't disagree with that, but like, do you really want your Arcanine to be Terra Water when you can like spam Terra Normal Extreme Speed?
Okay,
I mean,
but
some
counter
cases,
argument
yes.
to that, do you need Terra Normal Leaf Speed when you have a Darkrai and an Ardent Valiant and an Ogerpon?
I guess not.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he has
you really
options.
don't.
It's really nice. Okay, next team.
Yep, go for it. We've been yapping for too long.
Yeah, man. Maki.
Crazy wafflers.
These speed tiers are so sexy. I love these speed tiers.
That's the first word you can think of. Yeah, no,
Exactly.
it's attractive. It's definitely an
Attractive.
attractive team, right?
Attractive. Very subtle. Very nice. Very balanced.
I mean, I had to throw that joke in there. Look at the top three. Tell me it doesn't say anything.
I don't know what you
Anyways,
mean.
yeah, never mind. Round
Miascarada. I
one,
love this thing, man.
Miasparada.
I love this thing, man. Although Maki,
Such a
I'm
goat.
just going to say you one thing. I drafted Miascarada in MMC. And when I won my first game thanks to Miascarada, usually for my thumbnails I go like ex Pokemon fan art. Do not go Miascarada fan art. Like save your eyes, please. I got traumatized by that.
Oh, I can get,
Uh,
bro. I don't understand poker fans doing that, but that's a conversation for a later date.
I don't need it.
I
It's a
I think
cat. Come on now.
yeah, I think that's an offline conversation. I don't need
I
to
already
make it a
know
fun.
I already know that one of the MMC people in the comments, like I'm telling you now, it's going to be Steve or Patrick. They're going to go like, Dries not being a furry, and then they're going to mention the Nala. Fuck
Oh,
off, guys.
oh,
Fuck off,
100%.
guys. Fuck
100%.
fuck off, guys. Maki, if you're real, you name this Mioscarada Nala. Is all I'm going to say.
Oh no.
Anyways, this thing is really good.
Goated first pick though. I
Yeah.
think like this mon is so versatile. Great speed tier to start your draft with.
Yeah.
You can basically make it anything you want to do besides a special attacker.
Even a
I really
special
like the
attacker.
mon.
I've run specs before, and it does the job.
Yeah, but you really don't want to.
I don't know, man. Like when you see Miascarada,
No.
people usually go like, "Ooh, Fizz Def, Rocky Helmets." When you go choice specs on it, and they switch in the Fizz Def mom, it gets clapped. Like this thing, Oko's gouging fire with specs power gen.
What? Yo,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, because it gets the
There's no
protein
way.
boost. It definitely does.
Oh my god.
You
There's no
might
way,
have to
dude.
run
There's
modest.
no way.
I don't remember if you ran modest or timid. We definitely Oko it. I Oko the Torkoal as well, which is cool.
There is no way.
Yeah, this thing is quite strong. I think it gets 80, 81 special attack. Like it's weak, sure, but still, it's not
Oh
it's
my
not
god.
unusable.
Hey, non-invested gouging fire has a chance to die, even if it's timid power gem.
Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy. What?
I do not know why I'm saying this. Like I have gouging fire and I fight this team.
Yeah, but you're gonna run bulk on gouging fire in this team anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I mean,
I
I'm
would.
just going to
I
run Pheasant
definitely would.
Liberty against Mioscarada. It's going to be fine.
Yeah,
But
true.
no, this thing, it can do anything. It can be physical, it can be special, even if you want to. It's a really good choice band Pokemon. It's a really good choice Scarf Pokemon.
Yeah,
It's
I
one of
like
the
choice
best.
Meowscarada the
Yeah.
most.
It's also a really good lead. Like, you can lead this thing and basically don't have to worry about it. Like, it basically has a good lead matchup to everything because it has ridiculous speed. And even if you get the lead wrong, to say, for example, if you lead Mioscarada into like a Talonflame, like you get the lead wrong. But if you're Scarf Power Gem, you kill that thing anyway. It's really cool. You can counter a lot of teams with Mioscarada.
I really like a Meowscarada lead in general. When you want to like out prep your opponent, just run Sash, Spikes, T Spikes, Ducker, and Flower Trick.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
They will
Voice
never
cracking.
see it coming. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a common set, but like if they're prepping for something like a Scarf Meowscarada and you just set up spikes on their face, it's really funny when that happens
Yeah.
because they
I,
don't expect it.
I really like Hone Claws, unironically. Like, you get the +1 attack and the +1 accuracy, you can't miss Triple Axle anymore. Sure, you do lose your protein, but
Who cares?
yeah, I really liked Hone Claws on it. It did some damage.
Yeah, I never got around to like thinking about Hone Claws, but like if you can set up a Hone Claws, it's funny.
It's not that hard to do.
But are you really? Do
It's
you
not that.
really want to click Hone Claws with this mon when you can just pivot around with your other team members?
Yeah, I
Like
guess.
this is the definition of a pivot team.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see
All
that, yeah.
right, we can. I think we talked enough about this Meowscarada.
True, true. Iron Bundle round 2. I
I like
mean,
Bundle.
I like the idea of Bundle. I do not know
It's
if
an
I
ice
like
type.
Bundle.
You drafted as an ice type. Just think about that.
Yeah, but if you say it to me like that, I don't like Bundle. I never draft an ice type unless it's Glaceon.
Your problem.
No, like this
Yeah,
this
I
thing,
like.
like I'm interested in it because I've run Tornado Tyrion before with Bleakwind Storm, and I clicked
Yeah,
Bleakwind Storm without caring, and it hit most of the time. Like I think I hit 10 out of 11. If Iron Bundle hits 10 out of 11 Hydro Pumps, it's a really good Pokemon. But we
bro.
all know it's not
I
going to hit 10 out of 11.
Okay. Here's the thing with Bundle, right? If you like gambling, you love this Pokemon, right? But
Yeah,
if you also don't care some weeks, you'll bring this Pokemon, slap a choice specs on it, click Hydro Pump over and over again till you die. You don't care. You don't give an F. And then whatever you get is what you get. You're gonna deal with it and move on and build the rest of the team in a way that can take on a 5v6.
mm, agree.
You just bring Bundle in as a wild card. But
Yeah.
do you really want to do that? That's up to you.
But even then, Choice Specs Freeze Dry. Like, what's your switch into a Choice Specs Freeze Dry? There isn't much.
That too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I like Bundle. It's a Pokemon that sparks my curiosity,
Yeah,
but I'm not
it's a
ballsy
really
enough
good
to
way to
draft
say
it like
it.
round 2. Yeah,
Yeah. I don't
I
think it would
really
have. Like, I was interested
what?
in seeing her take it round 2, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure it would have made it back to her. Like, there were other people talking about Iron Bundle after it went, so I think she took it at the perfect time when she wanted to use it. So
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand that because, like, Meow with Bundle is really nice to see.
true.
It's probably one of the best Pokemon you could pair it with. Um, but if I was drafting Bundle, I'm drafting it the last round if it's not drafted.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
kind of like a Bundle guy I would be. I'm like, sure, I need a water type and an ice type. I'll take it. But like, you kind of have to see how the draft is playing out because usually you won't see Bundle go last round.
yeah.
Someone will pick it up because like it's a good mon. It has a good speed tier. You
It
can
needs to
still
be.
use it even if you don't use it for Hydro Pump.
Yeah, like even if you use it for Hydro Pump, people have to prep for it. Like
Oh, 100%.
this thing
Dude,
is.
I was running mocks with one of my friends for with Iron Bundle on this team. I just brought Specs Hydro Pump. It literally had no answers. Everything just dies. And like as you mentioned, freeze dry is good too. But
I've
yeah,
lost
you
a
will have
bundle
to prep
before
for
after freezing my Magearna for 4 turns, so that was fun.
it.
No,
Yikes.
although I do think it was Deoxys. It might have not been Deoxys. It might have not been the Iron Bundle actually. But then I
That's
lost to
funny.
Iron Bundle in the endgame because my Magearna was dead. Yeah.
Fun
Anyway,
mon.
no. But it might be
I
fun
like
for Maki. It might be fun for Maki.
it. It's a gamble mon, man. I rate picks like that.
With her luck though, it's really interesting. Like she loves to mention how unlucky she is, and then draft an Iron Bundle, and the Escarada with Triple Axle, and then Cinderace
Hey,
with Pyro Ball. I mean,
this might be the season.
yeah. I really like
I mean, let's
Cinderace
be
with Iron
honest.
Bundle though.
Let's be honest. Are you clicking triple axle with your Meowscarada when you have a whole iron bundle right there?
I would, yeah.
Fair.
I would.
Anyways, Cinderace, cool Pokemon.
I like it with Iron Bundle. Like when I see Iron Bundle, I usually think, yes, Stealth Rocks. Brrr. But with Cinderace, it's a little more difficult to just click Stealth Rocks and call it a day.
Yeah,
So
I like a fast core change if you want to run that. You can also like really easily boot spam if you wanted to.
this thing is also
Like
strong. Like I remember when I had to fight it in week 1 of QBDL, and
mhm,
I swapped in my Primarina on it. I think it was just a bulky max HP, max special attack Primarina, and it took like 30% from a U-turn. And I was like, okay, choice bands. Now turn 9
yep.
was just heavy duty boots. I was like, okay,
Dude, Cinder is crazy. I mean, it's a libero, sure, but dude, this thing does damage. Like pyro
Yeah.
ball is gonna hurt, even on a resisted hit. It doesn't care.
Yeah, and he gets some really nice utility too, like Super Fang, Taunt, Core Change.
Yep.
I really like
Even
the pick.
temper flare.
Okay, okay. Let's not get overboard, man. When you have Pyro Ball, you click Pyro Ball.
You're right, but some weeks you just want to click temper flare, man.
I've never had the dirt before, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, that's the last move I saw. I'm like, that's never getting clicked.
It's your second protein one. It's funny, like, I have Greninja. I was tempted to trade
Mhm.
Greninja for Iron Bundle just so she had all three of them. But nah.
Funny enough, that swap can actually work for both teams. Like I can see it fit for
Yeah,
both teams.
yeah. But
But I think,
let's not. Let's not.
yeah, I think bundle is really good for this team though.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
I like the two libero users or protein whatever same ability with iron bundle.
Exactly.
Pivoting is
Yeah.
really nice on this team.
And these are three mons that can pivot, but they can also all three easily be choiced. So have fun
They
switching
deal
into these.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they deal damage too. Yeah,
And
exactly.
Fire, Water, Grass being Meow Bundle Cinderace is really cool.
This is like the team I would draft, honestly. Like the top four, I would easily
Ah,
draft those.
okay, so you talk about Latias.
Latias. Fun Mon. It can be really annoying. Um, you can make it really bulky if you want to, but also you have your stored power sets if you want to be boring. But come on, you're drafting a Latias? You don't want to be boring like that. Um, this thing has okay damage output. I mean, 110 special attack, nothing to scoff at. But levitate with Monster like Cinder, really nice. I don't think this spawn can pivot, but I really like the utility it has
I
to
think it gets
offer.
Baton Pass. Doesn't
Oh,
get Flip
does it?
Turn, but I think it gets Baton Pass, yeah.
Let me see. It might. Uh, Baton Pass. Are you serious? Oh, it does get it. Crazy. I
Yeah.
didn't know that. Um, but yeah, I like Gladius for its utility because you can spam Thunder Wave if you want to. You get Reflect, Light Screen,
Healing
Roar.
Wish,
Reflect type is
Regular
fun.
Wish.
Yep, Wish, Healing Wish. Bolt Beam coverage is nice.
Man,
I think it
Healing
gets
Wish
Thunder.
into this Iron Bundle is not going to be fucked.
Yeah. So, and Trick Potential. So, really good Mon. I like it.
I'm not the biggest fan of Latias, but then again, it's a Psychic type. I just don't like Psychic types in general.
Yeah, you just like your gouging fire and no else, no one else.
Yeah. That does sound like me, to be honest.
Yeah,
Why draft Latias when you can have Gouging Fire? I mean,
not everybody can have gouging fire once you draft it.
thank God. No,
Yeah, this
I can see it on her team, and I think Maki is someone who really loves Latias as well. Like she's the type of player to really enjoy Latias as a utility and uh, coverage boost it gets.
yeah, and even like spec sets like you scarf or specs this mon, it will do some damage for you. Like
True.
it won't claim like KOs, but specs Draco from Eladius is nothing to scoff at. It
No,
will do damage to
it's
you.
true. Yeah.
Um, so I think Latias is a good pick. Also, you can wall like straight up teams if you don't have an answer for a Calm Mind Draining Kiss set or something like that. This
Mhm.
mon can be annoying, and this is basically a mon that Maki needed for her top three support. So
Yeah,
great
I can
mon.
see that. And then up next, I mean, I kind of want to talk about these next two together, like Dolphin and Tentacruel. She left both of those picks with me. Like, I want the Rapid Spinner, and if they both make it to me, sure. And they actually both felt her. That's kind of crazy. Like, she has two really good removers now.
Mm-hmm.
Together with
I
Cinderace with Core Change. Like,
Yeah, they
these
work.
are some good removal options.
I think I drafted both of them, Donphin and Tentacruel, and they
Together?
do their job. Not
Ah, yeah, okay.
together. I think I had Donphin last season with gouging, and I had Tentacruel with the Garchomp team.
Yeah.
Anyways, they do their spinning job, and they're nothing to scoff at.
They're both quite strong.
They'll
Like Donphan is really strong.
Yeah, and they both get knockoff. It's
True.
great support. Donphan's sturdy, great. You can easily boots it. I really want somebody to run Choice Bandit head smash. It comes out of left wing. It's so much fun, but nobody
Spin
does it besides me.
Spin loves Choice Bandit Donphan.
Yeah,
Like
it's so
that
much
thing
fun
does
to
so
run.
much damage. I suggested it to Crep in her BBR game, so I hope she brings this.
Yeah, dude, Donphan with the Choice Band is so much fun. Trust
It's
me.
really hard to switch in on, yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Other
Even
than
like
that, Donphan
Bandit
gets stealth
Earthquake is a lot
rocks.
of
Yeah,
fun.
exactly. Bandit DQ.
Yep.
Donphan gets stealth rocks, so this is her first hazard setter.
Hmm.
Other than Meow's Corrala, which is not a hazard setter. So
It can be, but people usually don't run it with
yeah.
hazards.
I mean, I'm
Even like
saying
a
that, but
team
I
like
have a
this,
Greninja, so
yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Bro,
this
did you
Donphan.
know this thing? Did you know this thing got encore?
Donphan gets Encore.
Straight up.
I don't know that, no. I mean, it does have 50
Yeah.
base speed, though, so what are you going to Encore?
Slow encore is insane. Bro, you're underselling slow encore. Come on. You know somebody's gonna set up
Mm,
on you, you predict it and click encore on
I
it.
don't think I've ever seen anyone set up on a Donphan. Like, this thing is too strong to set up on.
That is true. That's probably why nobody clicks encore on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, dude, this thing is funny. I didn't know it got encore, or else I would have ran it. But this
Yeah.
thing also gets roar, so
True.
that's probably more often ran than encore.
Like,
Um,
Donphan's biggest weakness is that it doesn't have reliable recovery. But then again, she has
yeah,
a Latias with Wish, so it kind of takes care of that.
yeah, you really don't need a reliable recovery when you have Latias baton passing your wishes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's pretty funny. And
Yeah.
I guess we can talk about Tentacruel too, because we're talking about the spinners.
Yeah, like Donphan
Again,
has the
like
Fizz Dev Spinner, Tentacles the Spit Dev Spinner, Grounded
yeah,
Poison type 2, T-Spikes,
granite poison, T spikes, yeah. So
gets
another
Haze,
toxic spiker. Yeah, stops. There you go. Stops
had
hazards or setup,
Setup Sweepers, yeah.
and it gets knockoff too. Bro, she has two reflect type Pokemon. I feel like we're gonna see some reflect type shenanigans this season with from Maki.
I really hope she does not bring Reflect type Tentacruel. Like, Water Poison is so good. Like, why would you ever want to get rid of that?
I don't know. You want to reflect type a gouging fire or something?
and then be weak to outrage instead of EQ. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, Tentacruel is fun.
I've used
I like
Tentacruel
running
before
like
and I
basic.
really liked it.
Yeah,
Assault
I think it's
Vest?
a fun one.
Was that what you're gonna say?
No,
Uh,
basic bulky Tentacruel.
uh,
Bro, why would you run Assault West on this?
I
This
I
already has
loved
120.
the Assault Vest on that. Max HP, Max Fizdef Assault Vest, and it was really hard to kill. I really liked that. You just ran flip turn, knockoff, and
Wait,
then
hold
your
up.
rapid spin, and then your poison move, for example. This thing was really hard to kill.
Bro, I think I brought Assault West Tentacruel week 1 of the team I drafted it on, and it worked really well.
That
I
might have
no,
been a
yes,
suggestion of me, yeah.
it might have been. It works. It actually works. Like, yes, I do question it, but like, it will be better. Like, you can run 4 attacking moves on this and still be fine. Like,
Yeah,
you
like
have good
rapid
coverage.
spin, knockoff, flip turn, and then you just decide on one of your stab moves.
Or you can do like 2 stabs and then coverage if you really want to be offensive and be defensive at the same time. It doesn't make sense, but
Yeah,
sometimes it does, depending on the matchup.
it's also really good speed. Like I
Yeah.
remember when I had to fight it in low tier season 3, and I had Infernape. I didn't bother speed creeping Tentacruel with Infernape, and that thing outsped me. That was really funny. Like, I didn't want to run Jolly on my Infernape, but now suddenly that Tentacruel outsped me, and I was like, oh, okay, I should have respected that thing more.
Nah, I like the 100 speed. It's a faster spinner, so now she has a slow and a fast spinner.
Yeah,
So that's funny. Um, no one's running sub SD, but Hey, it gets sword stance for some reason. Why does this thing get sword stance?
Yo, I think he's going to bring that. Like, I know Crep has drafted Tentacle before, and she has brought Swords and Tentacle quite a few times. And Crep and Maki, they do love to build together, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it come.
I mean, I can see it, but come on.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I can see it happen too.
Bro, acid armor, sword dance, tentacle coming your way.
Yeah, Mirror Coat as well. Very nice.
I
Thunderous
think, I
Incarnate.
mean,
Oh, I'm sorry.
it does get gunk shot if you really want a high attacking move. So sure,
Yeah, but if you have Poison Jab, I'm never clicking Gung Shot.
true, true.
Dundee
All right, we
Eye,
can move on to Dundee. Yeah,
I hate it as well.
I never said I
Prankster,
hated it.
Prankster. It's the same thing as Rotowash. Electric type, T Wave. No, I don't like you. I really don't.
This mon, Defiant, and Prankster. Prankster
Yeah,
is funny. I don't know. I don't like the incarnate forms genies as much. I feel
they're
like
all.
they lack a little bit.
I don't like them because they're all ugly.
Well, that's probably one of the things that I don't want to say out loud, but it's probably what is like holding me back from liking them. Because
Like
like their
that.
stats are decent.
Yeah, like usually I start looking at like Lando Eye and I'm like, oh, this thing looks really fun. And then I look at its face and I'm like, nah, it's okay. I just drive Glasgow for the 19th time.
And both of them get well, Thunderous and Tornadus. Both of them get Prankster, so they would be right up my alley. But I think it's just their ugliness probably
Yeah.
is what's
The
holding
good
it.
thing about both of them though, like and this Tundi as well, it can be mixed, it can be physical, it can be special. Like you have to respect bulk up.
Yeah. And funny thing about this is it gets both Volt Switch and U-turn. So
Oh yeah,
you can
true.
pivot either way if you're not setting up, but I really do like the setup potential on this. Like imagine you run weakness policy, agility, thunderous. Like you can literally sweep from both sides if you want to run like a mixed weakness
Yeah.
policy set.
I've done it before
So I really like
With Tornadus Tyrion. I've done a bit turn.
sure.
Yeah.
I
Because
can see that.
I do think it gets acrobatics as well.
This one gets it.
It should get acrobatics, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it has insane coverage now that I'm looking at its coverage. Like, setup potential is good with bulk up, nasty plot, agility. Um, I mean, both like physical and special stab. It has insane coverage if you want to run it. Good knockoff
Mhm.
user too, if you really want to. Fast taunt user. I think it's a mon that fits the role on this team.
Yeah.
Like, it's
And
it's versatile.
I also really value like a bulky Thunderous. Like I've suggested being a Fizdef wall for like a Samurai Tsui. And I'd put a word for that.
Yeah. I
Like
mean,
it
it's
has
like
this
I don't know if I would call it a wall though, because like it's like
it,
70
I mean
base
it's
defense.
not a wall, but you can come in on it, not take too much, and you
Sure.
always threaten it out because you're an electric type, you can U-turn, you can volt switch. And
Yeah.
even if your opponent predicts you to U-turn or volt switch, you're still a Thunderous, you're still going to do damage. Like
True. True. I'm glad this thing doesn't get any recovery because it would be too busted.
it gets rest. Resto Chesto acrobatics.
Sure. I don't rate that set, but sure. I would rather Defiant and just do damage as much as I can.
Yeah, I guess. I guess.
But yo, Prankster setup is insane on this mon. Hold up. Knee strap.
Yeah, but like bulk up prankster, it's really cool. You get the defense boost, and it's really easy to do so with weakness policy and then with acrobatics as well. So yeah,
Yeah.
shame
I
it's
like the
ugly.
mon. Yeah, shame it's ugly. I agree. All right. Up next, Terra Captains, all creamy first. What do you
I
think
rate it. I rate all
about this
creamy.
one? Though?
Like I do believe if you get swept by an all creamy, it's a bit of a skill issue.
Oh,
The way,
100%. 100%.
but
This
if you
thing is
don't,
so easy
but if you
to
don't
not
prep
get swept
for
by.
an all creamy, you are going to get swept by it. So
Yeah, so if you get swept by it, that means you didn't prep enough for it.
yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, I
bottom
agree
line
with
on
that.
top.
But then again, do you really want to over prep for an Alcremie when there is Meowscarada, Iron Bundle, Cinderace, even Latias? It's one
Not
of those
really.
Pokemon that really forces a lot of prep, even if you don't bring it. And if you do
Yeah.
bring it and you get rid of the stuff that Alcremie can beat, like this
Hmm.
thing is scary.
This thing is scary in the right hands, and I feel like Maki might be the right hand to put all creamy in. Like,
Yeah, once again, Crep has used this thing so many times, and yeah, Crep will definitely share some tips with Maki for Alcremie if she needs it. So
I was about to say that. Like,
yeah,
Crep has used this a lot, and I feel like that might be an ongoing theme with Maki's team.
yeah,
Like,
they
they
always
could
have
cook
similar
together.
teams. Like when you give me
Yeah.
all these teams without the team logo or the team name, I would be able to say Maki Crep. I would be able to do that.
That's funny. I'm glad that this thing only gets light screen and not reflect, because it would
True,
be too broken as a support mod. I mean,
true.
it has okay support, but not crazy amount, I
The
would
thing
say.
I like most about Alcremie is that it can get taunted. So with its
It can.
ability, it's immune to taunt, it's immune to encore, so you can't
True.
stop the setup sweep.
But you can encore them back. Crazy.
Yeah, it gets a lot of utility. And like its Terra type being fairy, water, and poison is really good. I know she wanted steel instead of poison, but she couldn't because Reggie still has to be Terra Steel. But I think poison does the same stuff as steel in all honesty.
I think this can be walled pretty easily. I feel like Terra Fire would have been really good here,
Yeah,
or Terra Fighting,
to
or
hit
Terra
the steel
Ground.
types. Yeah.
Terra Ground would be insane. Comfy, cough, cough. Um,
Yeah, to hit the steel types, I can see it.
exactly.
But
I think like
alternatively, though, like if you go Terra Water, you can keep setting up on the steel types, and you will break through with stored power eventually.
that is true. That is true as well. So I mean, like it's food for thought.
Yeah,
It's an easy change because, you know, you can test your Terra types out in the first 4 weeks, and if you think like
you can. That's
uh
the one transaction we allow. So if she really wants to change a Terra type, she can do that before Grace 2. You have one
oh
free
true,
agency transaction to change one Terra type or to change Terra captaincy. So
yeah. So food for
it,
thought right there.
yeah, it could be something to change during the middle of the season, during like a quarter of the season to give your other opponents some more stuff to
Yeah,
worry about. So I rate
yeah.
the all creamy
But I
pick.
think yeah, Alcremie is a good Terra captain though. I
Yeah,
think
and
it's a good mon.
we're also forgetting that it's a bulky fairy, so even if she doesn't
Yeah.
want to Terra it, like it's a really good bulky fairy type. Like it has ridiculously good SPDF, and if you're in it physically defensive,
Mm-hmm.
it's quite hard to kill.
Sure.
So
No opposition to that.
I like it.
Um, it's a fairy type. I'm obviously gonna rate it high.
Yeah. And Registeel, it's interesting. It's really bulky. It's a good stealth
Mhm.
rocker too.
Yeah, another rock setter. So that's good. You can run this either defensively. Um, I mean, I think she's trying to make up for all the offense that was picked up in the
Yeah,
first half of the draft.
yeah,
So I rate the Terra captains that are
me
defensive.
too.
Clear body is nice on this mon.
I'm
Um,
sad she hasn't gone for Terra Ghost on the Registeel.
I can see that. Terra
I
Ghost would
would
be fun.
I would have laughed so much when she was setting up curses and then when Terra Ghost curse and she suddenly dies to her own curse. That'd be really funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
But that's what's
Um,
happening here. I can see the Terra
dude,
fighting for super body press, and Terra flying
yeah,
is cool to uh,
be
be
immune to
immune to
ground type.
ground and resist the fighting types. So
Yeah, I mean this mon, like, yeah, sure, you can maybe set up on it, but you're never killing this. Like if you're not set up enough,
true.
and this will do damage back to you
I
if you
also
take
think it
too
gets
long to set
amnesia.
up.
So like, if you don't get crit, you can probably 6 teams with Iron Defense, amnesia, body press, and
Yep.
then
Body press.
rest.
Yep.
Yeah.
Resto chesto. That's the set right there.
You don't
Good
even
lord.
need Chesto and you have +6 defense, +6 per def. Like nothing is killing you
Yeah.
in 2 turns anyway.
Yeah, but if you're a Maki with the luck that we're testing this
That's
season,
true.
do you
She's
really want to
definitely
risk
getting
it?
crit turn 1.
uh,
No, I
I think
really
this is a fun mon. I've always like this is another mon that has sparked my curiosity, but then I never pick it up. For some reason, it just like goes on by. So
yeah.
I
It
I'd
usually
like to
goes
see how
earlier
things
than
go.
round 9. I think that's the reason. Like usually people look at Registeel and it suddenly goes to round 6 or round 7. And then you're like,
I
okay,
was
sure. But when it goes round
I've
9, then
seen
it becomes really appealing.
I was seeing this mon undrafted,
That's kind of
literally.
crazy.
Yeah,
Usually it goes
I've
like
not
mid draft
seen
too, I think.
I've never seen this mon picked up more than like couple times. Like this team, I've seen it now, but I don't think I've seen many teams with a Reggie steal on them.
It's
So
interesting. That's interesting.
yeah, but
And
I
then
do
her,
rate the mon.
yeah, me too. Her last 2 picks are funny. I don't res-
I think
I
I
don't
think those are
respect
just
either of
meme
them.
picks.
I've read Miss
Dude,
Dries before. Its only purpose was to meme look
uh,
and then Perish-Thong the Cyclozar. Couldn't even do that. Could not
oh
even do that.
no, oh no,
There's a
not the Parish song.
there is a team with that. Like I draft funny ones to deal with Cyclozar. They don't deal with Cyclozar. I never respect them again.
I mean, I don't think we can sleep on budget Flutter main here. I see the priorities.
Budget Flutter main, but like without 70 base speed, without like 100 special attack, without like 50 special attack, without Moonblast, without booster energy stuff. Yeah,
I
like
mean, sure, but it's still an annoying little prick, you know?
I wouldn't even call Miss Drevis like a $1 Happy Meal when Flutter main is like caviar. I even think the Happy Meal is a lot better than the stupid Miss Drevis is.
Oh, this is what like something that's like dirt on the ground or something like that. That's the first thing I can think of.
When you haven't eaten in like 2 months and you know that you're going to die if you don't eat it, and you see the Miss Drevis on the ground, I might take a bite of it. I But even then,
Dude,
I might prefer starving. So I don't know.
wow. The hate crimes. Dude, this thing is coming worse as you if he do end up facing Maki.
I do fight in week 3, so that's funny.
Hey,
I
just
mean,
so you know,
it's quite decent in all honesty. Like it's quite bulky with Eviolite, it's levitate, it's a ghost type. It's not the worst. It just doesn't do
hey,
anything back.
hey, just so you know, it gets nourishment from the fear that it absorbs in its red orbs. In daytime, it sleeps in darkness. So, people be fearing this thing. I'm
I
just
was
saying.
wondering where you were going with that.
No, that's one
Nowhere.
of its. It's
Pokédex
one of its.
entries.
No, yeah, it's one of its Pokédex entries. Also, it loves to bite and yank people's hairs from behind without warning. It just loves to see their shocked reactions.
This thing is kinky. It loves to bite and pull the hair from behind. Okay then. Okay then.
Dude, this thing has insane Pokédex entries. I
Yeah.
once you brought the dirt up, I'm like, bro, this thing probably has funny Pokédex entries.
I
But
mean, it would have been better if it could have Terra as well, but I think her Terra points are gone with Alcremie and Registeel.
yeah, I mean, I prefer Ocream and Registeel rather
Oh,
than budget.
1000%.
Yeah, exactly.
1000%. And Dunsparce. I mean, I've learned the hard way that Dunsparce with Serene Grace Ice Beam does get frozen. It does get freezes.
That Meow freeze. Rip.
Man, my Giga Impact thumbnail.
Dude, I was so sad. I
Me
was
too,
so
man.
sad when I
Me
saw
too.
that.
Stupid meow. I mean, it won't get frozen by the Serene Grace Ice Beam here if it's on the same team. That's something at least.
I mean, it's a good Eviolite user. I think the last 2 months they're good Eviolite users. You like users, you can be
They're
annoying with
going to
those little
be
pricks.
like the best thing I can say about them is if they come to a game, they are going to be annoying for her opponents because no
Yep.
one is respecting these two in prep.
Yep. And she's gonna meme
Uh,
on you. Be
yeah.
ready to like just lose all your dignity right on that spot.
Man, if I lose to a Dunsparce or a Miss Dreavis, I'm going to be sad.
You are going to retire.
If my gouging fire doesn't beat Dunsparce, that might just be the end of my draft career, man.
Yeah, I think you call it quits from there.
Exactly. Yeah, I rate the team. It looks cool. It looks
Yeah,
like a
I like it.
Maki team.
Yeah, it's like you see the top four and then you wonder, are the others even gonna show up? Like the top
They
four do
definitely
their
are
job
going
and then
to.
yeah, I mean obviously they are. But
She's going
like
to bring
you
Dolphin and Tentacruel more than Latias. I'm telling you that right now.
I can see that because like I mean, sure, but I can see a lot of use for Latias on this team though.
Yeah, I agree
It
with that
can
too.
happen.
They work well
Um,
together, them three. Latias, Dolphin, Tentacruel. Because both the spinners appreciate the wish.
yeah, exactly. I think this
Ah,
is a good team because you can pick your poison.
true.
You you pick which hair you want to pluck out with that mischievous.
Good ending to this team, yeah. Next one.
All right.
Mike and his Garchomps. I hate this team.
Oh my god, what is this team?
I fight this week one.
Really?
Yes.
Good luck.
And then I have Caleb week two.
Oh, you have a great season ahead of you.
Yeah. And people just still call the schedule rigged. Crazy.
Hmm.
I mean,
Round one Dio speed, huh?
I love Dio Speed. Like, I picked it up in QBDL thinking, yeah, it's only a 4 week season, so I might as well try it out. And if it's a fraud, which I thought it would have been a fraud, it's only 4 weeks, it won't be the end of the world. But this thing is so fun to build with. Did you
Really?
know? Did you know? I had to fight Harvey, and his fastest one was Jolteon on the team. That
Mhm.
Deoxys speed outruns Jolteon without any speed investment.
Yeah, I did because I
Like,
watch your team builder.
oh, good, good.
um, honestly, like I don't know how I feel about the Deoxys forms besides Deoxys defense. Even though I use Deoxys attack in a
There you
draft
go.
league and one,
Like,
but then
Deoxys defense, I dislike. The other three are great.
I don't know why I feel the exact opposite of that.
Wow,
It might just be our playstyles, but
man.
even
I
though I
want.
like pivot and fast mons, like I don't know. This thing doesn't fit in my mind. Like I love the speed hero. It's great, but it has the syndrome of I can't even do enough damage for my revenge killers to kill the other Pokemon. Even though it does get Psycho Boost. Yes, it's great. I don't know. I feel like it's a mon that I don't want to draft.
It's really hard to kill. Like, I've run into a lot with like max attack, max physical attack, but like you can just run max HP all the time, and this thing is hard to kill because like it has bad HP, but it has good defenses. I think it has like 90 defense and 90 SPDF. Like, it's quite bulky if you really want it to be.
I didn't know that. Hold up. I was thinking of Deoxys attack. Never mind. I take
No, no,
everything
no.
back.
This thing has bulk if you wanted to.
This thing is bulky.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, never mind. Cosmic power sets are real.
Call mine too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I really like Deoxys attack, Deoxys speed, Deoxys attack as well,
Okay.
but that's not allowed here, luckily. You can't hurt me
Never
twice with an
mind.
E-speed Deoxys attack.
This thing can this does get extreme speed, by the way.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt me as much as the Deoxys attack does.
I guess, yeah. You're right. Um this thing is actually crazy because this thing might be able to actually have the stored power sweep be real.
Yeah, true. It gets a lot.
Actually,
I
never mind. I like this Pokemon. Now that I'm looking
Yeah,
at it, I would draft this.
I
Deoxys
drafted
attack is
again
cool.
in a real season as well. Like
Yeah.
in an 8 week season, I drafted again. I like it.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would pick this round one. This would be my round two pick.
round 2 Deoxys speed is crazy, my guy. That thing is not making it that way, that far.
Yeah,
Un
somebody's gonna sleep on it, and I'm gonna find the perfect opportunity to
unless
pair with a busted
uh,
mon.
unless you're like one of the last 3 people in round 1, so you're like one of the first 3 in round 2, you might. But this thing is not making it all the way back to mid round 2.
I mean, this thing is banned in a lot of leagues anyway, so I don't think it's making it
I mean,
back.
I disagree
But
with that as well. It should never be banned.
yeah, I think this is a good mon. Like
Yeah.
it's a good power level. But I mean, there's leagues that ban Spectrier. Like, come on.
Man, you are going to
Anyways,
get some reactions on that. But I agree with you. Spectre should not be banned. But we're in the minority there.
I know. That horse though. Anyways, I think I really like this Pokemon now. I was like I just 180'd right there on my opinion. But
Yeah.
now that I look at his stats for real, because I really thought it was like budget Deoxys attack, it really
No, no,
is
no, no,
not
no.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not. I like it. I like this spawn. I would draft it.
Yeah, me too. Annihilate on the
Hey,
other
paired
hand,
with Annihilate?
I just
Yo,
like
paired with
Annihilate.
Annihilate? I love Annihilate. I mean, I really think it needs Terra though, to be
I
really
find
good.
that such a
Obviously,
weird take. I've heard that so many times. Like, Ghost
because
and Fighting is so good. I do not know why
bro,
I really want to get out of that typing.
I have drafted Annihilate with and without Terra. I went 0 for 4 with normal Annihilate, even though it was my first draft league and skill issue, obviously. But with Terra, I almost jumped from barely any kills to it being a kill leader. This
Oh,
Mon,
wow.
when Terra, will easily set up and get you the damage output you need. Whereas like when it's not Terra, people just like meme on this for some reason. I don't know why, but I love this Pokemon.
Yeah, my main issue
This
with
is
it
a
is
great
like when you
Pokemon.
want to run it offensively, it doesn't take hits well enough. And when you run it defensively,
It doesn't.
it needs to take a lot of hits to actually do damage with Rage Fist. So, but it's
And
really annoying. Like I love U-turning. When you have an
yeah,
Annihilate, I'm not U-turning. Like
no.
it's like the
Why would you?
anti-U-turn.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But I think you just answered your question. Like, why it needs Terra is because when it's offensive, needs to take a hit. That's when you Terra usually. And granted, like I was in an open Terra league, so like I could choose my Liberty based off of the week. But it was also like high tier Terra, right? So Annihilate wasn't like truly broken. Like they allow take hard mana fee with open Terra. Anyways, um, I dropped that by the way. Yeah, I like Annihilate. Final Gambit is funny, and
That's the
Scarf.
only way I got kills with it. I I drafted this thing twice. I made finals twice, and the only way I got kills with this thing was when I had it as the Rocky Helmet Pokemon, so I got Rocky Helmet chip, or when I brought it with
Yeah,
Final Gambit. That was the only times I got kills.
I mean that's funny because like this thing, I feel like okay, I have seen this mon without Terra actually sweep endgame with I think the endgame was against like a Great Tusk team. This thing actually put
Oh,
in work.
this thing is
Um,
really good against Great Tusk. Like,
yeah,
I love running Air Balloon with my Annihilate against Great Tusk. Like, if you want to hit me, you are giving me a Reach Fist boost. If you don't want to hit me, your Great Tusk cannot touch me.
yeah. I really like Annihilate where you are like a bulky build. The only thing Annihilate hates is status, and like this metagame is so status focused that I don't know. Annihilate is either really good on your team or really bad, and I feel like this
Yeah,
team
but this thing
really
is
will.
good with rest. This thing is good with rest.
Yeah, exactly. Resto Chesto is like something you really want to incline on,
Like,
if you want
he
to set up.
does have Healing Wish in the back as well later on. So, twice, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
true.
I dislike Annihilate, but I also really dislike fighting it, so yeah. It's going to be a fun week one.
A little bias there.
Yeah. Mandibus. I think this is my favorite defogger.
I can see it.
Like we mentioned before with the Corviknight on Elliot's team, you can easily fit defog on Mandibus, but it gets so much more. It gets U-turn, it gets Toxic, it gets Knockoff, it gets Whirlwind, Roost, of course. But it also can like run foul play sets. I really like this thing. It's also one of the best Annihilate counters. which is funny.
So you pick up your Annihilate counter. That's funny. Um, Man, this thing gets overcode. Overcode is kind of funny.
Its abilities are such a waste. Like I've used Mandibles a lot, and I'm like, oh, which ability am I going to run? Big Packs, and then what's clicking a layer on me? Nothing, and then Overcoat. That also does nothing. Should I run Weak Armor? Like I've run Weak Armor quite a lot of times, but then I'm like, yeah, no,
Never mind. Yeah, no. This mon has the ability syndrome where
Nothing
it
is
has
good.
terrible abilities.
But
Yeah,
then
but I think
it's also not a hindrance. Like it just doesn't have an
Yeah.
ability.
I mean, like, even if you don't have an ability, it's bulky enough to where like you'll be fine without an ability.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think this is pretty like one-dimensional Pokemon.
But
where
it does everything
You're
well.
gonna come in, do your thing. Yeah, exactly. Like it will do that thing really well. And Roost is crazy because now you can stall.
I agree.
I really like Tailwind on this Pokemon, especially because now you can Tailwind, you turn out into Annihilate or Switch, and now you enable your Annihilate to be a little bit faster.
You know
you
what's
can
even better?
What?
You can Tailwind, and then you turn out to your Deoxys speed, so it's base 360 speed. That's crazy.
Sure.
And now an extreme
Sorry.
speed. Yeah.
Yeah, you're never dying. Unless you get upper handed. Get wrecked.
Shouldn't work.
All right. Yeah. I think Manibus pretty one dimensional there. I mean, I've seen some
It's an
nasty
awesome
plus
pick,
sets,
yeah.
but
I've run
it's-
Nasty Plot Rain Dance Hurricane before with Weak Armor, that was cool.
yeah, like you can run it like non-dimensionally, I guess, but
That's for memes, it's not for serious battles.
yeah, exactly. But can we talk about Rotamo Terra? I feel like this is an insane Terra captain. I love it. I love that pick.
I mean, you know what I'm going to say, it's a Rotom. I dislike it.
I know, but it's such a great mon. I really appreciate a Rotom Terra here. Like Rotamo is a good Pokemon. With Terra, I feel like you just took it to the next level.
Yeah.
Honestly.
The electric is really nice with Levitate, obviously.
Yep. Terra
then-
Fairy is really good because Rotoms are known for Terra Fairies. What are you gonna do with Terra Poison though? Like besides that ground immunity?
He wanted Terra Steel, but he couldn't because Copper Raja had to beat Terra Steel.
That makes sense. Drop Copper Raja. You don't need them on anyways.
Kind of do.
We'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah.
I like Poison. I don't know if it fits, but sure.
It's only weak
'Cause
to
it's not a-
Psychic. And like, are you really weak to Psychic when you have a Mandibus?
Yeah, but it's not a grounded poison. I would rather see Terra Water. I was gonna say Terra Water, but now I see the Alamola on the team.
Yeah.
I don't know what other
Terra Poison
Rotom-
is really nice to like wall Great Tusks and Iron Valiants and stuff like that.
Yeah, go Terra Ghost. Just wall Great Tusk even more.
Nah, then
I
you're weak to
think-
knockoff, so
Sure. I really don't know what else could replace Terra Poison, to be honest. That's a food.
I like the Terra Poison. I really do. Good event
It's
for Terra
not
Ice. For Electric and Ice, but
Ooh.
like
Terra Ice. That would be fun. Yeah, but you already have Terra. I don't know. Really good Terra Captain. I don't know about the last Terra type, but
I like it.
I really rate it because it does Rotom things. We already talked about
Like-
Rotom Wash. Everything applies to this guy as well.
yeah.
Like it will do the same things, be more annoying. Now
I
you
like
have
that-
access to Nasty Plot setup too,
True.
which the other one does too. But like this will do it better. So
I agree. And I like the Terra Poison. Like, if you couldn't even tell from looking at Mike's team, he really likes defensive teams, so Poison as a defensive typing and being immune to ground, it's going to put in work. Like,
yeah,
he could run max defensive with Nasty Plot and it will still do damage because it's Nasty Plot, so
yeah,
I like it. Although
yeah.
it's a Rotom.
I like it too. How is Lando T making it to round 5?
It's a
we
B-Tech
talk about
Gliscor. It's a B-Tech Gliscor.
Did I tell you to pick up Lando T at one point? I feel like I did.
I think you did. I also thought about it, but it's the same speeder as Gouging Fire, so I went not for it. I didn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. I really like Lando T. I mean, Intimidate as its only ability kind of hinders it a little bit because now you're gonna have Defiant ran against you. But again, you picked up one of the greatest Defiant users in Annihilate, so
Hmm.
only King Gambit is a threat to you.
Yeah, and are you really
But
switching King Gambit on a Landers? I mean,
not really.
yeah,
Um, Even though I would run Air Balloon King Gambit just to switch it on Lando
sure,
T's in the
sure.
Intimidate. Um, but I really like Lando T here because you can explode. They took that away, Rip. Um,
Oh,
I loved using Scarf Explosion.
wow.
Those were the Sun and Moon days.
Well,
Um,
we didn't talk about Sun and Moon. Fuck Sun and Moon.
bro, I load Scarf Lando T with Stone Age Earthquake Explosion and U-turn because I would lead with it every single time. Anyways, this gen Lando T, what it does really well is pivot, and I feel like this team loves that pivoting option.
I
I talk
mean,
about pivoting all the time.
Annihilate, Mandimus, Rotomo, Landorus, they all can pivot. Even the Deoxys
That's
with
what I'm saying.
teleport. Even the Deoxys with teleport.
Dude, I feel like every single Mon in this team can pivot besides like the last two.
He has 6.5. We talked about it. Like he said, I have 6 plus the Deoxys with teleport, so 6.5. So
That's crazy. Um, yeah, it's a good pickup. Lando T does Lando T things. The offensive ground type is really nice.
yeah,
You're
can be
not quad
special
weak to
as well now. Like it's cool.
yeah. You're
I
not
like
quad weak to ice. You don't really care about ice types. You got a whole Alomola on your
exactly
squad.
like you're
So
weak to water and ice, but when you have an Alomomola, are you really? Like, are you really?
yeah. And it's
This
like a regenerator monster. It's perfect.
this is such an 8 team, by the way. Like Alomomola and Cyclizar. I'm so the only redeeming factor about this team is that it's not Caleb. That's the only redeeming factor of this team.
Dude, you talk about Alomola and Cyclizar, but like Manibus is straight up chilling there. Like pair those three together
Yeah,
and
but
you can hate
you know
your
what the
life.
difference is between those?
Yeah, Manibus doesn't have regenerator.
No,
I
no, no,
know.
no. The difference is that I like Mandimus.
Oh, you don't like Alomola and Cyclizar?
No.
Dude, that's crazy. I mean, like
Oh,
I
stupid
wouldn't pick
fish.
them, but
I
it's
would.
still good. It does
I
its
also
job.
don't like using Alomomola because, like, I feel like it's a little bit exploitable with it having really low special defense. But then again, like who, for example, really loves Assault Vest Alomomola because it's unkillable.
Yeah,
And sure,
I was
like,
gonna say like assault wisps exist and like it works on
yeah,
it
you
too.
lose your wish passing, but I mean, when you keep yourself healthy, it's still fine. It's really annoying. It still gets scald, gets flip turn now as well, so you can run Assault Vest without having to rely on Baton Pass for pivoting.
Hmm.
I've seen who really enjoy like what's it called? Scald, flip turn, fairy move. Like I don't know if it gets alluring voice. I think it does. And then Aqua Jet. He loves that set. I'm glad he has in the
Yeah,
GWA.
yeah, alluring voice. It gets that ice beam flip turn.
Gets Whirlpool too as well. So
It's an annoying mon, man.
it
I
really
don't like
is.
going up against it,
Yeah, neither do I. And it gets
but
wish, gets healing wish. So
yeah, man, I want him to skill swap his regenerator to a mon.
I would really
That would
appreciate
be
if he
fun.
skill swapped this regenerator to my Guardian Fire. That'd be great.
I know. I want to see it. Let
Or
me
my
see it week one.
or my Scissor. That'd also be really cool, Mike.
Yeah, man. I wish this thing got drizzle for some
No,
reason.
no, that's not
Yes.
like Politoed and Pelipper are annoying enough already. Let's not give a little roll of drizzle.
Dude,
Like, if we
imagine
really
a
want to
range
give
team.
something drizzle, let's give it to Samulet.
No, that mon doesn't need it.
uh,
But Samurott would Swift Swim. Now I can take a glance at it.
wow, wow.
Yeah. All right. Next up is the fraud, Enam.
Yeah, I
Yes,
can
I
see
called
it.
it fraud. I don't like it, man. It's so forced to scarf every week. It's
This
not
is
fun.
also a free agency pickup.
I can see it.
You
I
know
can
what he
see
had
it.
before?
What?
Clefable. He even had more aids.
Okay.
He even
No,
had more.
you ruined your team, man. You should have kept that Clefable. Clefable fits so well. Oh my god.
Nah, if he had picked Clefable, this team would have been big stall. Big stall.
Dude, you
But
just kicked yourself in the foot,
now he can
man.
pretend that he doesn't have stall like I did in MC.
Oh my god, bro. Enam, bro, listen to me. Just drop that Enam again. Pick up your Clefable.
Nah, it's with Dino already. Can't do it again.
Ugh, dude.
Now I can see
Enam
why
is
the
such a prod.
I can see the Enam though. Like if you look at his other mons, like Lando is strong, but
Yeah.
people really don't respect Lando as like the offensive powerhouse. Annihilate doesn't really hit that hard immediately, and neither does Deoxys. Like he really needed something to hit hard. So I can see why the Enamoris. It fits with the speed tiers. It's a really strong fairy type. So like I know you think it's a fraud.
I
I
don't think
don't
it's a
like it.
fraud. I don't think it's a fraud. I'm just like making fun of it because like it didn't do the damage I wanted it to. But on this team, it's doing its job. Yes, I agree with you 100%. But
And it's another healing wisher as well for Annihilate, which is crazy.
yeah, I just love calling Enam fraud because I know I'm gonna get a reaction out of Pup.
Yeah, I knew you were going for that. Purple loves his Enamoris.
Yeah. Um I think this mon, if built around right, will do what it does. I don't think I built around Enam at all. So that's why it struggled on my team. But I feel like on my team it was forced to scarf, like to be scarfed. On this
Yeah,
team it's not. It's really not because you have your speed tiers covered with your Deoxys and Cyclozar. Funny. And you can have Scarf Lando as a choice if you really wanted to scarf her.
and Scarf
So
Annihilate is also really good, yeah.
yeah, exactly. So you're not forced to scarf Enam, but like honestly, like I can see Enam as a good cleaner on this. Even like scarf Enam is a good cleaner on this team. And as you mentioned, I think the hitter is probably why they picked up Enam.
Yeah,
Um, because even if it's getting 80%, like Dio or Annihilate or anything can come in and take the other 20. Revenge kill and pivot out. So I
yeah,
can
I
see it.
agree.
I just love hating on this Pokemon because why not?
I'd have
It's
drafted
ugly.
if it wasn't that ugly. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like it being ugly is more of a reason why I hate it more.
Yeah, like, it
And
genuinely, like, if you don't look at the
like
mon, but you look at its stats, it looks like a Drismon. But then you look at its face, and I'm like, nah, it's okay.
it's another respawn.
Yeah.
Nah, I drafted it as a fast fairy. It did half of its job. It was fast. I did have to scarf it every week because it was not fast enough, but also it didn't hit that hard. Um, if you try to clean with it, sometimes it will. Sometimes it does fall flat on its face if you don't have enough damage output. Because you will realize, even if you are scarf, sometimes you have to run scarf timid to outspeed some of the
True.
metagame.
I mean, we haven't
Um,
even mentioned the contrary superpower sets, which is cool.
yeah,
Just
but like you
just
gotta
don't go
find a
running
good one
agility
on it.
contrary like I've seen some people on YouTube do. That's kind of stupid.
Okay, okay, that was pretty funny. I know
I've seen some
exactly
people
who
do
you're
it.
talking about.
Yeah.
um, yeah,
Okay.
no, I think it might fit. We'll see.
Yeah.
Next up is the bike. I'll let you
Koparaja.
talk about the
I was going to Koparaja immediately.
No, we can't glimpse over the bike. Come on, you have to talk about the bike hate.
Okay. I
What
have
makes
three
you
I
hate
have
the bike?
I have three words for the bike.
Uh
Fuck, right, off. Thank you.
huh.
I hate
That
this
is
thing
so
with a
funny.
I hate this thing with a passion, man. It always lives
Why do you
hits and
hate the
it
bike so
shouldn't
much?
live. Man, look at my playoffs game versus Caleb. Sure, it went there on normal, but I needed +1, adamant 5 hit scale shots, and it even was a roll to Oko with Cyclozar. How? How?
Yeah, why? Its stats don't even reflect that. How does it live? I don't get it.
I think Caleb just hacks it Cyclozar.
Yo, Caleb, I need some builds in my DM, man. I'll draft it. I will turn into the bike guy. if you let
No.
me know your secrets.
Okay, so this is the end of these power rankings, people. I'll do them on my own again.
I'm being kicked for accepting the bike.
Exactly.
It's
We
like
did not
signing a deal with Caleb.
we did not condone the bike.
Dude, this mod is genuinely interesting though, because like it gets regenerated first off, so that there's my peak point right there. Um, regenerating pivot with a good speed tier. There you go. Doesn't this thing get knockoff too?
Yeah.
Spin,
Like
knockoff,
you turn taunts, that's all you need.
yeah, and coverage, even though it doesn't need it.
Yeah. I hate this thing.
Yeah,
I can't
this
even
is
look at it.
genuinely a
I
decent
can't
mod.
even look at it. I hate it.
And it's not ugly. There's a
Oh,
plus point.
no. It is ugly.
It's a bike. How can you hate it?
Look at its stupid head. No.
Okay, that's actually the redeeming factor about it. It's a
Are,
sharp-shaped head.
are you saying it has a face card?
A what?
Good, okay.
A what?
A face card, you don't know?
No?
Okay, let's move on then.
Okay, what? I need to search this up.
Like a
What?
face card that you have an attractive face.
Oh. No.
Thank you.
I it just looks like a bike, man.
I hate
I
it.
don't know. Fast regenerator mon. It kind of piques my curiosity in drafting
Yeah,
it.
U-turn rapid spin knockoff. Yeah.
Wish it was a Terra Captain, man.
11 points. It can't Terra.
Okay, that was so not fair for you to just move it to 11 points just so it could not Terra.
I actually think it was 12 points
You
last
know,
season. I actually think
you
I
know how
lowered it.
you know how ridiculous it is? Like I've not seen Cyclizar be this high of a point value in any other draft leagues.
Hey, but in my defense, in all honesty, is what I'm trying to say. I think it should be that high, and even Caleb agrees. Like this thing is undervalued in every league.
Yeah, that's why I want to draft it. That's why I'm telling Caleb to send his secrets, you know?
I mean, I know the secrets, but I'm not going to mention them here.
Okay, I need to know afterwards then.
Right. Are we done talking about my least favorite one in the game?
Yeah, I think I've had
Thank
enough of you hating it.
Mike, you better don't bring it week one. Like,
Bring it. I want to
no.
see it. Such a great gouging fodder.
I'm going to nuke this thing with everything I have, and if I lose 5 when I kill the bike, I'm going to be happy.
Hey, next we talk about the mon that I hate. Let's go for it.
Do you hate Koparaja?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because I tried to run an AV Caparaja on ladder once. I hated it for some reason.
I mean, which ladder are you trying to run it on?
I think it was OU in Gen 9.
Yeah, I would have hated that too.
I think it was Gen 8, but anyways, I was like, oh my god, 130 attack, and I can run an AV to not care about that special defense. This mon's gonna be the GOAT. Bro
Like-
did nothing besides click heavy slam.
It
But-
doesn't have physical defense either, though. It's like a steel type Embor.
Yeah, I agree. That statement is so true, but it's not even that fast. Ambor is a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Still
I mean,
sucks.
I
I like
kinda-
using Ambor.
Yeah.
This guy sucks.
I don't hate Koparaja. Like, sheer force is really strong. Like, super step Terra Steel with Iron Head, sheer force Live Orb is going to hit really hard.
Yeah,
And in the
you can
worst
even run
case,
heavy
like,
slam.
you are still a steel type. You still have all the benefits of the steel typing. You have stealth rocks. I don't hate it.
Oh, this is his bulky water. Another bulky water. Are we real?
I mean, this is a
It's
steel
not
type.
bulky. It
Like,
says Terra.
I don't see the Terra water on it. Like, that's one of the.
I don't.
That's like the Terra type I have my most doubts about. Like more than the Terra Poison on the Rotom.
Really?
Yeah, like Terra water.
I mean-
What's it going to achieve?
Yo, why don't we swap Terra Poison on this and Terra Water on the Rotom? I feel like that fits better.
What Terra Poison Coporaja going to do?
I don't know. Live a
Yeah,
close combat from something.
it has Terra
I don't
Ghost as
know. Like,
well, my guy.
yeah, true.
This thing could have
I
been Terra Flying.
I don't know what this thing does, man. Like, I get the moveset. Like, it's alluring, I guess, but I don't see the hard sell. But again, it's a
I,
mon that could be tried out as a Terra Captain.
yeah, I think he just wanted to steal, and it hits really hard, so I can see it.
How many points is this? I need to look this up
I
now.
think it's 6, maybe 5.
Okay, it's 6 points.
Yeah,
Alolan Sand Slash is right there. Even though you don't have snow,
I do like
Terra
Sand
Alolan
Slash
Slash.
more. Yeah,
Like, come on, you get yourself a spinner too.
I do like Sand Slash more.
It fits on this team too, funny enough.
Yeah,
Like,
then you can drop the bike, so yeah.
no, you don't have to drop the bike, but Magneton is in the same tier. Also, I would not draft the Magneton, but
I like Magneton,
I don't know.
but I also like Coporaja. I think it will be fine.
I mean, it's fine, but I like Sandslash more now that I see the point value.
Yeah, maybe,
Anyways,
maybe.
we can move on to the funnier Pokemon. Swallow.
I rate it. I like Swalot.
I like Swallow. Ever since I was seeing Crep use it, I like it even more.
Yeah, I have it myself. It's not bad. It's bulky. Like it's one of those weird mons. Like when you do bring it in a game, it is going to put in work. It's sort of
Yeah.
a matchup fish, if you know what I mean.
Oh no, it is 100% a matter of fish. I was gonna say like you bring Swallow when you're afraid of T spikes or like you see some potential in it, and
Like this
I
thing is
mean it's
coming
just
against the
annoying.
Sneasler. Like
Yeah,
this
sure.
this team
I can see
eats
it.
Sneasler alive. Annihilate, Lando, Mandibus, Swalot. Poor
Every
Sneasler.
single mon. Even
Yeah.
Rotom with Terra Poison.
Except for the bike. So drop the bike.
Or Enam. Drop the Enam.
I mean, we could drop both. I wouldn't mind.
Honestly, yo, bro, if you can make points for a Chiyu, this team loves
Oh
Chiyu.
yeah, he doesn't have a fire type actually.
Yeah, and Chiyu gives you base 100, so it's not that bad. You already have Cyclizar. I guess like you're lacking between 110 and 120 speed tier, but sure you can patch that up. Maybe.
Yeah.
I like Chiyu more on this team, funny enough. Um, but then you lose your fairy, so you gotta pick and choose.
Yeah.
But Swallow, goated Pokemon.
I like it too. Like, I think we have it for 2 points. It's still for 2 points. But then again, I didn't
It
want to
is
put it at
true.
I didn't want to put it at 3 points.
It's
Let's
not
just keep
worth
it at
three
two.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one would pick it up at 3 points. 2 points is a budget poison type that you want to get your toxic spikes rid of from. It gets insane utility. Like it gets toxic spikes back. Thunder wave spam is funny. You can set up a stockpile. Belch sets are funny.
The stuffed
Um,
cheek sets isn't bad either with the gluttony, I think it has.
oh, that's true. I didn't know this thing got gluttony. And sticky hold sets are funny too. So
Man, Sticky Hold is such a dumb ability. Like, do you remember my week 1 game versus Crep in season 5?
yeah.
Like, this thing ate its berry, and I wanted to switch with my choice scarf, but the game said like, nah, switcheroo blocks it, and I'm like, no, Sticky Hold blocks it, and I'm like, I'm trying to give it a choice scarf. I'm not trying to steal its item because it doesn't have an item. I'm trying to give it one, and apparently, the game says health item none, so they are trying to switch my choice scarf with none.
With none.
Like, Game Freak, please.
That is so funny.
Oh man.
Crep is so big brain for running sticky hold instead of gluttony for that.
That was definitely not her intention either.
No, 100% not. There's no way. That was a genuine like I don't know if it was a mistake or yeah.
It's nice for knockoff, I guess.
I guess, yeah. I mean, it gets knockoff back too, so like this mod is funny. I like running Yawn with this thing. Like this is definitely a Yawn mod for me.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
mean,
also do a lot of Nuzlockes, and like I love Yawn spam with this Pokemon in there. So
interesting. I don't think I've ever used Yawn in a Nuzlocke.
it's so, dude.
I
Status
mean,
moves are insane in Nuzlocke. It
oh yeah,
saves you
yeah.
momentum.
I love myself some Encore in my Nuzlocke, but like, I never used Yawn, I think.
Oh, Yawn gives you free switches, setup, everything like that. But this is a
Yeah,
great one because
I
it's
can see it. I can
bulky.
see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Like, the only thing it lacks is recovery, but then again, you have an Mola, so
yeah.
this team is going to be so annoying to break. I haven't started my prep yet, so I have no idea how I'm going to kill
Oh,
this team.
I have an idea, but I'll tell you off, off screen.
I think I also know your idea already, so it's
Okay,
okay. All
fair
right,
enough.
we can move on, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back. It's just me this time. Time zones are rough, man. Like I think offline just gets home from work at like my 11 p.m. and my sleep schedule is kind of fucked, but not this fucked. So I really wanted to get this over with. So these last six teams I'm going to do on my own, but we should have offline back for the final tier list. So have fun with that. So yeah, all right. Team number 9, Crep as her Twilight Slashers. This is a really interesting team for Crep. Like I know when we talked about Maki's team, we were like joking, like, oh yeah, you could give me Maki's and Crep's team without even knowing it's them. And I would take them out. I would pick them out like, oh, this is Maki, this is Crep. This is an interesting Crep team. Like, yeah. Her first pick, Great Tusk. I mean, you can't go wrong with Great Tusk. It's kind of cool that it lasted to, I think, pick number 9. So yeah, it's probably the best rapid spinner in the game. It's really strong. It's 131 attack, 131 defense. Really bulky. It has bad special defense, but like just slap an assault vest on it and you're good to go. Even then, like if you just keep it safe from special attacks, it's fine. And its ground and fighting typing is really, really, really nice with resistances. So even if you do switch in like a neutral special move, you are not going to get OHKO'd even by strong Pokemon. So yeah, Great Tusk. Everyone knows what it does. It's the best rapid spinner, but it can also run like booster energy bulk up sets, like a booster speed set. Can even run booster attack or booster defense, which is really cool. Can be a really good choice Scarfer. It's a really good choice Bandit Pokemon. Can set up hazards as well. Gets a lot of coverage, like it gets Mega Horn, gets Ice Spinner, gets knockoff obviously. Headlong Q, CC, Break. I think it gets Stone Edge too, so this thing is just a really good Pokemon. It's really good to uh, kind of discourage people from bringing hazards into your team, which is always a nice thing to have. And even if you don't bring it as a hazard remover, this thing is so strong. It does require a fair bit of prep, and that's not something you can say about every hazard remover in the game. So yeah, Greatest, you can't go wrong with it. It's an electric immunity, which is really nice to get round 1. So yeah, you can't really go wrong with the Greatest. Her second pick being Spectre. I'm mixed about this Pokemon. Like, I know this is quite the unpopular opinion, but I do not like it in drafts. Shadow Ball is just too weak for me. Base 80 80 base power is just it's just lacking. Like, sure, I know that if you get a kill, you can basically snowball with this Pokemon with its 130 speed, and I think it's 145 special attack. But in my opinion, every good team is prepared for Spectre. Like every good team has a bulky Dark type or a normal type or something at least to keep the Spectre in check. And okay, if you beat that check down, you can win with Spectre on its own. But you kind of play a 5v6 the entire game unless the thing goes down. And I don't love it. That being said, though, I know a lot of really good players think Spectre is broken. Like Zero has been talking about it having to be banned since season 4, which I think is crazy. I do not see why Spectre should be banned, but Zero is not the only one, so yeah. It's a really good Pokemon. Like, sure, I don't like it, but it's still something that has to be respected in prep, obviously. I mentioned the bulky darts and the bulky normals, but then again, prep drafted their greatest, so that's their fighting type that absolutely destroys the normals and absolutely destroys the dark types. So They have good synergy, obviously, and Spectre can do a little bit more than just Shadow Ball spam. It gets Wisp, it gets T-Wave, can even run some stupid disable sets, which I know Crep loves. Yeah, Calm Mind, Nasty Blood. It can do quite a fair bit of stuff. Like, if it doesn't sweep, it can break. And worst case, you just like if you don't prepare for this, you don't bring your normal and your dark type, you're going to lose to it. So Crep can basically build her team with in mind, like, okay, my opponent is going to bring like their Blissey, or they're going to bring the Dunsparce, or they're going to bring their Mandibus, for example. I just built her team around knowing that those Pokemon are going to come against her. And not even bring Spectre or bring a Spectre specifically built to maybe take those Pokemon on. So yeah, it's a really good speed tier. It's a really good special attacker. It's a special sweeper. Can be a special breaker. It's not that It's not because I don't like it. That's a bad Pokemon. So, yeah, I rate it, especially it dropping to early-ish to mid round 2. It's a really good pickup. It wouldn't have lost a lot longer anyway. So yeah, round 3 Empoleon. I love Empoleon. She dropped it kind of early in my opinion. But then again, like if you want Empoleon, just draft it. It's really cool. It's a really bulky water type. It's a really good steel type. It's another stealth rocker, so you don't have to rely on Great Tusk. It gets knockoff as well. Can flip turn out to go into Spectrier. But it is also really strong. Like I think it gets 110 or 111 special attack. Like this thing is not a passive Pokemon. With the boost it got this generation, with it getting competitive instead of defiant. If you get the +2 special attack boost, these Surfs and Flash Cannons are going to hit really hard. Like you can run agility on this Pokemon as well. It's a really good weakness policy user, which Crep loves to do. So yeah, Empoleon, you definitely cannot go wrong with it. It does like some support mons, like sure, it likes something to come in on ground types, which she doesn't have yet. But as you can see, she's going to fix that really soon. And yeah, it gets Roost, it gets Flip Turn, it gets Knockoff, like I mentioned. Gets some nice coverage moves to take out some threats and to do some damage. It's a really good Pokemon. It's another hazard setter, so it's her bulky Steel and her bulky Water at the same time, so it's a really good Pokemon. It's an important one to get for her. And I think it will put in a lot of work. Round 4, Ogerpon Wellspring. I wanted this Pokemon as well. So did Elliot. We both got sniped, which is funny. I remember that Crep was talking about this Ogerpon, I think round 2, maybe round 3. And I was like, I kind of want it as well. And then she said, oh yeah, sure, you can have the Ogerpon Wellspring. I've used it before, like, you can go for it. And I was planning to take it after Heracross, so round 6 for me. But then Elliot started talking, and Elliot was like, yeah, round 4 I'm taking Ogerpon Wellspring. And I'm like, oh, okay, shit. So, guess I'm not getting it anyway, even if Crep leaves it. Didn't talk about that with Crep. She still decided to draft Ogerpon Wellspring, so somehow she changed her mind so to snipe me, and in the process she also sniped Elliot, which is funny. Ogerpon Wellspring, it's the ground destroyer. Like I talked about it with Empoleon, it really likes something to destroy ground types, because your water type being weak to ground isn't great. Ogerpon Wellspring is a water type that resists grounds. It's a grass type as well, it gets water absorbed, so this is probably the best Paladin check in the game. Which is really good for her, because otherwise her team is kind of weak to Paladin so far. Yeah, it gets 110 base speed. It does the same as every Ogre, like it can U-turn, it can knock off, it can spikes. It gets Power Whip, it gets a really strong Ivy Cudgel that gets boosted by its mask. And it's not weak to Stealth Rocks, so I think it's probably the most balanced Ogerpon. So it's probably the Ogerpon that Crep likes the most, because she does like her balance. And this thing hits hard. It can also be run bulky, like if the regular Ogerpon can be a bulky Ogre, this Water Ogerpon can be a really bulky Ogerpon as well, because like Water Grass is the better defensive typing than Grass, just because water is on it, so yeah, this Pokemon is going to put in a lot of work for her. It pairs well with Empoleon, even though they're both water types, because Empoleon is weak to electric fighting. Like, it's a water type that's not weak to Grass. Neither is Ogerpon. And Ogerpon is a water type that's not weak to electric. So they kind of cover each other's weaknesses. It's weak to flying and to bug, but Empoleon resisted being a steel type. They work well together. Like, it's also weak to poison. Empoleon is immune to that because it's a steel type. I think they will fit in really well together. And it's one of those Pokemon that can be run bulky, can be run offensive, can be run as a hazard setter, can be run as a pivoter. It gets a lot of utility, it gets a lot of good moves. Crep is going to put in work with this Ogre Bomb, I think. And if she doesn't, and she decides to drop it in Grace, message me, Crep. I still want this thing. Thank you. Route 5, Galarian Weezing. It's a Defogger. It's a bulky poison type. It's a bulky fairy type, all in one. It's really good. Like, it's not a grounded poison type, because it does have Levitate, but you can bring it as a grounded poison type with Neutralizing Gas, which is a really good ability. I didn't know that it also blocked the... what's it called? The Ruin ability, so Chiyu didn't go drafted and Shenpao is banned, but it does block those abilities from lowering your special attack, special defense or physical defense, so it's really nice for that. It also blocks Defiant on Annihilape, so you can defog on Annihilape. It blocks Poison Heal on Gliscor, so I'm kind of happy I don't have Gliscor this league, because I know Crep would bully me with his Galarian Weezing. Yeah, other than that, it's a really bulky physical Pokemon as well. And it gets some nice moves. I think it gets T-Spikes, it gets Memento, it gets Destiny Bond. It can explode or self-destruct, it definitely can do one of the two. Strange Team is a really annoying move, like, it's the same power as Moonblast, or just slightly weaker, I think. It's stronger than Dazzling Gleam for sure. And again, it gets a really high, I think it's 20% confusion chance, which is, yeah, it's decent. Like, it's the same chance as a Sped Drop from Shadow Ball, so that is going to happen a few times this season. And yeah, Galarian Weezing. It can also spread status around. It can spread Toxic, it can spread Will-O-Wisp, it can spread T-Wave. It's going to be something that really annoys her opponents. The only thing it's kind of lacking is reliable recovery. Sure, he gets Pain Split, but that's not something you can actually rely on to stay healthy for the entire game. Like, so, later on in the game, Pain Split is not going to work as well anymore. But then again, when your Galarian Weezing has already crippled everything and get rid of the hazards, maybe status some stuff, and then it goes down, it will have put in a lot of work immediately. And it's scary if she clicks Memento and then she goes into this factory or clicks Nasty Plot. It could be GG. It could be GG immediately. So yeah. It's another hazard remover as well, like I mentioned, so Great Tusk isn't forced to run Rapid Spin each week. It's a Pokemon that really fits with her team, and it will fit with her playstyle as well. 6th, Hydreigon. This is her Dragon type, together with Noivern that she's drafting. I guess so. She has 2 dragons. But Hydreigon is another special attacker, which she kind of needed. Sure, Weezing and Empoleon are probably special attackers too, but they're not attackers, so Hydreigon will help the Spectre quite well. It does get destroyed by fairies. So yeah, Empoleon and Weezing are going to have to do a lot of work, because they need to beat the fairies that Great Tusk really can beat. They have to beat the fairies that Hydreigon can beat. But I think Hydreigon is a good pickup for her. It's a really good speed tier. Like 98 is something that not many Pokemon have. I didn't even know if another Pokemon hits base 98, so it's a really awkward speed tier to prep for, so she's going to love that. It can U-turn, it can click Nasty Plot, it can also click Dragon Dance, so it can even be run like a physical attacker. Gets a lot of coverage moves as well. Like, it gets Flamethrower, I'm pretty sure it gets Ice Beam too. Don't quote me on that though. And I'm too lazy to look it up. But yeah, it's strong. Like, Draco Meteors and Dark Pulses are never a bad move to click with a 125 base special attack. And as a Levitator, it's always nice to have. So she now has a Levitate Galarian Weezing if she wants to. She has a Levitate Hydreigon. And she has an Overcome Wellspring, so her ground weakness is being patched up really nicely. And it's only going to get better. With Weezing and Empoleon, this is her Dragon Fairy Steel Core. It's a really solid one. All 3 Pokemon are like mid-priced, so... And all 3 of them can be run bulky, and all 3 of them have to be respected as well offensively. Maybe not the Galarian Weezing, but Hydreigon and Empoleon for sure, so... It's a very versatile team so far, and I think that's something that Crep really enjoys, so... I can see why she picked it up. Her 7th pick was the Noivern. I'm very intrigued to see why she isn't going Terra on Noivern, because it isn't Terra banned. Like, sure, she has used Terra Noivern quite a few times before. But this thing is still ridiculous with Terra. Like, you just click Terra Normal Boom Bursts, or Terra Flying, Terra Blast, or even Hurricanes if you are feeling lucky. You can go for Terra Fire to destroy the Steel types. This Pokemon is good with Terra, but she opted not to. Without Terra, it's still a good Pokemon, of course. 123 base speed, frisk to get some intel and items from your opponents is always a really nice ability to have in drafts. It can U-turn, it can boost, it can super fan, it can taunt. It's another defogger as well, so now she has 2 times defog on Galarian Weezing and Noivern, and she has rapid spin on Kratos, so her hazard removal and hazard game is insane. Like, I'm going to go over it at the end of the theme once again, but her hazard game is 100% the best in the league. But Noivern can also be a really hard attacker. Like, I've mentioned Terra Boom Burst and Terra Hurricane. It doesn't need Terra to hit hard. Like, sure, it appreciates the Terra to hit even harder, but it doesn't need to. Like, sure, it's a bit weak, but if you run a choice packs on this thing and you just click the really high base stab moves, like base power stab moves like Hurricane and Draco Meteor, and Boom Burst of course isn't stab, but it's still 140 base power. This thing it can do a lot of stuff. It can break, it can annoy, it can keep other Pokemon healthy by clicking Defog, it can keep itself healthy by clicking Roost. It's going to be an annoying Pokemon to fight, and once again, a flying type, so her ground weakness is suddenly becoming a really big strength, so her Empoleon is really well supported so far. I really rate her Noivern pickup, and I know she lost Noivern, so I don't think she can go wrong with Noivern. Up next is her first Terra Captain, Delphox. This thing is good. 104 base speed, Fire Psychic. It has a lot of special attack. Like, I think it's in the 116 range. It might be a little bit off. I don't really care though. It gets a lot of coverage. Like, it gets Energy Ball, it gets Dazzling Gleam. Obviously, it gets the Fire and Psychic type moves that you wanted to have. And with Terra, you get access to Terra Blast, obviously. So, yeah. She has Terra Fire, Grass, and Dragon. I find it really interesting. She hasn't gone for Fairy on her Delphox, but as you can see, it's on her other Terra Captain. Which I guess makes sense. Terra Grass is still good, and Terra Dragon is cool. I don't know what the plan with it is, other than resisting all the starter types and electric. Which, in all fairness, isn't a bad thing to resist ever, so... I don't really see the Terra Dragon with Hydreigon and Noivern being around. But she could prove me wrong. I don't know. Yeah. It can also be a really bulky Pokemon, like... Because it's a fire type, it gets really nice resistances, and it's not frail. Like, I think it has quite a decent special defense, and you can run Will-O-Wisp to cripple physical attackers. Obviously, you still have Trick to cripple some Pokemon, tricking it like a Choice Scarf or a Choice Specs, for example. This Pokemon has a lot of things it can do to annoy opponents, and it can also just click Terra Fire Overheat, which is not as good as Terra Fire Eruption, but it's really close, so yeah. I can see the appealing in Terra Delphox. I still would have gone for Terra Noivern, but I think she wanted to try something new, so I can see it. And yeah, Delphox, it kind of suits her. Like, if I think one coach in the league would use Delphox, I would think it's Crep, so yeah. That's a compliment, by the way. That's a compliment. Alright, her second Terra Captain and her 9th pick overall is the Articuno, Terra Ice, Terra Fairy, Terra Water. So she opted for Fairy on Articuno over Delphox, definitely being inspired by Caleb in Season 5 when he won with his Open Terra Articuno, and basically walled the entire league, which was really funny. Yeah, Articuno, it's a base stat god. Like, it's really bad because it's a flying type with ice, but if you Terra out of that, it has the base stats to be really annoying. Like, if it's a Fairy type or a Water type, like her 2 Terra types are, this thing is suddenly really good. It can U-turn. I think it can U-turn. It should like Zabbis and Moltres cancel. It should get U-turn. It can click Roost. It can click Calm Mind. It can click Haze. It gets Freeze Dry, so it's really annoying. So I think that's why she went for Terra Ice over Terra Flying to get the Super Step Freeze Dry. Which I can see. I'd still have gone for Terra Flying, so you don't have to run Air Slash or Hurricane. But I can see Terra Ice. Yeah. This Pokemon just has a lot of base stats to be able to use them when they are not in Ice Flying type anymore. Terra Fairy, obviously. Terra Water, so it's a 3rd Water type if she goes for that. I mean, I don't hate it. I like having a lot of bulky Water types, and Empoleon, Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Articuno as the Water types. all three of them are really good, so yeah. I think this is probably going to be Terra Fairy most weeks though. Like it fulfills a different role in Galarian Weezing as a fairy, so I think it should be Terra Fairy most weeks when it comes. But it's a really good Pokemon. And I think she has been a bit inspired by Caleb, so yeah. I think it's gonna be fun and cool to see. Her second to last one and her last Terra Captain, the Alolan Golem, Terra Electric, Terra Fighting, and Terra Flying. I mean, this thing gets Magnet Pull, and it gets Galvanized, so you can click Galvanize Explosion, which is cool. I don't know if this gets the Terra Electric booster. That could be cool. I don't know how that interaction works. I should look it up after this. But yeah, it's another Stealth Rocker. Sadly, it doesn't get Rapid Spin, which I find really weird. Like, this Pokemon should look like it looks like it should be able to Rapid Spin. More than Komala, in my opinion. But yeah, it's quite strong. It's bulky on the physical side, at least. And for the 2 points I think she pays for it, it's definitely not a bad pickup. I can see it being useful, like if she has to fight Skarmory or Corviknight, because both of them are annoying for Greatest. She runs Magnet Pull, traps it in, kills something with the Alolan Golem. Yeah, Terra Fighting is probably for Super Step Body Press, and Terra Flying is 100% to be immune to EQ and not be weak anymore to fighting, because otherwise the Alolan Golems. Weaknesses are, yeah, and Grass as well, so Flying helps with Grass, with Ground, and with Fighting. I can see it. I'm not sure how much time she's going to put in Alolan Golem, how many weeks is going to come. But if it does come, it will probably put in some work. I don't know though. I'm excited to see how that does. And if she brings it against me, I hope it dies immediately. And the last pick is the Komala. This is another Rapid Spinner. So like she has Greatest and Komala to Rapid Spin, Noivern and Galarian Weezing to Defog, which is crazy. And for her hazards as well, she has Greatest, Empoleon, Hydreigon, and Alolan Golem that can set up Stealth Rocks. She has the Ogerpon that can set up Spikes, and she has the Galarian Weezing that can click T-Spikes. She has so many hazards, it's insane. Yeah, Komala. It's one of the better Spectre counters, so to have it on the same team as Spectre, that's nice, I guess. Yeah, don't sleep on it, that's not a pun. It gets Knockoff, it gets Wood Hammer, gets Rapid Spin, gets U-Turn. I think it gets Super Fang as well, so. And with its Comatose ability, it can get status, so I guess it's a status absorber as well. Although I think if you bring this Komala, it's probably to really annoy some ghost types, so yeah. I really like the team. It's something different, but it still has the Crep feeling to it, if you know what I mean. And there are definitely some ones that I look at like, yeah, Crep, Noivern, Ogerpon, Wellspring, even Articuno and Delphox I can really see with Crep, so yeah. I really like the team. It's something different. Her hazard game is so good, which is not something we are used to with Crep, so I'm excited to see how she does, and hopefully she can make GWA playoffs again. Alright, next team. Zero and his Low-Kick Scouts, fresh from winning the MMC. Congrats to Zero. I'm still a little bit upset about our semifinals loss, but it is fine. Believe it or not, Zero actually drafted something different than Roaring Moon and Lilligant's Sun. He drafted Raging Bolt. I really rate this pickup. Like, Raging Bolt is so annoying to fight. It's so bulky, it's so strong. And 75 base speed is actually quite decent. Like, if you run some speed on this thing, you can do, because you are run some bulky mons then. And you are still bulky on your own. Like, Electric and Dragon is a good defensive typing. You are weak to, I think, Ground, Ice Dragon, and Fairy. But it's not the end of the world, especially when like Ground and Flying are quite easy to counter with like with a Grass type for Ground or with a Flying type for Ground. Flying you have to have not Flying, what am I saying? It's weak to Dragon, Ice, Fairy, and Ground. So you can counter them with a Steel type other than Ground, and then you just have to get some Flying types, which she has, so yeah. Raging Bolt. It's another dragon, it's another dino, it's another boss Paradox Pokemon, so it's not a Roaring Moon, but it has similarities to Roaring Moon, although it functions a lot differently. If it's a sweeper, it's like a slow sweeper with Calm Mind instead of a Dragon Dance brrr sweeper like Roaring Moon is. But It functions similarly with Thunderclap, just destroying things that are faster than it. I want to revenge kill it. And if you get a Calm Mind up with a booster energy special attack or like even a booster energy, I think you can go into defense and Spinef as well if you run some intriguing EVs. This thing is going to put in work. And it's really hard to counter. Like most ground types don't appreciate coming on the Draco Meteor. And if you Volt Switch with your Raging Bolt around, it's going to be really annoying, really early for your opponents. I love Raging Bolt. I would have liked to have it myself, but Zero said he wanted it round 1, so I didn't even go for it, so okay. Second pick, Jirachi. This is really, really early. Like, he passed up on Corviknight for Jirachi, which is insane to me. He wanted the Terapagos, but I got sniped, so you're going to see Terapagos in a later team. Yeah. Jirachi, though, I can see why he wanted it. It's a Wish Passer with Stealth Rocks, which is really rare to find, other than Clefable, which is not a Zero Pokemon. It can U-turn as well. Obviously, it has the stupid Iron Hat, Serene Grace shenanigans with even T-Wave. But this thing can be run physically, can be run specially, can be run bulky, can be a really good choice Scarfer, but it can also run Specs and Bandit, like I mentioned. It's a good Pokemon. Vision to Raging Bolt is never a bad thing. And yeah, it's another Pivoter as well, which is going to really work well together with his third pick being the Low Kicks. Low Kicks on the Low Kick Scout. It was time, man. It was time that he drafted Low Kicks. I hate fighting this thing. It hits so damn hard. I think we put it up for vote if it could Terra. Luckily, people voted for the right decision and it couldn't Terra. Because there were some calcs, like I think it two-shots Gliscor with Terra with Terra Bug First Impression Choice Bandit, which is absolutely ridiculous. But like this thing is so strong. Just slap a choice band on it, click knockoff, click U-turn, click first impression, click sucker punch, and it's all you need. Like, sure, you can run coverage moves, but who needs coverage moves when you have tinted lens? On a low kicks, base 92 is also it's a really awkward speed tier. Like it can run Adam, it can run Jolly, and people are going to wonder what you are like. There are some really interesting damage calcs, like if you run like a Adamant Bug Plate, for example, it has some damage calc that overlap with Jolly Bandit, so yeah, this Pokemon is going to be really fun. It's another Pivoter, so now he has Raging Bolt with Volt Switch, Jirachi with U-turn, and Low Kicks with U-turn. And all three of them are going to do damage with their move as well. Maybe Jirachi a little bit less, but still. And Jirachi can also wish them back up, so yeah. He is starting to develop a little bit of a hazard weakness. Like this team is really weak to spikes and Stealth Rock so far. So that's where his next pick comes in, Talonflame. He wanted something really fast that could get rid of hazards, and Talonflame is exactly that. It's another pivot Pokemon with U-turn, and Gale Wings is awesome to bring against like the Sneezer teams, against Unburdened teams, all against Choice Card Pokemon that get out of hand, or against Blaziken, for example. You can run Gale Wings as well, which is really cool. But it's probably going to run Flame Body most weeks to fish for burns, be really annoying, for some protective pads on Pokemon, so they can be Rocky Helmet, for example, for the low kicks, or the Soul Vest for the Raging Bolt. People are going to have to choose which item they're going to bring against Zero, which is going to be really good for him and not so good for his opponents. Other than that, Talonflame, it can also Roost, it can click Will-O-Wisp, it has Brave, it has Flarelet, but it can also be run specially with Hurricane and Overheat if you are feeling lucky with Hurricane, which I am never, so. But Zero has no fear, so we might see those sets pop up a few times. And it's his first way to deal with hazards, which is really good. His fifth pick is his second way of dealing with hazards, and in my opinion, a lot better than Talonflame. Quackwavel, round 5. I think it's crazy this Pokemon gets drafted so late. This thing should go late round 2, early round 3 in my opinion. I love this thing. Moxie Aqua Step can just win games on its own. Especially when you factor in the Volt Switch chip from Raging Bolt and the U-turn chip from Low Kicks, for example. Put things into range for the Quackwavel, click Aqua Step, and you can just win from there. It's ridiculous. But it can also click Rapid Spin to get rid of hazards. It can be bulky with Bulk Up and Roost. It can be hyper offensive with Swords Dance. It can pivot with U-turn. It can pivot with Flip Turn. It's a fire type that has really strong CCs as well. I love Cockwable. It's going to be so annoying to fight. And yeah, together with Talonflame, it's some really good removal, which is really appreciated by the low kicks, as well as Raging Bolt and Jirachi, for example. Alright, his sixth Pokemon is his first Terra Captain, being Iron Thorns, Electric, Flying, and Fairy. I find this a really interesting Terra Captain. I'm not the biggest Iron Thorns believer. Like, I think we've had it allowed in GWA to Terra for quite a few seasons now, and I don't think it's ever really done anything. But in other leagues where it's been allowed to Terra, it's been a menace, and in the most leagues that I've played, other than GWA, it's Terra banned, so I can see why it's appealing to Zero. Same thing as I said with Articuno, for example, on Crep's team. This thing has a lot of base stats. It's just a god-awful typing, so when you Terra out of its typing, it becomes a lot more useful. Terra Electric, because it had to be Stab, and Terra Rock is just not it. Terra Flying to get rid of the EQ weakness to become an immunity. Once again, it also resists the fighting and grass moves, which is really nice. And then Terra Fairy, because who doesn't like to be a Terra Fairy Pokemon like? It's the best typing in the game. Other than that, though, it can Volt Switch around, so it's the sixth pivot Pokemon, and it's not the last one, which is ridiculous. I think this thing also gets Stealth Rocks, so Jirachi is not forced to be bringing Stealth Rocks each week. Although, as you can see later, he does not have a problem with that. But yeah, it's another Stealth Rock Pokemon. It gets DD, so it can set up. Same as Low Kicks, Quavo, and Raging Bolt. Even Jirachi can set up, and Talonflame, I guess, can too. So Zero has a lot of hyper offense once again. His team looks quite balanced so far, but he definitely has the tools to be running hyper offense once again, which is really cool and really scary. I think Iron Thorns is one of those Pokemon that in the right hands is going to work, and Zero definitely has the right hands, so yeah. I think it will do work. I'm not sure if it's going to be the best Terra Captain. Like, there are better Pokemon than Iron Thorns that we're allowed to Terra, but it's going to be fun, I guess. And I think that's what all that matters. His seventh Pokemon being Ribombee. He really wanted this thing. I don't really know why. He didn't need his speed. He doesn't really need Sticky Webs either, although it's nice to have, I guess. It can Quiver Dance, it can Stun Spore, it can be really annoying. I mean, it's a Ribombee. People know what's going to do. It's going to click Sticky Webs or it's going to click Quiver Dance. Or maybe it's going to be like a choice pack set with Moonblast, because it's still a fairy type, but Moonblast is going to hit hard. It can also U-turn, so that's a 7th pivot ball in a row, which is crazy. Yeah. I'm not really going to talk much about Ribombee. I don't love it for this team. Like I mentioned before, like his first 6 are really bulky, but also really strong. So they have multiple ways to go. With Ribombee on this team, it's becoming a lot more offensive once again. And that does not get better with his next pick, Glimmora. Although, Glimmora in round 8, if you don't pick it up, you are crazy. Like, I didn't even want it, but if it made it to me round 8, I would have picked it up myself. It's the hazard Pokemon. Like, you hit it, it gets some T-Spikes. It can click Spikes, it can click Stealth Rocks. Base 86 speed is really good. It can Mortal Spin as well, so it's another way of removing hazards, I guess. And if you poison something in the process, that's awesome. But it's not a passive Pokemon. Like, I think this thing hits 135 special attack. It's almost as strong as Raging Bolt, which is crazy to say. This Pokemon, it's the hyper offense Pokemon together with Ribombee. So they will be right up into Zero's. It will be right up Zero's ally. English is hard, people. Zero is going to love this thing. He'll know how to use it well. That's what I'm trying to say. So his hazard game is looking insane so far. Like Jirachi can set up rocks, Iron Thorns can set up rocks. I think he gets spikes as well, actually, and I forgot to mention that. Ribombee has sticky webs. Glimmora has everything. And then he drafted Tinglu. Like, what is this? Tinglu round 9. It's the best bulky ground and bulky dark type. The best. It gets Stealth Rocks and Spikes, so this hazard game is ridiculous. Whirlwind some stuff around. But it's also really strong. Like, I think it has 110 attack, so some people have been running like a weakness policy Ting Lu set, because what's killing a Ting Lu? You get a weakness policy and suddenly you are really strong. I don't really believe in that set. I believe a lot more in Ruination, Whirlwind, Hazard, CQ. But then again, it's nice to have the option, I guess. And it's going to be impossible to kill. Like, the only annoying thing for Ting Lu is that it's tough to bring in and going to get shit down. But like, he has 7 Pokemon that can pivot, and he does have a Wish Passer in Jirachi, and it can also Healing Wish, so imagine going to all the effort to put Ting Lu in red HP. Bro goes into Jirachi, clicks Healing Wish, Ting Lu is back to full. It's going to be such a pain. I'm quite happy I don't have to fight Zero this season. I'm quite happy. I'm not too upset about that. Although it's always a fun time. So yeah. Ting Lu plus Grimora plus Bombi in late rounds is crazy. They're going to support his really hard-hitting Pokemon like Quavo, Raging Bolt, and Low Kicks really well, so yeah. It's a great pickup for him. And his last pick is his best one yet, in my opinion, although I'm very biased. Terra Sceptile. I love Sceptile. I've won low tier season 2 with it, although I had it on the grassy terrain team and I ran Terra Flying, which he hasn't. That's really interesting to me. Like, he went for Terra Grass, obviously, but then he has Ghost and Fire, so he really wants to run this thing like offensively with choice specs, I guess. Because sadly, he doesn't get Comment or Nasty Plot, and I don't think he's going to run Swords Dance, Physical Terra Fire, and Physical Terra Ghost, but he might. It's his Grass type, which is nice. It hits 120 base speed, so his speed tiers are interesting. Like, he drops from Sceptile all the way to Jirachi, but after that, it's really nice. And like Sceptile being his third fastest is kind of crazy. There are teams that don't have a single Pokemon faster than Sceptile, I think. So to have it as his third fastest Pokemon is crazy. And it just looks really cool. You can't go wrong with a Sceptile. It's awesome. I hope he puts in work with it. It's going to be a lot harder to put in work with Sceptile without the terrain, but I think he can make it work. It's Zero. He'll find a way to make it work. I really like this team. Well, for the first time ever, Zero has drafted a team that I'm not sure how he's going to play. Like, he has the HO, but he can also run like bulky offense. He could even decide on stall, although I would be willing to bet he's never going to bring a stall set. But he does have the option, I guess, if he really wants to be different, so yeah. I really like this team, and all the people on Shodan that Zero talks to that hate on it, they don't know what they're talking about. This team is good, so yeah. Next team. Oh, Dino. Dino who's sniping out of my son. That's cool. First pick, Roaring Moon. I really wanted this thing with Gouging Fire, man. I love Roaring Moon. Like, I was so happy when Zero said he wanted the Raging Bolt, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to get Roaring Moon for the first time in like a year. But no. Got stifled. Dino decided to try with Roaring Moon. And I mean, I should have seen it coming. Man's called Dino. I should have seen it coming. I think would have drafted the Dino Pokemon, so yeah. Roaring Moon. 119 base speed. 140 and a little bit attack. Stab knockoff. Stab scale shot. Stab outrage. U-turn. Dragon Dance. Even Jawlock. It can be run bulky with Roost. It can run the Booster Energy Acrobatics set. This Pokemon, I love it so much. I know some people call it a fraud. I think those people are using it wrong. This thing is incredible. And I think Dino is going to love it. I hope he doesn't though, so if he decides to drop it, I can pick it back up. Because I would definitely redraft my team for Roaring Moon. It's just funny. Okay, round 2 Torkoal. I mean, this was just a whole miscommunication. When he drafted the Roaring Moon, I had to redo my entire draft plan in all honesty. I still wanted Sun with Gouging Fire, but I couldn't really find a Sun team that I liked. So I just DM'd Dino asking like, are you going to pick Sun with Roaring Moon? Like, if he said yeah, I was just going to replan my entire team. And if he said no, I could have decided, okay, I'll still grab the Torkoal. And he was like, nah, I don't think I will. But then like 2 minutes later, he was like, actually, hold up. And he just drafted the Torkoal. Because he assumed that I suggested him drafting Sun. Well, I just genuinely wanted to ask him, are you going to draft it so I have to adapt or not? But yeah, it's going to be really good. Like, it's a sunsetter for Roaring Moon. You can't really go wrong with it. And the nice thing about Torkoal for me, I've mentioned it before, I think, it gets Stealth Rock and it gets Rapid Spin. And it's a really good physical wall, so sure, it's a lot more passive than Ninetales is. Like, Ninetales, you come in, click Baton Pass, and you get your 8 turns of Sun. While with Torkoal, you switch it in, you can click Rapid Spin. You take a hit, you can click Stealth Rocks, for example. Or you can just switch it in and then immediately switch out. But I really like this Pokemon because it's like if you switch it in, you're going to get up the sun, but don't have to switch out immediately. Although you probably want to, but you don't have to. So it kind of changes your playstyle. I call it slow sun, less hyper offense sun. So yeah, I think it's going to be really good. Can Will-O-Wisp as well. Gets Clear Smoke to get rid of the opposing Pokemon that want to set up on it, for example. It got an Iron Defense Body Press set, which is really cool. And even Choice Specs Eruption. You're going to have to respect it if you have to switch in it. If he sets up Trick Room, for example. Speaking of Trick Room, Galarian Slowking. This is funny. He has the Chilly Reception Pokemon on the Sun team. But yeah, like I said, like he can just click Trick Room with his Slowking, then Chilly Reception out into his Torkoal, and his Sun immediately cancels out the Snow, and then his Torkoal is suddenly in and can outslow everything, like Choice Specs Eruption, and it's going to go in. Other than that, it's a regenerated Pokemon, of course. It gets T-Spikes. It's a special wall, so now he has a physical wall in Torkoal, a special wall in Glowking. He can play his team with Sun, but he can also play his team without Sun, because Roaring Moon doesn't need it. And Galarian Slowking, it gets so much coverage moves. It's also quite hard hitting, like, it's not easy to switch in on this thing unless you have, like, Golden Go, for example. Yeah, I really rate the pickup. I usually don't see it go into round 3, definitely not late round 3. So, yeah, I think it will put in work, and it's really cool to see 2 different modes of weather so far. For his 4th pick, he drafted Hisuian Arcanine. He first got Entei, but then he decided to drop it for Hisuian Arcanine, which in my opinion is the correct play. Got Hisuian Arcanine, it hits harder than Entei. It has Head Smash, but Entei doesn't. And even though Sacred Fire is an incredible move, Rock has Flare Blitz, which is better. And the main selling point for me is that Hisuian Arcanine gets Stealth Rocks, so it's another Stealth Rock user, so Torkoal doesn't have to do it all the time. Yeah, it can click E-Speed, Choice Bandit, it can click Flare Blitz and Head Smash Choice Bandit, it can click Wild Charge and Double Edge Choice Bandit with its Head Smash, Rock Head ability. But it can also be run defensively with Intimidate, Morning Sun, and the Sun is going to heal a lot. It can click Will-O-Wisp, and it's also quite strong on the special side, like you can run, I think it gets Power Gem, but like, it gets Overheat and Solar Beam, it gets Flamethrower, it gets Fire Blast. It's a very versatile Pokemon that most people don't switch in well on. Like, I had it in MMC, I picked it up, I think week 5, and I brought it to every single game after that because most people just didn't have a switch in for it. And yeah, Roaring Moon plus Hisuian Arcanine, those Pokemon are going to break demons in half. I'm excited to see Dino use it, especially in the Sun with Flare Blitz. It's going to be awesome. 5th pick, Zapdos. Oh man, Zapdos. I have a love-hate relationship with Zapdos. I think I would love using it, but I never draft it, and I hate fighting this thing. It's so hard to kill. It's so hard to kill. Like, it's weak to rock and it's weak to ice. Okay, then. 2 types I never draft. Yeah. And then, even then, it's so bulky that it probably just lives the rock and ice move. It can roost it back off, or it can T-Wave you, it can Volt Switch around. It's fast, it's bulky, it's strong. This Pokemon can do everything. The only downside from it is that it has to rely on Hurricane. So, it's not the best to be able to have to click Hurricane on a Sun team. But what's really underrated is that Zapdos gets Weather Ball, and he has Sun plus Snow from Chilly Reception Slowking. So he can run Zapdos offensively, he can run it defensively. He can use it as a pivot. So this Pokemon is going to put in a lot of work. And like, He has the Sun mode with Torkoal and Roaring Moon Hisui and Arcanine, but he can also just run a bulky offense team with Glowking, Zapdos, Roaring Moon, and some later picks. Like, I really like this team so far. His sixth pick, his first Terra Captain, is Lilligant. If you know me by now, you know I love Lilligant. This thing is ridiculous. Click Quiver Dance, outspeed everything, start Giga Draining your own HP back. You basically win. Terra Grass, Terra Ghost, Terra Ground. I rate it. I would have definitely gone Terra Fire. I love Terra Fire on Lilligant. Because you're only weak to Water, Ground, and Rock, and you just Giga Drain those typings. But I can see why you wouldn't go for Terra Fire when you have an Hisui and Arcanine and you still draft a Charizard later on. So yeah, Terra Ghost, Zero Loss Terra Ghost. I usually don't go for Terra Ghost, like I usually go for Fire and then Ground or Fairy. But I can see Ghost. I can see it. Yeah, Lilligant. It gets Weather Ball too, so you don't have to rely on Terra Fire. So maybe that's why he didn't go for it too, because he does have the Sun. He can just go Terra, not Terra, Weather Ball Fire to Weather Ball Sun. With Chlorophyll, it's really cool to get the immediate speed boost. Like you don't have to run Quiver Dance. You can run like a Choice Spec set, or you can run a Growth set, which is cool. You can click Sleep Powder with 0 loss. This thing gets Encore too. It's a really cool Pokemon. It's really strong. It's going to get kills if Dino plays it right. And it does have to be respected, because if you get swept by Lilligant, you just haven't played GWA enough. This thing has a reputation in here. It's going to be great. 7th pick, Clefable. This is a free agency pickup, which is insane. Mike dropped this on his team. I mean, I'm happy that Mike doesn't have it, but it fits so well with Dino as well. Like, look at the core of Glowking, Zapdos, and Clefable. How are you killing this team? And like, you can't even go passive against it, because he has a Roaring Moon, he's doing an Arcanine and a Lilligant. They're just going to break you in half. It's ridiculous. Clefable is another Stealth Rock Pokemon, which is nice. It gets Unaware, but it can also be the Magic Guard set, so you can get Toxic stalled, and you are immune to hazards damage, which is awesome for him. It's a Fairy type. It can click Calm Mind to set up and kill stuff with Moon Blast, excuse me. It can also be a really annoying Cosmic Power set with Stored Power. It gets a lot of coverage. It can even run the Magic Guard Life Orb sets if you want to be offensive. I'm intrigued to see how it does. Like Lefable, on paper it has everything that I want in a Pokemon. But then I look at its base stats and I'm like, nah, I'm fine. Like, it's an all or nothing Pokemon. I've seen people use it and call it the best Pokemon in draft. I've seen people use it and hate its guts. So, yeah. I'm excited to see how Dino does with it. I'm less excited to have to fight him Mikato. His second Terra Captain is Charizard. This is awesome. We love Charizard. Who doesn't love Charizard? If you hate on Charizard because it's overrated, I mean, it's fine to like popular things, people. It's popular for a reason. Charizard is awesome. Terra Flying, Terra Fairy, Terra Ice. Really interesting Terra types. I would have gone for Terra Fire once again. To just like the nastiest overheats in the sun with Choice Specs Terra Fire and Solar Power. Terra Fairy I can see because it's Fairy. And Terra Ice, I have never seen Terra Ice on a Charizard. I don't really know what it does. I mean, I guess it's cool to have Ice and Fire type coverage on the same Pokemon. Like, it's the same as Galarian Darmanitan then, which could be cool. Imagine if it clicks Bellydrip, Terra Blast, Ice, and then Flare Blitz. That'd be cool. He's genuinely Galarian Darmanitan Zen mode then, which could be awesome. But no, like Charizard, it's so cool. If he brings it with Sun, it's going to delete Pokemon. I remember when I had to fight a Charizard team in MMC and I had Blissey. The Terra Fire Choice Specs Charizard had a roll to 2-shot my Blissey, which is insane. Spit that Blissey, by the way. I had a chance to get 2-shot by a Charizard, so I really hope Charizard comes to a few games and just kills some things. Sure, it's really Stealth Rock's weak and your only removal is the Torkoal so far. But you'll be fine, because like your next Pokemon is Fortress, so your hazard removal is quite decent, and you can still run Boots on Charizard as well, so it's fine. I'm really excited to see Charizard in GWA, man. I hope it doesn't work. Fortress is the second to last Pokemon. I don't like Fortress. I've used it before twice, but I can see the appeal in it. Like, it gets spikes, it gets stealth rocks, and it gets T-Spikes, and it gets Rapid Spin. Like, you can generally just bring all three hazards and Rapid Spin and just call it a set. But it can also run the Body Press Iron Defense sets, it can Volt Switch around, it can explode, it can Ice Spin if terrain away, which is really cool. Yeah, Fortress, it does a job well. It's a really good physical one that sets up hazards and gets rid of other Pokemon's hazards. Yeah. It's going to be annoying to kill. Seeing Fortress on a Sun team is awesome. Like, I really want to see Fortress take a Choice Specs Terra-Fire Eruption from a Typhlosion in the Sun. I think that'd be awesome. Although I don't think the Typhlosion has got drafted, which is sad. And his last pick being Keldeo. I haven't seen the most of Keldeo in Gen 9 so far. But like, it should be good. It's bulky, it's fast, it's strong. It gets a decent special fighting move in the Secret Sword, so you don't have to run Focus Miss. I still think it gets Scald, so that's cool for him. Although, like, Surf is really good and Hydro is really good. It's really good with Calm Mind. It's a good Specs user, it's a good Scarf user. It fits his speed tiers really well, like Roaring Moon, and then Keldeo, Zapdos, Charizard. He has some double speed, like Zapdos and Charizard being base 100 together, and Lilligant and Arcanine hitting base 90, and then he drops to Clefable, so his speed tiers are interesting, but they're not bad, like, they really aren't. He has the offense, he has the bulk, he has the defense. I really like this team. Yeah, I would have drafted it myself with Guiding Fire. Like, my team would have looked quite similar to this, which is cool. So yeah, I really rate Dino's team. I'm happy to have him back in GWA. The 12th team is Harvey and it's Pittsburgh Pastries. We do love some Slurpuff love, so man, I wish Slurpuff was in Gen 9. Anyway, I'm happy to have Harvey in GWA. We played in QBDL. He hacks me. I want revenge. We don't play each other though, so guess we'll have to beat in playoffs. But man drafted such an insane team. Look at his type chart. He has even less weaknesses than I have. Like, he has not a single red bar, and I think he has 3 gray bars, while I think I have 4 or 5. This team looks so cool. And he drafted Terapagos round 1, which was a really rough snipe for 0, but I can see why you would draft Terapagos round 1. It just checks everything. Put heavy duty boots on it and you resist every move. When you're at max HP, of course. And like, it's really hard to switch in on because it gets the Terra Starstorm is really hard. But it gets Ice Beam, it gets Earth Power, it gets T-Bolt, it gets even Dark Pulse. It can run Meteor Beam Power Herb, it can run some Calm Mind sets, it can run Rock Polish sets. Zero has even used it with Body Press to beat Blissey. This Pokemon can do everything. And it's just a blanket check for most things. It's a really good rapid spinner, so he immediately started off with removal, which is never bad to do. Yeah, it's the best Spectre counter in the game. So, there's that to it. I think Harvey will love Terapagos. And that second pick, Gliscor. He's the one who made sure I wouldn't draft Gliscor again, which I'm happy about. Because if it made it back to me, I probably would have drafted it again. Because I had to change my plan. So it's nice that I didn't have the option. I mean, you know me, I love Gliscor. Gets Status, gets Spikes, gets T-Spikes, but it can also get Toxic itself, it can knock off, it can U-turn, it can taunt, but it can also use Facade when it's Toxic Orb, it can learn EQ, it gets the Elemental Fangs, it even gets Crep Hammer for some reason. I absolutely adore this thing. Base 95 speed is really fast too, like you would speed Gouging Fire, you would speed Lander, Asterion, you would speed Annihilate, and you can beat those things with Taunt and Toxic, like, it's really cool. You can run some Protect sets as well to heal yourself back up at with the Poison Heal, and Toxic stall your opponents with Toxic, which I have done before. This Pokemon is awesome. I've used it so many times, and I wouldn't have been mad to get it again, but I'm excited to see Harvey use it. Gliscor plus Terapagos sounds like the most aged defensive core ever seen to man. So, yeah, it's not going to be fun for his opponents. It's going to be fun for me to watch, I think, because I don't play Harvey. So, yeah, which is kind of sad. But then again, I don't have to fight back Boy Gliscor, which is cool. Like, I don't know if I want to kill this thing, so. Round 3 Sneasler. I don't like Sneasler, but I know Harvey loves this thing. He doesn't love the Unburden sets, but like, you can just run Poison, Touch with Choice Band and Choice Scarf. And you don't even need terrain. Like, if you really want the Unburden sets, you can still run Air Balloon or like Normal Gen Fake Out or White Hunter's Combat. It can do a lot of things. My main issue with it is that it gets beaten by every bulky poison type in existence. But then again, bulky poison types against the Gliscor team, I can see the combination of the two being really strong. Because like Gliscor is the best Sneasler counter in the game, in my opinion. To have Gliscor and Sneasler together, I mean, Sneasler might actually do some things with Terra this season. So yeah, it's really fast, it's really strong. It can also pivot, so together with Gliscor, you have a really good pivot core so far. Yeah, it's a mon that I know that Harvey loves, so he'll probably do well with it, and he'll probably prove me wrong. So it's cool to see. Up next, Primarina. I think this is my favorite fairy in the game. I mentioned that I really want the Slurpuff, but it's not in game, and I think Primarina is probably my favorite then. That or Pheasantipity, but they do different things. Prim, it's also a water type, like, you just expect Moonblast and spec Surf, and you kill things, while you are still ridiculously bulky, like, it's the best typing in the game, Water Fairy, in my opinion. I think you had like 120 Spadef or something similar to that, which is really, really, really bulky. You can flip turn out. It's really good to Soul Vest user. But it can also be run like with a Choice Scarf because it gets Energy Ball as well to hit opposing bulky waters. Obviously, it gets Ice Beam. I mentioned Moonblast, I mentioned Surf. You can even run some Liquid Voice shenanigans with Hyper Voice or with Psychic Noise, which is also really cool to do. Yeah, you can also run Calm Mind with Stored Power, which it also gets this generation. This Pokemon can just do everything that you want it to do. The only thing it lacks is reliable recovery, but you can still run Rest, I guess. And with Leftovers and being a Water Fairy type, you will be able to heal back up if you just stay in long enough. So, yeah, Primarina is an awesome Pokemon, and I think it is going to put in a lot of work for Harvey. Like, this top 4 is ridiculous. It's going to be so hard to kill. Other than the Sneasler, of course, but then Sneasler just pivots out. Yeah, this team is going to be really hard to kill. And Hisuian Gudra does not help. Like, Hisuian Gudra, if you click Iron Defense with Hisuian Gudra, this thing is not dying, because you can't crit it, because of its Shell Armor ability, and it still has the 150 base special defense. Get your +2 defense, start clicking Iron Defense, and it's still a Gudra. Start clicking Iron Defense Body Press is what I tried to say. It's still a Gudra too, so it gets all the ridiculous coverage moves that Gudra gets. Like I think it gets fire moves, it gets ice moves, it gets electric moves, it gets poison moves. I also think this one gets knockoff. I know the regular one does, so I think this one should too. I don't think this one gets toxic though, which is a bit of a loss. But then again, you have Gliscor and you can have Sneasler to just spread toxic around if you really want to. Hey, Hisuian Gudra, it's one of the best steals that I've never used. It's one of the few Pokemon that if I have to run mocks for someone, like I sometimes do mocks with Crep to help Crep out. Her opponent has a Hisuian Gudra, I'll always use it in mocks because I really like this thing in mocks, so maybe I should try it for myself once. It's an annoying Pokemon to fight, it's annoying to switch in on, and it's really difficult to kill. It's going to fit in really well with Terapagos and Gliscor and Primarina, I think. So will the Rotom Heat. Once again, something really hard to kill. You can click Volt Switch, obviously Overheat, but it has Will-O-Wisp and it has T-Wave to be really annoying. Yeah, you can Nasty Plots to set up on stuff because you are weak to ground, but you have Levitate, so you don't really care. Other than that, you are weak to water, but you have an electric type, so water types don't come in on you. And you are weak to rock as well. But is rock really a weakness? And even then, if you really value rock as a weakness, you have a Gliscor, you have a Sneasler, you have a Gudra, Hisui, and you have a Primarina. You are fine. This Pokemon is going to put in a lot of work for Harvey. It can pivot around, it can spread status. Casadov. It's a Rotom. You know I hate it. But you also know it's a good Pokemon, so yeah. His 7th pick, Decidueye, completes his Water Grass and Fire Core. It's Primarina, Decidueye, Rotom Heat. And his Dragon Fairy Steel Core is the Hisuian Gudra plus the Primarina, so he has a really good course. Decidueye is another hazard remover, so it's not only Terrapagos, which is really nice. It's another pivot Pokemon, it can boost as well, it can knock off, but it can also be really, really strong. Like, it can be a really good choice band Pokemon with Poltergeist and then Shadow Sneak, Leave Mate, and U-Turn. But it can also run Swords Dance. It's a very versatile Pokemon that's still really bulky. It's one of my favorite budget ghost types, so yeah. I think Offline suggested it for me, but I've used this thing so many times. And I have drafted other Pokemon for once, so yeah. I think Harvey's going to love it. Like, I had the Decidueye and Gliscor last season in GWA Ubers, and they were really good together, so even in Ubers, so with the normal power level, I think they will be even better. They should be at least. Up next is Terra Captain Miloetta. Terra Normal, Terra Fighting, Terra Flying. Really interesting he didn't go for Terra Fairy. I don't see the vision with flying. Like, I would have gone Fairy over flying. But then again, maybe I'm missing something. Terra Normal is obvious because he needed the Staff typing and he couldn't go for Terra Psychic because that's a bad typing. And Terra Fighting helps the Miloetta if it changes form, so I can see that too. It's a really strong Pokemon. Like, Terra Normal Hyper Voice is not a joke to switch in on. Like, Choice Spec Strategist Break can also be run like with a Choice Scarf, which is really cool. I think this thing gets Calm Mind, it should at least. Yeah, with Relic Song, you can sleep people, change form, and then you can click Terra Fighting to suddenly become really fast and physical attacker. It's going to be something that you have to be prepared for. And even then, like, if you prepare for Miloetta with like special walls and he decides to run the pirouette form, you're going to be in trouble. And if you prepare for the physical Miloetta and he doesn't bring that and he just brings Specs Hyper Voice, you're also going to be in trouble. So it's a Pokemon that's going to force a lot of prep, which is always nice to have when you have like monsters like Sneasel that are very one-dimensional. So everything that distracts your opponent from prepping for Sneasel is a really nice bonus. So yeah, I can see how this Miloetta is going to put in a lot of work for him. And it's a really good Terra Captain. Usually it's Terra Band, so I'm intrigued to see how it does in GWA with Terra. His second Terra Captain being Raichu, Electric Water Grass. I rate it. Raichu is not a good Pokemon, but it's also not a bad Pokemon. Base 110 speed with really fast Encore, can Nuzzle, can Volt Switch. But it can also click Nasty Plot. And it can even be run like a physical offensive. I think it has the same physical attack as special attack. Sure, it doesn't get Swords Dance. At least I think it doesn't get Swords Dance. It shouldn't. But it's a good Pokemon. It gets Static and Lightning Rod, which are good abilities. That's why he went for the Terra Water, I assume, to go Terra Water and be immune to electric and then get the special attack boost, which could be really cool for him. Terra Grass is obvious to hit the ground types and the water types that you otherwise. To hit the Quagsires, is what I'm trying to say. I was going to say something really stupid. To hit the Quagsires, the Swampards, the Gastrodons of the world. I saved myself from some embarrassing clips. Yeah. I mean, I probably would have still gone for Terra Ice because it's so annoying. But I guess if you're in Terra Water, you don't really need Terra Ice, so I can see it. It fixes his speed tiers, it's an electric type that can pivot. It fulfills the role that he wants it to do, I think. So, yeah. And his last pick, Umbreon. It really completes the really annoying stall team. Not a stall team, the really annoying bulky team he has. Like Terrapagos, Primarina, Gudra, Hisui, Rotom Heat. All 4 of them are really bulky and really annoying, but they lack reliable recovery. So what better than have the best Wish Passer, in my opinion, in Umbreon? It's simple as that. Just click Wish into your stupid annoying bulky Pokemon, heal them back up. And you can just win with Toxic on Umbreon, Toxic on Terrapagos, Toxic on Gliscor, spread status with Sneasel. You can run this team offensively, you can run it stall, you can run it bulky, you can run it balanced. He has a lot of tools. It's going to be really hard to kill this team.
And he has so much pivoting. Like, what does pivot? I think the only ones that don't pivot are Terapagos and Gudra Hisui. All the other Pokemon can pivot, like U-turn, flip turn, Volt Switch, U-turn, Volt Switch, and Baton Pass, so yeah. Once again, a really good team. A bit on the slower side. His speed use are a bit funny, like, sure, Glasgow hits 95, but most of the time Glasgow is going to be run defensively without speed investment, so you kind of drop from Raichu to Meloetta. But it's not the end of the world. His speed use are still decent, and you don't really need insane speed when you have so much bulk, so yeah. I think this is a really good team again. Second to last team, Milk. I'm so happy they're back. I have tried to get Milk back in GWA for so long, but it never really aligned with their schedule or with things that were happening in their lives. So I am so happy to have them back. And I can't really say much more than they drafted the Milk team. Every single Pokemon on this team can pivot. Every single one of them can pivot. So you better run heavy duty boots, Milk. Otherwise you're going to lose to hazards when you pivot around, which could be really funny. Okay. Round 1 Blaziken. They love Blaziken. Like, they didn't even say, like, they didn't even leave their picks, and they were like, I was like, yeah, what do you want? And they told me, you probably know what I want. I was like, yeah, you probably want Blaziken. And they were like, yeah. Milk loves Blaziken. It's a speed boost bot. I really like it with Swords Dance, but I also know that Milk can run it like mixed. Like they brought like a special offensive Blaziken against my GWA Season 14, which was cool. I can do a lot. They can even run it bulky. Like, I've seen Blaziken do some things with like Willows when bulk up. I think Crep used that thing before. So yeah, Blaziken, it's always going to be something that people have to prep for. And it can snowball. I always wanted to try it out in draft, so I'm excited to see Milk use it again, and I'm excited to have Milk back in it in GWA. Round 2 Azelf is interesting, but I guess if they really wanted Azelf, it's worth not risking it. It's a really Milk Pokemon. This thing gets every single annoying move in the game. It can be run physical, it can be run special, it can kill itself, it can set up hazards. You'll never know what Azelf is going to do. And with a player like Milk, who you never know what Milk is going to do. The combination of Milk plus Azelf is going to cause for a lot of incredible content. I'm excited to see it. Third pick, Petulant. Once again, a one that I always wanted to try out, but I never really got the chance to. Like, usually it's a bit too expensive for my liking, even though I made the tier list, which is funny. But yeah, it's so bulky, like base 160 defense with 88 across the board. This Pokemon is ridiculous. Malignant Chain, is a stupid move. Like, I think it's a 50% chance to poison, and with its puppeteer ability, you get confused as well. You better uncover Cloak against Petulance. But then again, if you uncover Cloak against Milk's team, that means you can't run Rocky Helmets, or you can't run Choice Cards to counter the Blaziken Speed Boost, so I really like it. It can parting shot around, so you could also run like a Clear Amulet to block it, but then you can get Malignant Chained. This Petulant is going to cause a lot of trouble, and I know Milk. They're going to love every single bit of hacks they are getting with this Petulant, because they are going to get a lot of hacks, and they will laugh about it. 4-pick Serena, Hazard Remover, U-Turner, Triple Axle, Synthesis Knockoff, and Battle Blizzard and Power Whip, so yeah. It's going to do a lot of similar stuff each week if it comes, but it's going to do its job really well. Yeah, I don't really have to say much about Serena. It's a really good budget Pokemon, and to pick it around 4 is maybe a bit early, but then again, you don't have to go high tier, and go make your way down to the low tier. So you can pick your low tiers early and then pick your high tiers later on. which also works really well, like when people have spent their points. So I can see the vision from Milk. And I think Milk just wanted to look at Serena, so it's going to be nice as a habit removal and as a pivot Pokemon for Blaziken. His 5th Pokemon, Walking Wake. I mean, I love Walking Wake. I think it's a lot better on Sun. But I guess he can run manual Sun. Like Blaziken and Serena also appreciate Sun, obviously. Azalf probably gets Sunny Day. It can also set up Sunny Day for itself, I guess. But Walking Wake, it doesn't need to Sun. Like, I can still run Skull instead of the Hydro Steam. It can knock off, it can flip turn. Like, it gets utility. It even can Dragon Dance, which isn't a set that you never should run Milk. But I know, now that I say that you're definitely going to click Dragon Dance on someone, so... If you lose, I have warned you before, but like, I know you don't listen to me. Nah, other than that, Walking Wake, it's a really nice speed tip at 109, and it's a special nuke. People do not like switching out on Walking Wake, so I can see what it's going to do for Milk's team. And I think it should be really cool. 6th pick, Vikavolt. I love this thing. I think Milk should have made this a Terra Captain, in my opinion. But then again, like, maybe not if they really wanted Cincino and Rotom Frost. I still would have gone for the Vikavolt. But it doesn't need it, I guess. Like, it's a good Levitate Pokemon, obviously. So you are immune to ground, so you are only weak to the Fire, Rock, and... I think that's it. Right? Because the Electric cancels out the Flying weakness. Yeah, so you're only weak to Fire and to Rock, which is actually really nice. Yeah, Vikavolt, it hits really hard, it can run Agility, but the thing that it's most known for is to just like Sticky Webs, which is a really nice combination with Blaziken. Like, Blaziken forces people to run Choice Scarf. If you run the Sticky Webs, yeah, the Choice Scarf gets neutralized, and then Blaziken at +1 outspeeds everything. And it's going to be really hard to get rid of the Sticky Webs, because if you want to Rapid Spin, Petulant is probably the best spin blocker together with Annihilate. Maybe Golden, but I really value the 160 defense with Petulant, so yeah. Vikavolt. Then again, it can also be really, really offensive. Like, you try switching in on like Choice Specs Bug Boost, Choice Specs Thunderbolt, and Choice Specs Energy Ball when Milk hits the correct prediction. It's going to kill some people. It's going to put a lot of things into range for Blaziken, which could also be really scary. It's going to provide a lot for their team. I really rate the pickup. 7th pick, Galarian Moltres. I have a love-hate relationship for Galarian Moltres as well. Design-wise, I adore this thing. It looks so cool. I know it's edgy. Call me an edgelord all you want. This thing looks awesome, man. I love Galarian Moltres, but I don't love using it. You have to rely on Hurricane, which is such a shit move. And Fiery Wrath, I'm sorry, but like, if I click Fiery Wrath, I am never getting the flinch. And if my opponent gets Fiery Wrath, it always flinches me and then I lose. So, I don't like it. But it's a really good Pokemon. Agility and Nasty Plot with Citrus Berry to get the best usage out of its Berserk ability, for example. But you can also run it like Choice Specs or Choice Scarf, or with the Weakness Policy. It's also really good. I remember I beat Meep in MMC semifinals national decks. I think that was last year as well. I ran a Weakness Policy Acrobatics Steel Wing Galarian Moltres because I knew it would get activated on the Spectre Click and Draining Kiss. And then he would go into this Mega Diancie and I could just Steel Wing that thing into oblivion. It was such a cool set. So, it definitely has the tools to cook with Milk, so yeah. Plus it looks awesome. Sometimes I just think Milk draws Pokemon that looks cool. So, yeah, it fits with their style. And it's a really bulky Dark type. It beats Spectre 1v1. Spectre cannot beat Galarian Moltres. You cannot tell me that there is a Spectre set that beats a good Galarian Moltres set, so it's always nice to have that. His 8th pick. His first Terra Captain being the Cincino. Terra Normal, Terra Fighting, Terra Ground. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Cincino because you have to rely on Tail Slap and it's 85% accurate. But if you hit it with Technician and loaded dice, it's going to claim lives, especially when you have a tidy up, which is really nice buff for Cincino. It gets rid of hazards and it basically gets a Dragon Dance. And then you are really hard to switch in on. Sure, you do force Rocky Helmets, which isn't the greatest with Blaziken. But then again, if you run, like, you can be annoying with patch run then because people have both Rocky Helmets and everything. So, the one theme with Milk's team is that they really have so many options that people, they can't really look at this team like, oh yeah, I'll go Rocky Helmet spam. Oh no, I'll go Clear Amulet for Petulant. Oh no, I'll go like Clover Cloak. They are going to have to run a lot of items, and he has they have a lot of knockoff users in Blaziken, in Sarina, in Walking Wake. I think even a Zelf might get it, maybe even Cincino. I think it will be nice for them. Fast U-turner, and Terra Fighting, and Terra Ground. I guess for coverage, Terra Ground I know. It's nice to have it coverage. Terra Fighting, I don't really know what the purpose of it is. But it could be cool. It could be cool. Up next is Swampert. I mean, Milk drafted 2 of the Hoenn starters and he doesn't have the best one. They don't have the best one. Milk, what are you doing? That being said, Swampert is really good. It's another water type, so Walking Weak isn't the only one, which is really nice. So now Milk has an offensive water type and a bulky water type. And their bulky water type also is quite offensive, so it's not like it's a passive Pokemon. It's another Stealth Rocker, so it's not a Zell's duty to click Stealth Rocks every time, which is really important. It can flip turn, it once again gets knockoff. Choice Banded Swampert is really tough to kill, to switch in on, to kill as well. Like when you're only weak to Grass, and you have a Vikavolt, a Blaziken, a Galarian Moltres, and a Petulant. Yeah, Grass types don't have the best matchup into this team. I can see what Swampert is going to provide for their team. And once again, it's another pivot Pokemon, but I have stopped mentioning that because everything can pivot here. Then pick Dedenne. Dedenne is a bad Pokemon. Elliot cannot convince me. Milk cannot convince me. This thing is a fraud. I don't know why they went for it as well. Because they have 2 points left over after their entire team, so they could have just gone for a better Fairy type, because they didn't need an Electric type. I don't know what the vision is with Dedenne. I didn't look up its moveset. Maybe I'm missing something. Probably gets Nuzzle and Super Fang. Maybe even Taunt. It's still a shit Pokemon. If you get it 3 kills, Milk, I don't know what I'm going to say. But if you get it 3 kills, you can hit me up in DMs and ask me for a favor. And I'll see what I can do for you. It's not going to get 3 kills. It's not going to get 3 kills. Second to last one and his last Terra Captain is Rotom Frost. Terra Electric, Terra Fairy, Terra Ghost. Terra Electric is obvious to abuse the Levitate and get Super Step. Terra Fairy is really nice because it's a Fairy type. And Terra Ghost I can see as well, being another bulky Ghost type, being a spin blocker. And get Stab again on your Shadow Ball and Hex sets, which could be really nice. Like, Hex is going to be really useful when you have Nuzzle on your stupid Dedenne and when you have most importantly the Petulance. Yeah. Once again, Volt Switch. It's kind of sucks that they don't have Terra Ice, because now they do have to rely on Blizzard. But Milk is known to use Thunder on Regigigas, so I don't think Blizzard on Rotom Frost will scare them, so yeah. It's one of those Pokemon like Articuno and like what else? What else was like the Terra Cat with the Iron Thorns? One of those Pokemon that has a lot of base stats. So if you make it a Fairy type, it's always going to be useful. And yeah. I think Rotom Frost is their Fairy type instead of the Dedenne. At least that's what I'm going to pretend. Last pick, Probopass. It's an awesome Pokemon. It really is. I stick so spin with Probopass, like you just magnet ball something and click Iron Defense, Body Press and start winning. Other than that though, it gets Stealth Rock, it gets Volt Switch.
it's just really hard to kill. I think it hits 140 or 145 on either defensive side, so yeah. Sure, you're quad weak to ground, you're quad weak to fighting. But do you really care when you have like a Galarian Moltres, a Vikavolt, and a Rotom Frost for the ground, and a Nazal for the ground types, and for the fire types you have a Petulant. Yeah, I think Probass is going to do a lot of work for Milk. And yeah, I like this team. It looks weird, but it's a Milk team. Milk is also weird. They will find a way to annoy people with this team. And I definitely would not write them off for playoffs. They will find a way. And like, you cannot prepare for this team. You cannot prepare for this team. Every single Pokemon can be a meme set, can be a real set. It's going to be really fun to see Milk back in GWA. I'm so excited for it. And then the last team, Patrick and his Claire Kingdras. He got the wheel pick, which I think he's very happy about. And you can see it with his team as well. He really used his wheel pick well. Round 1, Golden Go and Urshifu single strike. Urshifu single strike making it to 14th is kinda crazy. We had some really interesting round 1 picks. If you see that Urshifu single strike is technically a round 2. Yeah, Golden Go is Urshifu single. It's ridiculous. Like, usually when I see Urshifu single strike, I think, yeah, let me just bring my bulky fairy type and deal with it. Well, good luck with that when you have a Golden Go. It's just going to destroy things. And Golden Go is weak to Ground, Fire, Dark, and Ghost, I think. Urshifu destroys 2 of those already, being Dark and Ghost. And Fire and Ground, sure, they are still annoying. But they also don't appreciate coming on Urshifu. And even Golden Go still hits them hard too. So yeah. Golden Go really likes... I don't know what I'm going to say. Golden Go is really good for hazard stacking teams, because you can't Rapid Spin, you can Defog, you can Mortal Spin. So I can see why he drafted Garchomp round 3. It's a really strong Pokemon. I love Garchomp. It can be really, really hard hitting, like Choice Banded Earthquake, or like Swords Dance Earthquake with Skill Shot loaded dice. It can be special as well with Draco and Fire Blast and Earth Power. But it gets Stout Rocks and Spikes to stack with the Golden Go, which is really cool. And yeah, Golden Go plus Garchomp being Dragon and Steel already if your Dragon Fairy Steel code is ridiculous. And 102 is really nice base speed. Like, you would speed all the base 100s, even the 101 Thunderous. And you force the 105s to learn a lot more speed than for base 100, so Garchomp, you can't go wrong with it. And then Kilowattrel is a Terra Captain. It's always a Pokemon that I wanted to draft with Terra, but this season I went for Heracross, because it's Heracross. Kilowattrel Flying Water Grounds. I'm very happy he doesn't have Ice. That's all I'm going to say. I would have gone for Ice over Ground, I think. Like, I can see why he wanted Water with the Volt Absorb. And I guess I can see why he wanted Ground as well, because it just... Flying plus Ground hits everything. I still would have gone for Ice, I think. Especially when you have a Garchomp for your Ground type. But then again, Garchomp is a physical attacker, like you can run Earth Power, but yeah. I see the vision. Kilowattrel, 125 base speed. Competitive plus Volt Absorb are really nice abilities. Even the Wind Rider, I think it is, can be useful when it sets up its own tailwind. It can pivot with Volt Switch. Yeah, it's going to be really annoying for most people to deal with. Like if you Volt Switch from Kilowattrel to Garchomp or into Urshifu single strike, it's going to be really crazy. 5th pick Blastoise, his first hazard remover of the team. Not his last one, luckily. I mean, I am not the biggest Blastoise fan as a hazard remover, because it doesn't have reliable recovery and it's not that bulky. But it's very versatile. Like, you have to respect Blastoise as a offensive Pokemon as well with Shell Smash. Like, it can be offensive with Shell Smash, it can be defensive with Rapid Spin and Flip Turn. It gets Shell Armor so it can get crit, I think. It gets a lot of things. It can be physical, it can be special, it can be support. Yeah. I think Patrick is mainly going to use it as a Rapid Spinner and Shell Smash occasionally. But the combination of them is really nice. Like, when people try to run Mirror Herp on Blastoise, for example, to copy the Shell Smash, and you Rapid Spin first, then you trigger the Mirror Herp immediately so they get the +1 speed boost. But that's fine. You can just like Rapid Spin immediately after, Shell Smash immediately after, and then Mirror Herp is gone. So then you are at +2 attack, +2 special attack, and +3 speed, which is crazy. So something to keep in mind when prepping for Patrick. I rate the Blastoise. It's not my favorite Pokemon to use in draft, but it's one of my favorite Pokemon design-wise, so I'm happy to see it. Then he drafted Diancie again, which he had in MMC. In MMC it got Kill Leader, which is one of the craziest things. But it had Terra in MMC, and it could have Terra here, but he didn't decide to. He wanted Kilowattrel, which is a fair decision in my opinion. But Diancie, Bulky Fairy, that set of Spikes, that set of Stealth Rocks, that can be really annoying with Iron Defense, Body Press, but can also just run Diamond Storm to get the defense boosts. It can click Specs Moonblast, but it can also be like a Power Meteor Beam set in Trick Room, because it sets up its own Trick Room. It gets a lot of sets. It's going to be annoying to kill. And yeah, Patrick has shown in MMC that he knows how to use a Diancie, so I think we should be prepared for it, both offensively and defensively. 7th pick, Ogerpon Heartflame. This was a free agency pickup. I kind of forgot what he dropped for it. I know he wanted Iron Moth, but got sniped. So I don't know what he dropped. I think it was Hawlucha that he dropped, actually. Which is interesting, because it's not the same Pokemon. But yeah, Ogerpon Heartflame. Its main weakness is that it's always taking 25% from rocks, because you can't run heavy duty boots. So there is a lot of pressure on the Blastoise to rapid spin away all the hazards, which I don't love. But you could also just hazard stack your opponent and force them to click Defog, for example. And if you don't switch in your Golden Go, sure, your own hazards go away, but so do the hazards that your opponent set up for Ogerpon. So that's something to keep in mind. And Ogerpon, I mean, it's really strong. With Mold Breaker, you ignore the unaware Pokemon, so you can just set up through Skeledirge and Clodsire and Clefable. Not even Dondozo. You Clark Dondozo because you're a Grass type. It's ridiculous. Swords Dance, IP Cudgel, Fire is ridiculous with Grass moves. Like, you get Grass plus Fire coverage. That hits basically everything except for Fire types, I think. Right? Yeah, but you have Stomping Tantrum, and you can also just U-turn. You also don't hit dragons, but you can just click Play Rough too. So I really like Ogerpon Heartflame. I would have liked it more on a team that has better hazard removal than Patrick does. But speed-wise and typing-wise, it fits really well with his team. Next pick, Toadscruel. Another grass type. But is it really a grass type? Like, it's never really going... Sorry. It's never really going to click grass moves. It's not a rapid spinner. It can also get up spikes, same as Ogerpon and Diancie. So there's a lot of spikes. You can also click T-spikes, which he didn't have yet, so that's good. Another spinner, like I mentioned. Can Leaf Seed, can Spore. Sure, its ability is bad for it. But it's not the end of the world. Like, I don't hate clicking a slow taunt, for example. Or like slow hazards. It's not awful. Obviously, it's not the best. But it's not like it's a hindrance, its ability. Like, people make it out to be like it's as bad as the defeatist ability on Archeops or like the Truant on Slaking. I compare it more to like Klutz on like a Beware. It just doesn't really have a purpose, if anything. Yeah, Toadscruel. It's going to be an annoying Pokemon most of the time. Strength, Zap, Toxic, Spore, Hazards, Rapid Spin, Knockoff, Leaf Seed. I can see why he wants it. I think when it comes, it will do its job quite well. Second to last pick, Mesprit. It's a budget Yuxi. So, it does all the same things as Yuxi does, I think. It can also click Stealth Rock, it can also click U-turn. It can also be the annoying Calm and Sword Power set. It gets Healing Wish too, which is really nice for like monsters like Urshifu or Garchomp, even the Ogerpon. Yeah. It helps with his ground weakness because like Diancie plus Golden Go and like Ogre Heart Flame is also ground weakness in my opinion because it's not bulky as a grass type, it's a fire type together. So it helps there. It's just going to provide a lot of utility. Like this team is going to be annoying to fight. It looks like a hybrid of Elliot and Mike's MC teams. If you know what I mean. Like if you watch the MC, he has like a few mons that are on the same. Like Mike had Garchomp plus Golden Go, and Elliot had the Ogre Heart Flame. Mike also had the Yuxi, so budget Yuxi being the Mesprit. And then he has his Trustodon Diancie, so yeah. I like it. It's like a MMC team brought over to GWA, which is cool. And then his last Pokemon is the Skuntank, his second Terra Captain, being Poison, Steel, and Fairy. He needed a grounded Poison type. He needed another T-Spiker, I guess. And Skuntank, it's annoying to kill. It's only weak to ground, which I just mentioned with the Mesprit. It helps with ground weaknesses. And Skuntank is annoying to switch in on. Like, if you run Choice Band and Knockoff, you are not really taking those hits really well. Like, it's hard to switch in on a Skuntank. I'm not even joking. Poison Jab plus Knockoff is really annoying, and then you can... I think Stench is like the flinching ability, so if you get slowed by the Skuntank, if Skuntank outspeeds you, click Knockoff, you can even get a flinch with Stench. Or you just an Aftermath, which is always nice if he does decide to... If it somehow something does kill you, you get like a lot of chip damage with Aftermath. It's going to be a good Pokemon for him. It's a nice budget poison type. One of the better ones. I think he wanted Muk, but he came 1 point short because I raised Muk to like 6 points, I think. So I'm sorry for that, Patrick. But I kind of think Skuntank fitted your team better anyway. Like, I don't know. I think it's fine. Anyway. Alright, everyone, we have offline back. We can do our tier list now. Let's wrap this up, man. I think we're approaching 6 hours.
I'm gonna break the fourth wall. He kicked me out. He was like, "You're taking too long."
He definitely was taking too long. I even mentioned it myself. Like, yeah, let's do this on my own. It's taking too long. And then I waffled for 90 minutes on my own, so... I think we know who's the real culprit here.
Yeah, you guys know the reason now.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I
So we have our
definitely
tiers.
Yeah, I definitely think the first half was better because I was there. So we'll see. You can
The
see
fir-
the average. You can
The first
see the
half
average
being 4 hours, and the second half
Yeah.
being an hour and a half. Yeah.
No, like you know, on your YouTube analytics, you'll see like a good level in the beginning, right? Because I'm there, and then it just dips and then spikes back up when it comes to the tier.
I don't even know what
Still-
YouTube analytics are, so it's fine. It's cool.
Nice. All right. Whatever.
Alright. Let's start off with Talks team, man. What do you think?
No, you should explain the tiers, man. Come on.
Should I explain the tiers? Okay.
Yeah.
We have the best tier is S for Samurott, so we already know who's going in there. The Samurott team.
Yeah.
Then we have
I'm just gonna say, I don't agree with that, but it's his
He
video.
has no
I
power
don't
here.
have
Yeah,
control.
he has no
Yeah,
power
I'm
here.
not-
Then we have the God tier. That's like A tier, A plus tier.
Mhm.
Really good tier. It's like B, B plus. Meh, which I don't think there are many teams. And then we have a special category for the bike. AKA F tier.
Yeah, I didn't choose that one either, so
Nope.
you guys know. That's Drew's original right there.
Oh. Alright. Talks team first. The
Mhm.
Dragapult team. I mean,
I think it's right there.
I think it's really good. Bordering on God tier, but I think I would put it in really good because he lacks some bulk.
Yeah, I agree with that. Something that would make this God tier is probably few changes in bulk and maybe a later half of his draft. I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's bad, but it's the difference between really good and God tier. But
Yeah.
who knows, man?
Although he does have an argument for God tier, seeing he has Hisuian Samurott, so he should go in S for Samurott, so it evens out to God tier, I guess.
No.
No.
Like if it was S for Hisuian Samurai, then yeah.
yeah,
like,
but it's not as good as the regular one.
Yeah, but I'm disregarding the S for Samurai anyway, so like it's whatever, man. It's really good. I think he did a really good job drafting it. So
I think so too.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I kind of want to put it in God tier because of the Trico, but no, that's too much of a bias. So we'll leave it in really good for now.
I forgot the Trico.
No. Okay, it's a really good. It's a really good tier team.
Yeah,
We
it's
can't
a
raise
really
it
good
up.
team. Yeah. Pups
All
team,
right.
I really like, but I like it less than Tox.
Really?
Yeah.
Um, hmm. I
So
don't
I would
really agree with you.
I would put it
Like,
behind Toch.
I would put it one above Tugs and
Really?
say that. Yeah.
So
It's
what's your
it's
reasoning
just like
behind that?
because it's bulky offense, so like it will take hits, but it's not like it's lacking power, right? There's too many powerhouses to prep for, and I feel like Tug's team, you could maybe like predict a little bit and prep for it, whereas like this team, any mon can come, like besides like three on this draft, and like everything else is a threat, and that's the
So
reason why I think it's a little bit better than Tug's team.
so you would rather fight Tox team than Pups? You would rather prep for Tox team?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
See, I disagree
It,
there.
I mean, yeah, sure, but why?
Like, I just think that the Dragapult provides so much, and then Rillaboom plus Heatran plus Hisuian Samurott, and then the Yanmega plus Landorus. It's so overwhelming. I like, sure, it lacks a little bit of bulk, but in true hyper offense way, like, if you can just outdamage your opponent and outspeed your opponent, you aren't even taking a hit, so you don't really need to bulk. I think I
Yeah,
like it
sure.
more. Both teams are really reliant on their user though. Like Tox team needs Tok to play really well, and
Yep.
even Pup's team requires Pup to play really well as well. I think Tox
100%.
one is just more something I would use.
Yeah, see, like, that's true. That's true. I don't like bulky offense, but like looking at this bulky offense, I like it more. And like, also, I guess like the main difference is like round one picks, right? Like Dragapult is more reliable than Dundee T, but like if you
Oh
look
yeah.
at the cores, if you look at the cores, I feel like Pup's team has like more cohesive cores. And not that like Samu, Heatran, and Rillaboom are bad. It's just like there's too many modes on Pup's team that you can't prep
That
for.
is true. It can do more than Tox team.
Exactly.
But I feel like Tox
That's
team
why.
just does its job better.
I mean, sure, but like, I don't know. On paper, I would rather fight the Dragapult team with Hisuian Samurai, Heatran, and Rillaboom, even Lando, than go through Torn, Iron Hand, Screamtail, King Gambit, Inteleon, Ogerpon, and Moth. I really don't want to prep for that.
I mean, they can be interchanged. But Tok has
Yeah.
a Trico.
I
Tok has a
think-
Trico. You just keep Tok ahead of him.
I think like I would literally like if we put an equal sign there, I think that's basically what we're trying to go for here. I think that like there's like side of hyper offense, and then there is the side of bulky offense. But I think like
Yeah.
they probably are on the same level. And I mean it's round one and round two. Like they didn't mess up their teams, and that's what like
Yeah, exactly.
is like greatest about it. So
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
Steve,
Up next is Steve.
what do you think?
I mean, I like the team, but I would probably put it in meh. Like it's not anything against Steve's team. It's just I feel like there's a lot of mons that could disappoint you. Certainly, in case of like Raikou, Weavile, I'm not too big of a fan of those, and Palafin needs to be activated to become a threat.
Yeah.
Sure, you have the tools, but eh. That's why I
mean,
put it in mid.
I can see what you're saying. Because, like, Palafin teams, I just like leading off with Palafin. But usually when I
Yeah.
draft Palafin, I just get mons like Annihilate. That if you try to hit my Palafin,
and I go into an item, I just get the Rage Fist boost, and I activate my Palafin at the same time. He doesn't
Yeah.
have one of those ones. I just think meh is harsh.
I mean, we can say it's good. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
We can do like good and meh.
I would agree that it's not as good as Dog and Pup. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think we can
I just find
we can
meh.
add it here, to be honest. I think we're missing a tier because like we went from really good to like just meh. Let's
Add
just
a row
add
below.
Sure.
What do we want here?
Good or decent, whatever. Yeah.
Good.
I think it fits in good. I don't think we're probably gonna have too many meh teams, but
Let's go pink.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this annoys me.
Yeah.
Let's not go pink.
All right, whatever.
No, not whatever. Definitely not whatever. Oh, bike can be black. That's cool. Fuck you, bike.
It's not readable.
I don't care.
Oh, that's funny.
I don't care. I might
we're
care.
just waffling, you know?
I might care.
Just put it as blue. Okay,
Yeah,
this
fine.
works too.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think good. Yeah, I'm like okay. Meh tier was like kind of like good, but like it's like impartial, right? But now meh is like I'm not too into it. All right, so we changed the definitions a little bit.
I'll change meh for this next team. This team is 9 out of 10. Here we go. Agree?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean,
9
like
out
we
of
can
10.
just put it. We can put it in bike too. Like I'm impartial.
I thought about that too, to put it in bike.
It's a logo. Bike has the.
But
bike.
it's too much. No, the word logo is too much respect for this thing.
Okay. All right,
I think
fair
Pop
enough.
cooked that up for Caleb.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I like. I mean, like I like.
I mean,
Caleb
I also
team,
really
but
like Caleb's team. Like,
it's 9 out of 10.
like I'm joking about it being 9 out of 10, but I really like this team. I just don't know if I feel comfortable putting it above Steve. Like, I like Steve's team as well.
I think they go hand in hand. I don't really like stall or playing stall, but it's a play stall, I guess.
I don't think this
I
is
mean, like-
stall. Like, you cannot play range stalling. Although I just said it I just said this out loud, and Caleb is definitely going to find a way.
Yeah, and also like I think like I would probably put Caleb's team below Steve's because they're only 9-pointers.
Yeah.
There's a reason why those mods are in 9 points and not above. So just
Yeah.
like power level, not saying that they're bad, but like overall, like comparing to other teams, I would put it below Steve's.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's 9 out of 10 for now.
9 out of 10.
Yep.
We draft again.
Yep.
All right, next one, easy.
Oh
Next.
no, it's in the bike here.
As for Samurott.
Fair enough.
Now, where would you
I-
tier this? Where would you tier this?
Ooh, this one's tough.
Oop, didn't mean to do that. Okay.
I would probably put it above Steve's team, so it would probably go in the good tier for me.
Worse than Pup
I
and
think-
Talk?
Yeah, 100%.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm not saying like there's power, like less power on this, but I like their team more for some reason. See, now it's hard. It's actually hard because now I'm looking at your team again. I'm like, I can't do that.
I mean, I would just put it here. But I
mean,
always do that. So, I don't know. I'm fine with whatever you decide. If you put it in here, put it in here.
I think it's really good, but I feel like it's gonna not be a Gaussian curve at the end of this video.
It's not
Well,
going to
well-
be.
A Gaussian curve. Do you not know what a Gaussian curve is?
I have no idea what you just said. No.
Do you know what a bell curve is?
No.
Okay, so it's basically all right. We're gonna waffle for a second here. Gaussian curve is basically like an average. Like you have a curve that you fit to, like let's say you're giving out like test scores, right? You'll see that like there are some people that are failing horribly, then you will see the average. That's like most of the people there, and then you will see the toppers in your class, right? And
Oh,
that curve,
I already know
that
what you mean. Yeah, it's just the word that I didn't understand. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. So we're not gonna have like a curve like that in this one.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I think really good is fine. I might change my opinion later. I still have to look at all the teams again. It's been a
Yeah.
while.
Times are so hard.
Tiering is so hard. I feel like I'm doing teams injustice, but that will also fuel them. So let's
Yeah.
be as harsh as possible.
Like, I don't like tier lists where people just put everything in really good. But genuinely, with
Yeah.
these teams, I might have put them all in really good. So
Mm, I mean, like it's hard. It's hard because like it's all based off of opinions, right? So like me and you doing this would have a completely different result than like Caleb and Zero doing this, or
yeah,
Crep and
agreed.
Maki.
Yeah.
So, hey, leave your tier list in
Oh
the
yeah,
chat.
I can probably
Whatever.
share this after the recording.
Yeah.
I can probably do this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell us how wrong we are, because I'm not gonna look at it
Tell us how
anyways.
wrong offline is.
Yeah, sure. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna look at it anyways.
Fair. Elliot's team. I mean, for me, this is
Right.
the best team in the league. I've already said that.
Really,
Yeah.
dude. I'm going back to that Hitmonchan, bro. I can't put it in God tier with the Hitmonchan on the team, but like besides that, every single mon is fire.
I still think the Hitmonchan will put in work. I really
I
like
mean,
this
I
team,
believe.
especially keeping in mind that he was 6th pick overall. So
Oh, that's true. I think
for
his
me,
team
this is
is really
definitely a
good.
tier above.
Huh?
For me, this is definitely a tier above, like Michigan, South Bend feels.
Hmm. I can
But
see
it
it.
doesn't have a Samurott, so it can go in S.
Okay, S tier is not real. We're not putting anything in there.
I'm just going to
Or are
change
we?
this when you go away. It's fine.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Then why am I even here?
For the views, I guess. I don't know.
Right. Yeah,
Nah.
you're gonna get like 100k subs based off of this alone.
Quit my job immediately. Yeah. No, it's fine.
um,
Would
I
you
think God
put
tier is
Elliot's
fine.
team below Pup or Tog? No.
I would no, I would put it above Pup or
Yeah,
Tog.
okay. So we can
But
just put it in God tier then.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. Maki?
Ooh, bro, this is hard, man. Why did I agree to do this? Like, this is like I'm giving a test, man. I think it's a good team. There's
Yeah.
too many risks involved in this team. But if you steer it well, it could
I
be
mean-
really, really good.
I mean, I agree that it's a good team, but I also don't really think it's that much worse than Pups. So I'm quite inclined to lower Pup a little bit, but I know you disagree.
No, I really like Pup's team. Straight
Yeah.
up. I would draft it. Like, I hate bulky offense, but if this is the bulky offense, I would draft it.
Like, for
This
me,
is like a layup.
I would probably do like this, but I
Okay.
know you disagree with that. So I don't know if you should put this here, or if we should put this here. I don't know.
Okay, we're just gonna like put it in good right now. We're gonna shuffle everything. Like it's
Yeah.
gonna be like flipped by the end of this. So
Yeah.
let me marinate all these teams quick. We're just gonna put everything like on the board first.
Yeah, okay.
Good lord. Okay,
Mike.
this team.
Bike. Next.
Yeah, bike. Yeah, actually. Sure.
No, this team is really good. Maybe even God tier, but I think it's really good.
Okay, I see the point.
I think I'd put it here. Oh,
Where do you put it? Oh, okay.
I think I'd put
I
it here.
mean, you think it's better than Tog's team?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm more inclined to draft really bulk than really HO.
Yeah, but that doesn't really justify anything. That's your opinion. Like,
Yeah,
what-
so is this entire
what-
tier list. Yeah.
That's the entire purpose. You're right.
I
We can
mean,
leave
we
it.
could do this. I think it's
I'm
better
okay
than
with
Pups.
that. I agree with that. I agree with that. That
Ah, okay.
statement, I do agree. Yeah. It's definitely better than Pups. I like it more now that I know about Dio's speed more.
Yeah.
And I do like the core that he has. The only thing I don't like is Caparaja, but it's just me hating on that mon, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Um, oh, now we're getting to the teams that I didn't talk about. So you're gonna
Yeah.
hear some opinions that you haven't.
Yeah. So,
Good
okay,
lord,
Crep's team.
who let Crep draft this?
This
Straight
is
up.
like, I know when we talked about Maki's team, and we were like, yeah, just give Maki and Crep's team without knowing that it's Crep and Maki, and I would just put it like, yeah, Maki and Crep. This is one of the most anti-Crep teams I've ever seen.
Yeah, because they were
She has
drafting
hazard
Monza.
removal, and she has hazards. What has happened? She has speed tiers as well. Where are her
I
weird
mean,
Pokemon? Where are they?
Alolan Golem literally like just fits all the weirdness that you needed to fill.
That is
You
true.
don't need anything else beside that. No one drafts Alolan Golem.
That
That
is
mon
true.
doesn't do anything. So I'm excited for it to actually do something this season. Like that's what I'm looking forward to. It's a Terra Captain too. So I'm like, this better do something.
I'll let you rank it
Um,
first before I say where I would put it.
um, hmm. Dude, Spec is such a fraud, man. It never gets KOs, but like once it gets a boost, now you're sweeping. There's no middle. But like paired with Great Tusk, like who cares? Spec can easily. Dude, this team is really, really good. I would probably put it in like God tier, but there's something that's like stopping me from putting it in God tier.
That is really
I don't know why.
interesting.
Yeah,
I
what
would
do you
put it
think?
above Maki.
No, no way, bro. This team is good, man. I don't understand it.
I agree.
We have like
It's good.
You're right. You got me there.
I mean, I like the team, but like you said with Spectre, I don't really rate the Pokemon.
I don't rate Spectre either, but like
Spectre
there's so
really
many
wants
options.
a really strong fighting type, and I know she has Great Tusk, which is a really strong fighting type, but somehow I
Yeah.
don't associate Great Tusk with a really strong fighting type for Spectre. It would have been better with an Urshifu.
I could see Shifu on this team, but like not really.
Like, I don't know.
I like
I don't know.
I like Ogre. I like Ogre, Tusk, and Spec together. I feel like that core is what makes this team.
Like, I look at their team and I'm like, if Ogre and Great Tusk can't really break your team, you aren't really
Then
losing
it's-
to this team.
Yeah, I agree with that actually. I mean, like we're totally sleeping on like Delphox as the Terra Captain because that mon has a lot of damage output if played
Oh yeah,
right.
for sure, for sure.
But I do agree with the fact that
But
like if Ogre
my thing
and
with
Tusk
Delphox,
can-
like, I don't know if you look at the Terra types, but it doesn't have Fairy.
Oh yeah.
It has Fire, Grass, and Dragon. So if you just bring your Mandibus to deal with the Spectre, you also deal with the Delphox.
I guess yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm okay with good for now. Probably
Yeah.
gonna switch this, but
yeah,
we'll
I agree.
see.
Zero.
What do you think about Zero? Because like I'm so conflicted. I know Zero's playstyle is like off the board from anybody else. It's like I don't know.
Zero wanted to play some bulky offense, and I think he started off really well with bulky offense, and then he saw the light with Ribombi and Glimora, and he drafted HO again.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, like I wouldn't say low kicks and Talonflame are bulky offense, but
Oh, I would.
I can see the vision. Dude, Talonflame is not.
They're
bulky.
enablers for bulky offense. They just pivot around while doing damage.
Okay, I can see that.
I don't know where I would put it.
This team
Once
is weird.
again, I think I like it more than Pups.
Okay.
Do I like it more than these two? I don't know. I don't like it as much as I don't like it as much as Elliot's. So I think it's really good. Do I like it more than mine?
Not really, but I'm very biased.
Nah,
mean,
I feel like
here?
I like your team more than his.
So you would put it here.
Crazy team. Yeah.
I can see that.
Crazy.
You like it more than Crep? Or not more than Crep?
Um, I like it more than Crep.
Okay.
I
So
think
we can
it's
keep it here
because
for now.
yeah, I think it's because there's Quavo and like you have decent hazards and utility. That's the reason why I
Decent
like more.
hazards.
I
He
mean,
has
it's true.
Glimora and Tinglu. I'm so happy he doesn't have Golden Moon. I'm so happy he doesn't have Golden
Dude,
Moon.
imagine Golden Go on this team. Oh my god.
Wow. Bro drafted Glimora
Alright.
round 8 and Tinglu round 9. What were we doing? What are we doing?
I told you it was a weird draft. I'm glad I'm not
Yeah.
playing. Dino's team is in bike tier because he sniped Roaring Moon from the gouging team. 100%.
I agree with this. Okay. You may disagree with this, but I think I would put it here or here.
More than
I think I would put it here.
okay.
Like,
Okay.
I really like Roaring Moon and Sun, obviously. And
Yeah.
Lilligant and Charizard are nukes. Like, I was waffling on my own for this team, but I had to fight Charizard and MMC where I had Blissey. And I decided to not bring Blissey, because Choice Specs Terra Fire Overheat from Charizard two-shots it.
Huh.
I'm not even joking.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I love Specs Charizard. So.
But then again, like, he has Zapdos, Galarian Slowking, and Clefable on a Sun team. He can just run bulky offense as well.
Did you know what breaks this team? Crazy
No.
enough. Terra, Alolan, Golem. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think they fight week 1 as well. I think they fight week 1.
Bro. Yo, I'm calling it right now. Dude, it looks so good in this matchup for no reason.
I mean, I don't think so, but okay.
What do you mean, bro? You're just hating now.
I am.
Anyways,
You agree, or would you rank it higher or lower?
Dude, I don't understand like a lot of the picks because like now you're like really weak to ground. Sure, you have Zapdos and Charizard that are up in the air, but like other mons don't really like it, and like Lilligant.
I mean, when you have a Sun team, you're always weak to grounds.
Yeah, but you can kind of like try to mitigate it a little bit.
I mean, which ground types are we scared of? We're scared of Garchomp. We're scared of Ursalunas. We're scared of Sandy Shocks. Great Tusk. Threats, maybe.
I mean,
yeah, okay.
like most of the names you mentioned can break this team.
I mean,
really
it
well.
still has a Zapdos. I find it really hard to put it lower than Pop. But you like Pop's team a lot more than I do, I think.
I mean, I do like Pup's team more, but if we like drop Pups below, like let's put Pup in like good, right?
Yeah.
And then I would put Dino's team after yours.
Above 0 still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. I think.
I don't know. That might change. That might change. I haven't looked at the last 6 team yet, right? Like not too much indeed. So I'm gonna think about it as we go.
Okay. Next one, Harvey. I think this is also God tier.
Yeah, this team is insane.
Yeah.
Who will let him draft?
Yeah, I think this team is insane.
I mean, this is just threats after threats.
I just like Elliot's team more because it has more power.
Going back to Elliot's team. Sure. That might change, but sure.
Yeah. I mean, this team is ridiculous.
Like I thought about it in the draft in the power rankings, like Terapagos, Gliscor, Primarina, Hisuian Gudra, Rotom Heat. They're all so bulky. Shame they don't have reliable recovery other than Gliscor. Oh, bro draft some real with his last pick. It's fine.
Yeah, you got Wish.
Yeah. The best
What do
wish
you
possible
say
in the
was?
game.
What do you say was? I missed the word.
I don't know what you mean, genuinely.
You said like bro draft.
Oh, the best wish possible in the
Blank.
game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like coming at Umbreon. I was ready to defend it.
Oh, no. I like Umbreon in it. I like
Yeah,
Umbreon.
okay. I think this is really good. I mean, like,
It's better than
I was
Tox, in
gonna
my
say it.
opinion. So I put it in God tier.
I can see it. No, like definitely like Terrapagos with Sneasler plus Gliscor. Like,
Yeah.
okay, this is like this team is bulky, but it also has so much power. Like, it can dish out so much damage.
I mean, its main power is like the Sneasler with Meloetta and maybe the Primarina. But it's
You're sleeping on Terrapagos?
I kind of am.
Oh,
I kind of am.
dude. Crazy enough, everybody was scared of Terrapagos in Ubers. Why would they not be scared of Terrapagos
I mean,
in this?
When I had Terapagos,
Uh-huh.
I liked it most as a choice specs elite. So I can see why. But then 0-1 MMC with it as a bulky Pokemon, so
Yeah.
it's funny. 0 wins MMC with a bulky Terapagos, and I win CMM with a offensive Terapagos. While I'm a bulky player, he's an offensive player. That's funny.
Yeah, I win. I win GW Ubers without bringing the Terrapagos. I
That's
just
half
let
my
people
win
prep
as well.
for it.
It's fine.
Hey, I love the non-power herb set against you. That was so funny.
Yeah. I won that game though. That game I
Huh?
won.
Yeah, you won that game because I was like so torn between Terra Ice and Terra Ground. I should have just went Terra Ice, but I was like, ah, Magarna, screw that. So,
Yeah.
but I didn't see the +1 close combat damage against Magarna.
I know.
Like if I had seen that calc a little bit more, or I would have brought Terra
I
Ice.
think I should have respected you more because I knew like you would bring Terra Ice in the rematch, and I was like, maybe I should make Magirna live at +2 CC. Maybe. Then I was like, nah, let's just run max offensive in Trick Room again. Yeah, I maybe should have respected you a little bit more. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. I'd still have lost. It's okay. Milk.
Milk. Oh, this is an interesting team. Like, what was my guy doing?
This is the weirdest team in the league.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in 9 out of 10.
No. It has more than 9 pointers. Like, I just put it here.
oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
There we go. Moving on.
I mean, I still like Milk's team a lot. Like, they drafted
I
weird
like it.
Pokemon,
Yeah.
but they are one of those Pokemon. Those Pokemon are like things like, what are they going to run each week? And we both know how Milk is. They're
Yeah.
going to cook up weird sets with those weird Pokemon that you're not going to be prepared for. It's going to kill
Uh-huh.
something, and suddenly you are down one of your vital Pokemon. Milk's going to win, and yeah,
Yeah, that's
it's one of
Dedenne
these.
right there.
It lacks an identity, which is
Uh-huh.
usually a bad thing.
Huh?
But for Milk, it works.
I think what I would have liked to see more is the switch between Terraghost and Terraground. Like,
Agreed.
Chinchino likes Terraghost more, and Rotom Frost likes Terraground more.
I mean, I see the ghost on both of them. I don't see the fighting on Cincino.
Sino with fighting, yeah, I don't really see it.
Like, I see
I mean-
ground on Cincino. Fighting, I don't know.
I don't really like ground on Sino either. Like
I would have
I
gone
think
eyes on the
Rotom
Rotom.
Frost, Rotom Frost likes it more because now you can break ground types.
I would have gone for ice on the Rotom. Ice plus electric, just run double step. It's fine.
I can see that kind
But
of.
then again, like, the reason to run ice is that you don't have to run Blizzard, but we all know Milk. They run Thunder on the Regigigas, so they'll run Blizzard as well.
Yeah, don't remind me of Regigigas. Yeah, I think it's in good. That's fine.
Yeah. And then Patty.
Oh, I like this team a lot.
Me too.
I just wish that they went Terra Dark on that skunk tank. Dude, super stab, sucker punch.
Yeah, he just wanted poison because it's a grounded poison type. He didn't want to tear out of it. So that makes
I
sense, I
mean,
think.
this team can boot spam so easily too. Like
I
you have
mean,
Blastoise, you have
yeah.
Blastoise and Toadstool. They are good hazard removals. I mean, decent.
I am not the biggest fan of Blastoise as hazard removal, I mentioned. Because
I've used
it lacks reliable recovery and it's not that bulky either.
I mean,
But
all you have
its
to do
saving
is
grace is
tap.
that it has Shell Smash as well. So
Yeah.
it can do both.
I don't know. I feel like this team is good, but
I
don't
think
know
I
why.
would put it between Dino and Zero.
I can see that. Yeah.
Because like his first four are so good,
Uh huh.
and then it kind of goes downhill a little bit, but his mons are still good. Like I don't think he has any dead weight on his team.
No, there is no dead weight. I can see a use for every single one of the mods
Yeah.
that I drafted. This
So-
is like kind of like a team that I would draft, to be honest. I don't know about Mesper, but
I thought about it like I don't know if you watched the MMC season, like most games, but this is an MMC team. Like Goldago plus Garchomp was on Mike's team. Mike also had a Yuxi, so Mesprit is a budget Yuxi, sorry. And then
That's funny.
the Ogrepon was on Elliot's team, Diancie was on his team. So he drafted like all the MMC teams together. It's quite cool.
Yeah, I like Terra Kilowattrel. It's one
Me
of
too.
the better captains.
If he had 20 points, I would have gone for Heracross plus Kilowattrel.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, Kilo is great.
Yeah.
I think I was like trying to tell you to draft it, but then you were like Heracross, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I was not listening to anything that wasn't Heracross.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to draft it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I think God tier. I like the Wow plus Darkrai plus Shocks plus everything else.
Yeah.
But I think I like the Terrapagos team a little bit more.
I disagree. I think Harvey's team is a little bit weaker than Elliot's.
I think
Like-
it's because of recovery.
No, I genuinely think it's like a weaker, like in damage output.
I mean, sure, because you don't have Val or Darkrai.
Yeah.
You can see it.
You rely a lot on
But-
Sneasler to do damage output.
I don't know if Sneasler is gonna do that without Terra. Actually, I agree. But
I mean,
then again,
what,
you
what I
have Mellow better.
mentioned, what I mentioned in my own power ranking without you is that my main thing with Sneasler is that it doesn't beat bulky poisons ever, but he does
Yeah,
have a
'cause, like, you don't-
Gliscor. Gliscor eats bulky poisons,
And you have Gudra. Gudra
Yeah.
doesn't care.
so like his battles will be a little bit slower than Elliot's, I think.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the bulk to support it.
I think I would rather fight Harvey's team than Elliot's. Although that it might just depend on which team I have. Like with my team, I think I'd rather fight Harvey still.
Yeah.
I'd keep it like this. These are the two best teams in my opinion.
Yeah. I think I agree with that. Also, can you bump yours up there too? I was just like
You want
memeing
mine?
on your team.
You want mine here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like that team.
I thought you
um,
were going to put it in good, and now I'm in god
I,
tier.
I was memeing on your team, bro.
Oh, I think I'd feel better if you put me here. I think these two teams are better.
Yeah, but like you have the damage output too, and
I
the
think I'd
bulk
feel
is-
better than top of really good and in god tier. I think Elliot and Harvey's
Really?
teams are better than mine. Yeah.
I mean,
If I had Ogrepon though,
then as for Samurott.
I already have S for Samuels.
um,
I think I feel better here.
I mean, I can see it. Sure,
Yeah.
we can keep the Gaussian curve. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now it's like the middle. You know what? We can go to the
Oh, I
back
don't know
back
about
end.
these
Oh no no
two.
no! Hold up. We're going to the back end and then we'll resolve the middle
Oh, okay.
because that's gonna be the messiest.
Okay.
Caleb's is fine. We can leave it
Caleb is
in
fine.
another.
If we really need to rank Caleb's team, it still stays here.
Yeah. No, I agree. Um, it's because it's Caleb. No hate.
Yeah. I mean, if we really need
Every
to rank Caleb's team, it goes there, but okay.
yeah. I think milk is fine too.
Yeah.
Um, what about Steve?
I don't hate doing this, but I think I like Maki's more because like her mons
I
are
like
more known. Like they're more secure, more trustworthy.
yeah, I like Maki's more than Steve's actually. So
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay, now it's the middle mess. Maybe I have caused, but we'll fix it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Um,
might be inclined to change these, but they're closed for me.
I think I think they're like all interchangeable. Hold up. I'm gonna look at Maki's team, Crep's team, and Pup's team again.
Yeah.
Cause all right, so Crep's
I think Crep's better than Pups. But it just looks
really?
good. It
Do you
just looks
think-
good next to Iron Leaves.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do you think Spec is more like is better than like something like King Gambit?
No, but I do think that Crep's hazards role, like her hazard support and her hazard removal, is so good that it needs more respect.
What's bad with Pups? You have Avalug. What else do you need?
Great Tusk.
Okay, sure.
I don't
But what else?
know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I think I don't know. Like
This
I don't
looks
know if I'm
aesthetically
putting.
better. Like Maki and Crep next
We're
to each other, they look really good next to each other.
we're throwing everything out of the window after the 6 hour session, and we're just going off of aesthetics.
But I
Is that how we're doing this?
if you do this based on aesthetics, this goes in S for Samuel. I love this logo, man. Wow.
The logo is really clean.
And you go down there, and you go down there. Yeah.
Yo, to be fair, how would you rate my logo about the Umbreon?
Well, it's cool. I like it.
By the way, I had that concept for more than 5 years. I just kept making it better over the years, and
Wow.
it's all me. I made it by myself.
I don't have a single percentage of input in my logo, and I like it.
I mean, it's great actually. Like it's super simple, but it's great.
Yeah.
I think
Right.
Maki's place is set. I think Maki's team is there because of the uncertainty that it brings with
Yeah.
you're just missing a lot. Pyro Ball, Triple Axel, Hydro Pump, whatever.
I
And
really
like
think
your
I like
board
Crabs
is
more
good,
than
but
Pops. But I think I am kind of forcing my opinion on you a bit. Like you had Pup next to Toch, and look where he's now.
I really like Pub's team. I feel like it's powerful, and I feel like you're kind of disregarding it a little bit because like you don't see the like. Sure, it's bulky offense, but like there's still a lot of pressure that it puts on like other teams. Even
I
in
am
this
fine keeping Pup above Crab. Although I don't really agree with it. I think I'm fine with it because they are really interchangeable for me. They're
Dude.
similar-ish, if you know what I mean. They both have that bulky offense style.
I feel like I want to take Tug's team down to good. Is that crazy to say?
Good.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy
Like-
to me.
I mean, okay, would you rate that team higher than freaking the Dio
I-
team?
No, I think I might change that around.
Okay. So that first of all, that's there. What about
Yeah.
the Roaring Moon Sun? I don't know if I like that really good either.
I mean,
The whole
I like the idea of Roaring Moon, Clefable, Zapdos, and Glowking. I do like that. But then you still need to bring 2 other Pokemon. I think I like Toxtreme more.
Okay. I think we need to.
I
Okay,
have a
okay,
weakness for Toxtremes. I always
okay.
tier Talk highly.
Put Pup and Crep in really good. We'll switch it like afterwards, but like we need to compare those because I think your team and Garchomp's are there. I think that's it. I
Yeah, I can
really
see
like.
that.
I'm not sure about Dino Zero. I think Harvey's no
No,
Patrick.
Patrick. Yeah.
Patrick, Pup and Crep yet, and Todd. Dude, this is hard, man. Why did I sign up for this?
I am quite sure of Talk.
um,
But
I
I'm also
mean-
quite sure about Pup and Crep.
yeah, you're just hating on them.
You know what would really help me? Like,
What?
let's just disregard the tier names. Like, if we just do this,
Yeah.
and this,
Okay.
and then like this, and then like this. I think I would rank the teams like this. And then here you can interchange a little bit between these 3.
See, I feel like I would still be inclined to put up Pups and Crabs in the middle tier.
I don't think they're as good as Zero, Dino, and Patrick. But
I need to look at Zero and Dino's team again.
I need to up these 2 again. Whoopsie daisy.
What's Zero's main form of offense?
Raging
It's-
Bolt
Yeah, sure.
with low kicks
I
and
th-
Quaquaval.
I think Quavel Thorns is probably gonna be like. I mean, sure, Raging Bolt is one of them, but I don't think Raging Bolt has that much offensive output.
You are crazy. That thing has 137 special attack.
Sure. And
That's stronger than Ursula Blue Moon.
I mean, it's a good mon, but I guess Thunderclap is probably what makes it much more attractive on his team.
I mean, he's just going to run Calm Mind with Draco Meteor and Voltage.
I can see that. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Forgot about Draco. Forgot that mon gets Draco. I don't know. Zero's draft is interesting to me. I really like the Thorns pick though. I think Thorns is a good.
I am not a Thorns believer.
I think he can pull off some D-Dan sweeps, or yeah, probably. I can see it.
I would rate this team a lot higher if it didn't have Thorns.
It has Sceptile. I think we should bump it down just for Sceptile.
Mm,
I'm getting kicked off of this call.
mm. So, here we go. Here we go. Very nice. I don't think
Okay.
Pup and Crep are as good as these teams. But like,
I'm still staring at both of them. I think Crep is besides Maki. If I
Yeah.
had to, I think I'm okay with that.
yeah.
I'm still defending Pup.
I mean,
Dude,
we can keep Pup and really good.
I mean, yeah, but I
You know
still
what
want
my reasoning is? Like with
Yeah.
Dino's team, for example, I really like the Sun mode, but I
Mhm.
really like Roaring Moon plus Zapdos plus Clefable plus Glowking. Those 4 together are incredible. So that's why I would keep it as like the 4th best team and really good. And then it's between Patrick and Zero for me, who have like the similar issues. Like the first picks are insane in my opinion, it kind of falls off from there, but that's also really logical that it falls off because like you spend a lot more points in the early time of the draft.
Is it crazy to say that I like Zero's team more than Patrick's?
It's not crazy to say.
I think
I just
Zero.
don't know if I agree.
I think Zero has more potential in terms of playstyle.
Let me go back to
with-
the teams here.
Yeah.
I mean, I see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
But I still
Okay,
like
I
Patrick's
think,
more than
okay,
Pups.
okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I agree with your idea of kick the God tier up to S whatever. So kick those two team up. Take yours Garchomp's up there, and then
Yeah.
keep Tugs there. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do that. We'll name it later.
Okay.
I think we need another middle tier. That's probably what it was.
Okay, so let's get rid of Bike.
Sure.
I mean, you can go into Bike and you can become 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10 bike. Sure.
Alright, and you can become good. Like this, right?
Yeah, I think good tier is set, to be honest. It might change a little bit, but yeah.
And then, what do you want to do now? Like naming wise?
I don't even know. We'll name them later.
Okay. So here, you keep these? Or do we do it like this then?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Or do we put these up here? And then like, say, put those two up here.
See, Tug's team, I really like the top 5 plus Solando.
Yeah.
Klefki plus Salazzle plus Glimmet plus Trico. That's what's not fitting on my mind.
I really
That's
like
why-
the Salazzle.
Yeah, but I rate Dino's or Zero's team higher than Tug's team because of that.
I don't know, man.
But like the top 5 has so much potential. That's why I'm like kind of like iffy about it. Whereas like
Yeah.
if we look at Zero's team or Dino's team, like it's kind of like a little bit balanced on that regards.
Yeah. I don't really feel good about this, in all honesty. I feel better about this. Let's just keep this at 9 out of 10.
I mean, you're changing the name. Like I think this is fine.
And you're like, bam. I think I feel better about how this looks. No?
I'm still not sure about the third column. Tog, Dino, Zero, Patrick, and Pub.
But you want to split them up again?
I don't want to split them up.
Oh, you want
I
to
think it
order
should
them
be
again?
ordered. Yeah.
To order them again. Okay. Really good to the G. And then good. Really good. I mean, that's just excellent. I like this more.
Sure. I think those names are fine. I mean, like, nobody drafted bad, right? So, like, it's like comparison.
I like this. God tier, top tier, really good, good. 9 out of 10.
Sure. It's just the third row that I'm still not sure about.
I like Dog's team the most out of these 5, and I like Pup's team the least out of these 5.
Okay, Tug's team. I'm looking at all of them again.
Dragapult, Heatran, Hisuian Samurott, Rillaboom, Yanmega, Lando Eye, Salazzle, Klefki, Trico. I mean,
It's some heat.
what was the second
For-
Terra Cap? He has Yanmega and he has...
Cryogonal. I don't know. They go well,
I really
but
like this. Like these are like 7 ones I really like. And then you have Klefki Cryogonal.
which I like. I don't hate them, but it's just like it's a different pick.
Yeah. I really like Dino's team
yeah.
too, in all honesty.
I like Dino's team too, so like that's why I wasn't like too
But
sure about.
his speed tiers are weird.
Oh, I don't know about the speed tiers. I'm just looking at the mons right now, but yes, I can see that.
Yes, 119, and then I think it goes to something in between there. He has two 100s, two 90s, and then it drops to 60, I think.
How are zero speed tiers? I want to see zero.
Zeros are ridiculous. He has Talonflame, Ribombi, Sceptile, and then it goes to Jirachi, which is funny. Like he has 3 months above 120, and then he goes to 100. But below 100, it's really good again.
Okay.
I mean, zero speed tiers are better than Dinos, but I like Dino's team more. I think these two are most interchangeable for me, Patrick and Zero.
I can see that.
But I think I like Zero's more. And I think you like Zero's more as well.
I like zeros more.
You are stuck on Pup, right? Where would you put Pup? Like here then? Or here? Or would you put Toch down, other baby?
Dude, I'm so like, oh my god. My brain is fried.
I am quite happy with this. I would be even happier with this, but I'll accept this.
I'm like making peace with this actually, but like it's still like processing at this point.
Yeah.
Cause like I feel like middle is where it's most important, but like all the teams are basically at the same level. I can see why you want to put Pup down, but I feel like there is some potential there.
I should take a look at Pup's team again.
Yeah,
Pup,
do it.
Pup. It looks so weird.
It looks so weird, but it works.
Yeah, I still hate the ogre one. Pup can go here. I changed my mind.
No.
No.
No,
It's a good team. It's a really good team.
I think I like zeros more than Pups for sure.
Yeah.
Because it's different. Like, I wouldn't draft this team ever, but I know Zero's playstyle is way different than mine. So that's okay. I don't know about Dino versus Zero. Like that difference, I don't. It's like it's so hard to rank Zero's team.
I mean, I can see what you mean, in all honesty.
In comparison, yeah.
If you compare them, it looks really bad for Dino, because I think Zero's team claps him. Because you give Raging Bolt to Sun.
Yeah.
And if you don't give it to Sun, it still claps the Zapdos. So like Raging Bolt claps Dino's team. I think that's why it looks better if you compare them. But in a vacuum, I think Dino's a little bit better.
It's a solid draft. Like, I think like the free agent.
I also think
definitely
to end the Dino versus Zero debate, I think that Zero would be fine finishing below Roaring Moon and Elegant.
Oh, he would be more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
That's his mod. That's his bread and butter.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. What do you think about Patrick?
I think Patrick is fine there. I think he's a little bit worse than Zero. I think it's better than Pups. Yeah.
What makes it better than Pup?
I really like Goldango. and then Garchomp plus Kilo Wattro plus Urshifu, it's like, it's so much pressure and so much bulk at the same time. I mean, his bulk is a bit lackluster in my opinion. I think that's why I have
Yeah,
it below 0. Like, Patrick's bulk is a little bit lackluster if you just really look at it from bulky Pokemon.
I don't think he has a lot of bulk.
But like, he has Blastoise, he has Diancie, he has Toadscrew, he has Skuntank, he has Mesprit. I like Goldigo and Garchomp are bulky.
Yeah, I think it's like bulky breakers, but not good bulky breakers. I don't know, like this team is like it
Pop's
can
team
go either way.
is better bulkier than Patrick's. But I think Patrick's is easier to play with, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, if we have to rank this on skill level, like, this team is wrong. I mean, that's why I have Patrick above Pop. Like, I don't know who's the better player. I think both of them are really good. But I think Patrick's team is easier to play with.
I think what I would do here, okay, here's the thing, right? Like picture is not like this image is not gonna tell the whole story, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think God tier is fine.
Yeah.
I think top tier is good too.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely agree with those, right?
Yeah.
I think 9 out of 10 and the good tier is fine. Those are fine. But I
So
think
you want
it's gonna
something
be...
in between here.
No. We don't need to add tiers.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm gonna say. I think Tug's team, I'm a little bit hesitant about it, but I see the vision with Polt plus Samu plus Heatran plus everything else.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care about the Glimmet and Trico, even though they can work. I think the last 4, so Dino, 0, Patrick, and Pups, we put an equal sign there. I think that's probably what it is.
How do you want me to do that?
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying like I'm verbally saying it. You don't have to do
Okay.
it.
Literally.
No.
All I'm going to say, like, now you said Tox team out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Glimmet and Trico, 5th best team in the league. I might be overrating it a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I might be overrating it a little bit.
Now you know what I was going for there, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I meant, though, right? Because like it's like the back end of the draft that didn't fit my mind. Like I like the team. Sure, Bolt is strong. Sure, Samu is good, and like Gorilla and like the others help with that too. Strong Terra Captain and Yanmega, but then it kind of falls off.
And do we feel good putting Talk next to Pop? So dropping him all the way down just because of Glimmet and Trico being on par with Macargo?
That is really fun.
And the other 3 teams don't have that fodder?
Can you go back to Dino's team again? I put my phone down.
Dino.
I don't think Dino has that issue on.
No, he hasn't. He doesn't have fodder.
Yeah, no, like this team is fine. I mean, speed tiers are a little bit lacking, but like who cares? It's a Sun team. You're gonna roll anyways. Nah, I'm okay with Dinos. Zeros, I'm okay with 2. Patrick's is good. I mean, like in the beginning, I said Tugs and Pub's team is literally on the same level. I think it's fine. I like this. I'm happy with this now.
It just feels weird to me seeing Talk so low because we both agreed that he did really well in his first pick overall. And now we put him at 8.
And I agree.
8 of 14.
I mean, he did well building round 1. It's just like the later half fell off.
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit.
I mean, yeah, I've rated Talk's team based on the first months. And if you want to rate it on the 11 months, it probably isn't the 5th best. Yeah. It's probably a 9-month team instead of an 11-month team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Steven.
I might be fine with this.
I think I'm fine with this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Hey, tell us how wrong we are in the comments or in general chat. I will not be reading any single message from there, but you know.
I will ping him with every single message. Every single message. I will go at offline. At offline. At offline. He will see them.
I feel like I've made so many enemies in this, but
I think it was fine. I think you were planning on being more mean.
oh yeah, I literally started with gotta hate them all. So I think I was quite generous on that. Um,
Yeah.
no, but like overall, I think every single team has the potential. Like, not a single team is bad because like I've genuinely seen horrible drafts, and then some people make transactions and it gets worse, right? Like
Yeah.
I've seen a team that was Iron Valiant, Metagross, Raging Bolt, plus a lot of good Terra captains, and that team ended up being, I think, Iron Valiant plus Regidrago, and everything else was terrible. And that team did really bad. I think Pup and Crep probably know which team I'm talking about because it
Yeah,
was
I don't
APL.
know. I don't know.
Um, but yeah, no, like there's some, and this was first pick overall, by the way.
That's kind of
So like,
crazy.
yeah, it's like you gotta trust in the team you pick. And honestly, if you respect yourself as a draft player and just play to your capabilities, your team can be god tier every single time, even though it doesn't look like that on paper.
Yeah. Like Caleb's team being a 9 out of
That,
10. It's a
that
joke,
was
but
me.
like
Yeah,
I would not be
that was
surprised if he wins it. I would not be surprised if he wins it.
if he wins it, I feel like you guys did something horribly wrong. I'll say that right now.
I
There's
do
no
agree. I
way.
do agree with that though. Because like
Yeah,
when he
there's
won
no.
with his 8 pointers, I drafted a really weird Walking Wake snow team.
Hmm.
And it was Zero's first Sun team, and his Sun team did not match up well against Caleb's 8 point stall.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was, I think that was even before we had like Crep, Maki, Talk, Pup. I don't think any of them played yet, so the competition definitely got higher.
No, this competition is intense. I think every single player is good in this batch.
Yeah,
We
I
don't
agree with
have
that.
the lackluster players anymore. We
Yeah,
should
you
keep it
didn't
that
join,
way.
so it's fine.
I wasn't even talking about me, but
I
some
know you
people who
weren't.
schedule and don't play. At least I schedule and play on time.
Oh yeah,
Also,
you
you
are
should
so right.
respect Elliot.
You are so.
I'm
I do respect you. I've been
right.
waffling with you for 6 hours. I think I respect you.
I think.
I
Yeah,
think
I
we
just
should
had
wrap
to
this
take,
up though,
yeah, I think I
so I
just
can
had
go
to
to
take.
bed.
Yeah, true. Also, happy birthday, Dries, by the way. Yo,
Thank you. It's been
guys.
49 minutes.
I know. I was waiting till the end of the video because now I need to see how
Nice.
many people comment so we know that they watched till the end.
I
By the
mean,
way,
when they get to this, I'll be like 3 weeks old in my 26th birthday here. So when they finish this entire video, it's going to be 2025.
yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna watch through the entire video of me just waffling with you.
I think I'm just going to put it up as background noise when I try to fall asleep. I think it's going to be great.
Yo, fair enough. All right, I think we can wrap it up. We've been
We definitely
waffling for
can.
way too long.
Yeah. I want to say something to end it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Go
go for it.
for it.
I was like, do you want to go? Do you want to say something? And you were like, okay, shoot.
You know
You
what I
have
heard
any
on my
closing
side?
words? No, what did you hear?
You put me on the spot, man. Like I was gonna say something too, and then I heard I want to say something. I'm like, go
No.
ahead.
No. You're the
All right,
guest. You go first.
whatever. Sure. I'll be training on top of Mount Silver because I'm ready. And yeah, good luck on this season, guys. Hopefully you don't hate me too much. Sure. Um, yeah, you guys are great wafflers. I'm glad that GWA we have the chat back up alive because it was a dead server. So
Yeah,
I'm
no, it
happy.
was not a dead server. It was a dead chat. It was a dead
Yeah,
chat.
dead chat. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Like obviously everybody played I think you have done a really well, like really good job with you, Spin, and whenever Zero. I don't know if Zero is still in the mod or not,
I mean,
but
he's
you guys
still
have.
technically, but he's not involved that much anymore.
I think like props to you and Spin though, and also Zero. Zero ran it well when I was there. But like you have been putting in so much effort to make this league run smoothly, and I don't think people realize how much time and energy goes into that. So I think you have done a great job here in GWA. So
Thank you, I appreciate it.
thanks
I
for running a
appreciate it.
league like that.
I wouldn't do it if I didn't find it fun though, so I still find it very enjoyable.
So that's good.
Yeah,
That's good. Yeah, this league literally feels like a league that I could join every single time. It's just time constraints. So,
yeah.
but hey, I'm here. Let me know if you guys need some heat sets. I usually look at the usually useless
Useless
moves
move.
and
Yeah.
come up with something. So there's my secret. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Thank you for being online with me offline. Like that fun. Haha.
So everybody goes after that. I'm thinking of rebranding too. So
Yeah,
that is,
you might.
I might, I really might. But
Right. But thank you for doing this with me, bro. I found it very enjoyable.
oh, this was great. I've never waffled so long. So
And if anyone actually makes it through this, I respect you so much. But I don't expect it. Everyone is just going to skip through their parts, their entire 30, 40-minute section. So have fun with that.
all right, peace out.
Peace out, everyone.